And welcome to day 2 of the Bothan Invitational. I'm Jeff Creasy here with Jonathan Fisher. How you doing today, Jonathan?
What's up? Good morning.
Yeah, this is super exciting. So this is round 4 of the 6K Pool 1. So we did, round 5. We did
That's
4
right.
rounds of Swiss yesterday. We're starting with rounds 5 through 7 today. And we've got some banger feature matches right now. We're going to have the primary feature match be Titanic versus Aroc Oakley. So Titanic from McClunky Gaming on Django Tarkentown against the Quinlan ECL. And we have a backup feature match, which is a Django Mirror, which I know everyone has seen enough of, but it's a Django Mirror featuring Symbiote and Crusher from McClunky Gaming. So that's a pretty hype match. We'll make sure to try to catch some of that as well. But we're going to try to stay with the main action here on Django versus Quinlan ECL. So it's an interesting list.
Yeah, one of our teammates, Junior, 14 years old over in France, wins all his tournaments. He plays Quinlan ECL quite a lot in our practices, and he does very well with it. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a good performance here from that deck.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got some really cool lines as well. The players are still shuffling up, getting seated, and getting ready to go for the first round this morning. So,
and then the Django Tarkentown, I mean, we're gonna see those mirrors a lot.
Yeah,
might as well, figure out how they work and see how people close out their wins with that mirror.
Yeah, honestly, the Django Mirror is interesting enough to watch that it makes me not want to play it. So there's a lot of crazy complicated lines that go on there.
A lot of playing chicken and seeing who pulls the trigger first.
Yeah.
Ready?
Looks like Quinlan won the die roll.
Yeah, so here we go. Quinlan wins the die roll. Yeah, so what do you see as some of the keys to this matchup for Quinlan and some of the differences between the ECL and the Tarkentown list that we've seen a lot from Quinlan?
I think with all ECL decks, you're looking for, okay, what is the right time to ECL? It can be really challenging to figure that out. So I'm interested to see how does he leverage the ECL, what kind of value is he getting out of that? And then we're so used to Quinlan Tarkentown, I want to see for this player, how has he decided that ECL's the way to go? Just a moment.
I don't have them.
Here we do, right there.
So you don't have Force Throw, you don't have Tarkentown. So I'm kind of thinking more about
I think no
what
Force
we're
Throw is
missing
huge.
and what's going to come in from green.
So yeah, I think the big difference between this deck is a lot of people think of Quinlan as super discard heavy, including the things like Force Throw, and so you don't have that. So I'm curious if this Quinlan deck is going to be as heavy on the Sparks and Ahsokas and the other discard cards when you're missing things like the Force Throw.
Yeah, part of what's so great about Ahsoka is the Force Tag in that deck.
Yeah, the Force Tag and pairing it with a lot of other discard.
So we have a Crafty Smuggler from Django into a 3/2 Spaceship from the Quinlan deck. Quinlan was not able to wait for that Crafty to hit the board to get the ping off, so the shield's still there.
And it's worth noting, so this Quinlan deck did win the coin flip and chose to have initiative. I think you see a lot of the Quinlan Tarkentown decks give up initiative, but I think that's just an homage to the fact that they're not on Tarkentown, so getting the turn 1 ping isn't as important for them. They're not going to kill any turn 1 play anyway, so they might as well just get the initiative, get the advantage, and get the damage in. And it feels like the ping is a little bit almost secondary to, like, I'm going to use it to gain advantage when I can, but it's not the primary function of this deck.
Right.
Ooh, Gorilla Soldier's really good here. I'm curious. I'm really curious how Aroc is gonna play this, because you don't want damage on your base. You also don't want to give him a free Tarkentown on the Sundari. But even if you put damage on your base, they can always attack the Gorilla Soldier into the Sundari and Tarkentown it. I think you've got to just put either 3 on the Sundari or 2 on the Sundari, 1 on the spaceship, and make them Tarkentown.
I thought about that, but he's choosing this line. The difference here is 1 damage on the gorilla.
Yeah, so he basically put
matters.
He put 3 damage on his base to get 1 damage on the gorilla soldier, and I don't think that's a trade that's worth it. I think you've got to see that Tim takes that attack Tarkentown every time, and just give him the Tarkentown without the damage on your without the damage on your base. But I don't know. Eric knows this deck better than I do. So.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. 3 to base and in exchange for 1 on the soldier.
Yeah.
He does have initiative. We've got 4 power on Tim's side, 3 on Eric's.
Yeah.
And a lot more damage on Eric's base.
Yeah, well, all from that Guerrilla Soldier. That card's really been impressive for me.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. We see a 7th fleet in Tim's hand. An ISB agent as well. So he's got options for this turn. He's already used his Tarkentown, but you can still have the ISB agent pings be very helpful. Bounty Hunter's Quarry is really interesting.
Yeah. This is the second time we've seen some bounties we didn't expect. On Enticing Rewards yesterday.
2 to base hopping up in chat. Big shout out to them for their 3v3 performance. My team actually played them in round 1 of the 3v3 event.
Nice.
Super nice guys, really good competitors. It was an incredibly tight round 1 in the 3v3. It was actually on stream, so everybody check out round 1 of the 3v3 if you want to see 2 to base in action against the Bothan Network blue team.
So we have a 7 fleet from Tim into an Echo-based defender for Eric, which also kind of shows off the strength of targeting your pings with Quinlan. He was able to take the shield off of 7 fleet. Like CAD, it might have just gone on the Guerrilla Soldier, for example.
Yeah. And then, really, you see there, we talked about he doesn't have, how Tim doesn't have the Tarkentown anymore, but he was still able to make the ping useful. Ping plus Crafty Shield, take out the Echo-based defender very cleanly.
I didn't see what card he showed him, but...
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack, okay, so ISB agent, pinging him, Crafty just losing his shield to take out that Echo base.
Yeah. And it goes, too, with the Quinlan player. Eric had to choose between, do I take the shield off the Crafty or do I take the shield off the 7th fleet? I think he had to choose the 7th fleet there because you don't want to give him both rain and space and a free trade into your 3-2. So,
yeah. Flip turn, a lot more material for Tim here, for Titanic.
Yeah. I mean, Quinlan still has ECL, and this is the Quinlan flip turn. So I think this is the turn where Quinlan's going to try to claw back into it, and let's see if they try to claw back into it with damage on base or with board trading. They start by going 3 to base, so they're not taking the trade in space.
I wonder also if this ECL choice might be a way to kill Django on the flip. Like, is he bringing something that helps him handle that?
And I think another thing is, one thing that every Quinlan deck loves is their Plo Koons, and the fact that it can deal 7 damage on it. So also not trading there could just help signify that Eric has a Plo Koon and doesn't want to lose the coordinate.
Right. It's possible that you want to trade the 7th fleet in, because when Quinlan has just 1 unit on the board on the flip turn, that's enough to flip their leader and set up their Plo Koon.
Yeah, absolutely. It's what makes Plo Koon so deadly in this deck, is it's so easy to turn on coordinate with your 5 flip leader that has 7 health.
Right.
Spending some resources now, so not going...
Trying to shut down Titanic's turn, maybe.
Well, it's interesting, too, because you already know he has Sneak Attack, and so 5 resources a turn, they could Sneak Attack, Ruthless Raider, or War Juggernaut. So I think this Kira is a really good idea by Eric, when you already know that they have Sneak, and you're just worried about the big thing coming in. So yeah, I really like this Kira play a lot, because it just covers you from the high roll that these Django decks can do. You already know they have half of the quote-unquote combo, which is Sneak Attack, plus 1 of the 83 units that are incredibly good at 6. So Eric making us go into a base 6 system.
yeah, that's okay. It's so hard to... add damage when you're on 5s. So you're like, oh, 1 here, 3 here.
Yeah, we've actually talked about it with some of the players, and there are some that have said that they've just always used 6s, and that's just how their brains work, and it's really hard for them to use 5s. Like they just do the math quicker in their head with 6s. So it's really interesting. I think normal.
I'm a sixer because looking at this screen, those sixes stand out so much better than the fives. The five like blends in with the four, where the six has a very unique pattern for my mind.
So for me, I feel like most aspects of life outside of dice, we use things like fives and tens more easily.
It's our fingers and toes.
Yeah, exactly. Fingers and toes for most people. And but if you're used to playing these kinds of games with dice, the more you're used to using dice, the more your brain converts to going to six naturally. So it depends on what you're more used to.
Yep. Okay, so we're still live here as both players, but we've got
a Django with a hotshot blaster. So Tim is really pumping in the damage here.
17 on base.
Yeah, there was no
close.
Plo Koon for the flip turn for Aroc. He now gets the ECL Ahsoka. So this is one of the big keys of the ECL version, or ECL Ayla. Sorry.
Yeah.
So ECL Ayla, when you have coordinate, which you do right now after you play it, then when Ayla attacks, it takes no damage back. So you get to ECL and kill the Django leader and take no damage back.
So I think that we're now seeing the theory of Quinlan Green.
Yeah.
You've got Plo Koon and Ayla to ambush into these 7 health leaders.
Yeah, and one of the reasons that Quinlan is so nice is there are a lot of 6 attack units that cost 5 that either already have ambush or that you can give ambush with ECL. And just adding in that 1 extra damage is often a huge breakpoint against a lot of leaders, whether it's Piet, whether it's Django, whether it's other Quinlans. There are a lot of big 7 health leaders that flip on 5 right now that you need to deal with.
Bounty Hunter's Quarry to find Lux to shut down sneak attacks and shut down TDRs.
Yeah.
So Lux, if you pay less than the printed cost on the card, you can ready one of your own units or exhaust an enemy unit.
Yeah.
If the opponent pays less.
Yeah. So notably, that triggers after the sneak attack or triple dark raid resolves. So you get the option to say, "Oh, you snuck attack in this war juggernaut. Well, I'm going to exhaust it." Titanic here respecting the Quinlan ping damage, and also just the attack from Ayla. So he's not able to ping his own war juggernaut. And it would be fairly disastrous if he did. So
that Lux takes away the sneak attack TDR kills that I was expecting from this Django deck with this health on base.
Yeah. Blaster is huge here now. So now Aroc is sitting here with an 8 attack unit that never takes any damage back. It's basically build your own Han Solo with a blaster. So Titanic really can't play anything on the ground until he deals with this Ayla.
He only has 2 health remaining, so he's a Raider or
that
Devastator.
Yeah.
Or like so many little burn spells away from ending the game, and here we are.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter that the Devastator gets tapped. He just needed the 1 resource discount.
Right.
And then that goes to, we saw several turns where Aroc didn't trade in space, and we saw why. He needed to keep coordinate on for his Ayla, but the fact that Titanic just kept getting in this damage turn after turn, it really added up and really made sure that he that Aroc couldn't breathe, and eventually Tim got in the last couple points.
And both players using their super cool BIATL sideboard holder. I'll be honest, I was skeptical when I saw the sideboard holder. You see it on screen now. I started using it, and I was like, my cards tuck in real nicely. It keeps my opponents from accidentally seeing one of my sideboard cards. I kind of liked it.
I didn't know what it was, and now I do, and that's cool.
Oh, even until now, until just now, this moment.
Well, I didn't get mine on time. I didn't get it until the end of the day yesterday, so I was looking through it. But yeah, let's look into our backup feature match and see how that's going, because those are also two players that a lot of people like.
Did that not do it? Oh yeah, it just didn't change.
All right, so we've got a Django mirror here. And on the purple sleeves is Symbiote. And on the art sleeves, the Boba Fett art sleeves, we have Crusher from McClunky Gaming. And it looks like we've got Symbiote in a pretty good spot here based on damage on base. It looks like they're wrapping it up. So we got to see the very end of what looked like a very wide, complicated board state.
It definitely looks like a wrapping it up board.
Yeah.
Not going to last too long with that board. Who won? Can we tell?
I think Symbiote won based on the amount of damage that I saw on Crusher's base. So it looks like Symbiote may have gotten game 1. Again, we just came into this at the end of the game, so we're not 100% sure. But it looks like Symbiote took down game 1.
So now we're in this twilight moment of both matches.
Yeah.
Sideboarding.
Yeah. All right.
And if you didn't tune in yesterday, those cards that Titanic is using, all my cards, every single one of them. He loves his bright, shiny foils, and the judge took a look at him and said, "I'm sorry, man, you cannot play with those." So we assembled his entire deck out of my collection since I'm streaming today. And those are my sleeves, those are my cards, and I think that's why he's winning.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, this is basically your victory.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I have not been defeated.
You're currently 4-0. I haven't either, but that's because I'm 0-0.
Right. Well, we're both undefeated. I mean, that's important. So yeah, he on his way to 5-0, and then this is going to be one of maybe the first tournament where we have to calculate the drawing, right?
Yeah.
Like these players that go 5-0 are going to start thinking about, do I take a draw?
Yeah, and it's especially since we had basically overnight after the first 4 rounds, a lot of the competitive players, I was talking to a lot of different players who were trying to figure out, can I intentional draw the last 2 rounds if I start 5-0?
Right.
We don't really know. It's going to be tough with... The problem with intentional drawing 2 rounds is you need everyone to be on board with it. Because if you intentional draw round 6 and then your round 7 opponent doesn't want to, then you put yourself in a win-and-in situation. Whereas if you played out round 6 and won that, then it doesn't matter what happens in 7. So it's a little bit risky.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can't know that the other tables are going to do the same thing or really collude around that. It is an interesting situation for these players. I mean, they're 5-0. That's a great place to be, but you want to lock in that top 8. You don't want to you don't want to take a draw, lose, and then the math just doesn't work out and you're 9th.
Yeah.
You'd rather hold your destiny in your own hands if that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. And honestly, what happened to Tim with the foils in his deck, I have that problem as well because I love shiny things.
Yeah.
And I love carbonite packs. And I have so many foils now, but not full play sets. So it's hard for me to... Right. But I don't have full play sets of non-foils either. So either way... No. I'm basically forced into using a mix because over half of the basically exactly half of the pack is foil. So
that's one of the things I do before a tournament. I look at my deck and I make sure I have non-foil of every single card.
I just make sure that I have a nice mix so that there's not... I don't know. I also double sleeve, so they're basically, when they're in the deck, you can't tell.
That actually helps a lot, double sleeving.
Yeah, and a lot of times I can tell if something is foil when it's resourced, but that doesn't matter, at least for me. Like, if I was going to something like Worlds, and I would try to make sure I have all non-foils, but for other events or for weeklies or PQs or whatever, I just try to make sure that I can't tell what anything is.
Well, my deck for yesterday, I had one foil Ahsoka, and I set my deck on the table, and I looked at it from the side, and I said, yeah, I know exactly where that Ahsoka is. Yeah. I cut my deck, it was the Ahsoka. I was like, I gotta replace this.
I always look to my deck to see if I can see that when the deck is stacked, and as long as I can't tell what anything is, then I'm okay with it. Obviously, if judges can have different opinions, can make me switch cards over, that's completely their discretion. I just try to make sure for me that I can't tell what anything is.
So we have a mulligan from Eric. Looks like Titanic is keeping.
And to be clear to the fans at home, what I do is what is called a risky strategy because the judge could completely disagree. So if you're worried about it, just either don't play foils or make sure they're completely flat. There are literally companies out there who make products designed around making foils not curl. Like it's an entire business model now because all the TCGs out there have this problem where it costs a lot of money to make foils that don't curl. And you know what doesn't make money? Spending money when you're a business. So... Yeah,
I put desiccants in my boxes to moderate the humidity.
Yeah, Izzy Dave running into the same problem that I have. I think I have 4 of the new Devastators, and 2 of them are foil.
Oh,
So
yeah.
so if I want to run a Django
Yeah.
deck, I either have one foil or one non-foil Devastator. Either way, I don't have a playset of either.
Yeah. That's fine at home, just hanging out, going to weeklies. It's just these tournaments.
Looks
I
like we
wouldn't
had a
stress about
pass
it
claim
otherwise.
on turn 1. So I think
Both
Tim
players.
passed. I think Tim passed because he didn't want to get his unit pinged.
Oh, okay,
Because he
maybe.
didn't mulligan, so I'd imagine he had a turn 1 play.
I can't see his hand to know.
Can't see his hand
for
well
sure.
either. And I was also telling a side story about foils, so. Looks like I think I saw also a Daring Raid in his hand. Oh, if he does have a Daring Raid, that's going to...
Yeah, we're
the
popping
Daring
it
Raid
off.
Tarkentown on the Sundari here, because Sundari is really big in this matchup to... Anytime you're trying to erase, the fact that it swings for 3 and has Restore 2, the 5 health swing against something like that Kylo's Tie was going to put Eric in a really good spot. So Titanic coming in clutch there with the Daring Raid Tarkentown. That Sundari is really annoying for Django to deal with without Tarkentown.
It really makes it a powerful card for 3 resources.
Yeah.
All that toughness, and if you're against a deck that is also trying to do damage,
Yeah.
it's a huge point swing.
Yeah, and I think we saw the power of
We might see double 2-drop here. Just
Yeah.
pointing that out real quick. Oh, not this turn. Next turn.
we saw Titanic start to tap his Kylo's Tie because he's used to Django mirrors. Quinlan does not tap things; it just pings.
He's like, you use your leader, so I exhaust this, right? That's what I've been doing all day.
Yeah. Oh, Gorilla Soldier coming in, and just immediately 3 to
Oh,
base.
wow.
So I like the 3 to base here because Titanic's already used his Tarkentown, so you're not gonna get what happened last game, which was free attack Tarkentown kill the Sundari. But we did see the weakness of the Sundari last game, where the fact that when it gets attacked, it only hits back for 1. That was a huge liability. Like even the land speeder here, Tim doesn't want to swing into it because then his Gorilla Soldier's left with 1 HP, and any 2-drop kills it.
Yeah. Gorilla Soldiers has been impressing me this entire tournament.
I'm a big fan. I mean, we saw it here. It just you play a 3-drop that attacked base for 5. It basically kind of builds your own surprise strike, like built into the unit. I really like the Gorilla Soldier a lot.
It's a card we knew about in our testing. It's not a surprise, but it's playing out.
It is a
really well.
surprise strike.
So simulated surprise strike. All right, Quinlan's on the board. The board state looks a lot better than it did last game, but there's still a lot of damage.
The damage
on
has been
Eric's
adding
base.
up, and
Yeah.
basically any card that Quinlan plays that isn't a 1-drop gets to kill this Kylo's Tie. Titanic going for the trade first, I think recognizing that Eric was going to take his free attacks, so getting in the damage while he could. It's interesting that Titanic got in the attack with the Kylo's Tie. That shows me that Eric isn't worried about the damage on his base, because he could have played any unit there. It might mean that he has the Plo Koon and he's waiting for the Django flip, so he doesn't want to waste the ping on the Kylo's Tie. He's going to make sure that Tim spends his resources first.
Was this a 1? Does he have enough damage on his base? I thought he just added 2.
I think that's what they're asking now. I think they're trying to figure out the correct amount of damage now as well. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I was like, no, please don't do that. I don't want to interrupt.
Yeah. Yeah. We were told by the judges that if we saw something that seems to have not been done correctly, to call judge, interrupt the player. So we're going to do that a little bit more today if we see it. Hopefully we don't see it and don't have to worry about it. But
And
we do whatever the judges
generally
ask.
only for really obvious stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it is still our discretion. He's not going to come in here and make us call him.
Yeah.
So
So it looks like that was ECL used to the same play that we saw last game, where ECLing in Ayla Sakura, you also get to ping the Kylo's Tie. Yeah, so there's no marker on the ECL, but that had to be ECL used because Ayla does not naturally have ambush.
it definitely was used, yeah.
So we're not going to interrupt the game to make them put a marker on ECL, but we're going to make sure that there isn't a second ECL this game, which I don't think there would be.
Yeah.
But just talking about the kind of things that we're not going to interrupt them just to say, hey, put an X marker on your base, please. Like that's not the kind of thing we're going to interrupt a game for.
So Titanic puts him to 14 damage on base. He'll have 11 left.
Yeah.
Then things like sneak attack, raider do 8. He's still not quite in range of just dying to something suddenly.
Mm-hmm.
But It's a little close, but his board looks a lot better here. It's much healthier. If he doesn't get rid of this Django, which he probably will, he might have a Plo or something like that.
Yeah, he has to have a Plo to get rid of a Plo or a blaster to get rid of it in one action.
He has the
looks
blaster.
like he has the blaster.
Yep. Okay, this is his plan.
Yeah.
Coming into this tournament, I believe. We knew there was going to be a lot of Djangos. This player really prepared.
Yeah. Now we're at the point where Django needs to find the reach in their deck, so they need to find the other half of their deck that isn't the 2-drops.
And they need to find 11 damage from that.
Yeah. But we see Ruthless Raiders in hand for Tim. There's a P38. He's got options for sure. He doesn't get to tap anything down because Django died this turn, so he just damages the unit that would leave it with 1 health left. So now if he gets an IG-2000 or a War Juggernaut, he can just kill off the X-34 lane speeder and not have to worry about it anymore.
Yeah. The Django player will be looking to take initiative, get a ping on the Ayla to not take all that damage.
Another blaster. So I think that Aroc has entered race mode here, where that is a lot of damage on the ground. He has 15 damage on the ground. So Tim has to find something next turn. You would imagine he'll be able to tap something. So Eric's not going to be able to have lethal on board, most likely. But Aroc is piling on the damage and making Tim have to consider his lines. Consider his lines in action economy carefully.
If he gets a multi-ping, it'll tap Ayla and kill the 2/3.
Yeah.
So we'll take another 5, putting him at 18. And then we'll have to see what else Aroc can deploy this turn. He might not have the multi-tapper either.
But even just taking the 5 puts him dead to 1 Ayla attack. So then it's going to constantly be an initiative battle. I think this is the main way that you combat Django. You have to get them to where you are within 1 action of lethal, and they have to play the initiative game and can't afford to put damage on your base.
Yep.
Doesn't always work, but it seems to be the most winning strategy.
And then the other side of that is Django's trying to do the full exhaust every turn until the point where they have enough material on the board to completely kill you.
Yeah. Or until you're within 13 and they sneak attack a Devastator.
Right. Just do it all at once. Although in that, they probably hit you for 9 there, because they still need to tap the board to not die.
Well,
yeah.
Well, it can be 12, because you can 3 to base, 1 to Ayla, tap it, and then attack them for 9. So
Yeah.
Surprise strike for 7. That's a lot of damage. So 23. So within 2.
Wow.
And if Aroc kills the Ruthless Raider, that kills him.
Yeah. And sneak attack and TDR are very dangerous now. Daring Raid is very dangerous. Another Ruthless Raider from the hand.
Yeah. Tim has 5 resources left, so he could sneak attack Raider.
Eric, can I see your discard?
Yeah.
How many things
how many
that we just listed off
Raiders?
are still in there? Yeah.
The answer is all of them.
Yeah, right? Well, I don't think any of them are... no, there's a Daring Raid in there?
There's a Daring Raid in the discard pile.
Yeah.
Well, that was another surprise strike.
Whoa.
So now surprise striking Ayla in. So now both players are very close to dead here.
24? All right.
Yeah, so does Tim... I think Tim has a P38, so he could have... Without the surprise strike, he could have tapped Kira and lived. But with it... Yeah. So it looks like we're going to go to a game 3 here.
And we're dead. Yeah, if he had a multi-ping there, he could have lived another turn.
So going to game 3 here, 1-1 between Aroc and Titanic. And we are going to go over to our backup feature match so this is a Django Mirror with Symbiote on the left side of your screen and Crusher from McClunky Gaming on the right side. So we're fairly confident that Symbiote won game 1. We're not 100% sure.
He did.
He did. Okay, he did. We have confirmation that he did. And it looks like he's doing pretty well in game 2 as well. So this could be a Symbiote 5-0 start to the to day 1 of the 6K pool. So that's really cool for him. If you haven't met him, he's a really nice guy, super cool guy. Big into KTOD stuff. Yeah,
I actually have Tourette's syndrome. For people talking about noises.
Yeah, Jonathan's doing what he can, but we live with it, and it lets us enjoy his amazing commentary. So it is totally worth it. And yeah, Tata suggesting lines in there, which when Tata suggests a line in Django, you listen because Tata knows Django really well, and also the line he's suggesting makes a lot of sense because you lead with your tap effect. You get to tap the largest unit. You get to put your damage on board, and then also Eric doesn't know exactly what to play around. So yeah, really good points by Tata on that one.
I think in that board state, Tim probably just wasn't thinking about surprise strike.
Yeah,
like he was probably looking at the numbers on the board and thinking, okay, I don't need to do this now. I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah, he might have also been thinking he wanted to scare Eric into being worried about a raider or whatever. And it's no problem, Poryadis. It's not. We're just explaining that's why. That's what's going on. But let's see if Symbiote can close out this game too and go to a clean 5-0. It looks like he's doing pretty well. He's behind on board state, but really ahead on damage. So we'll have to see what kind of reach he can get to. We're not sure how many triple dark raids or sneak attacks or anything he's gone through. We jumped into this in the middle as well as you guys did.
So for me, both these players are such nice guys. I don't even know who I want to win.
That's
Symbiote's
awesome.
a local, so I'm gonna go.
Nice.
That's who I'm going for.
I've never met Crusher, so I'm not saying he's not nice. I've just met Symbiote, and he's just an awesome person. He's amazing to talk to. He's just a really cool guy. So certainly no. Every McClunky guy that I've ever met has been awesome. I just haven't met Crusher. that team is it's a really cool, good group of guys.
I really love that this game brings together people like that. It's very cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Boba unit doing Boba things and actually killing Django without taking 3 damage back. So I haven't seen that in a while.
14 on base, but there's
no board state. No board state, and the fact that Django can be really good against the normally your biggest reach of something like a Sneak Devastator. Django can have anything to tap it down. So it can be harder to pull off in the mirror.
Django now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess they both lost their Django.
Yeah. But with no board, you don't the Crusher doesn't need to worry about a multi-tapper. He just says, okay, at most I'll need to tap one thing, so I just need to keep that option available. And he can action Dirtle by attacking with his units, waiting for Symbiote to make a move.
I think it's pretty interesting here because
Waylay on the War Jug. I like that a lot. Get a lot of the pressure off the board. Obviously, you're giving him a tapper back into hand, but I think that you're basically in the you got to do what you got to do phase.
And again, the Djangos are gone.
Yeah, so I would expect Crusher to just start attacking with his units and forcing Symbiote to do something else here. Triple Dark Raid's still not bad because you could get something like a Ruthless Raider. Looks like he has 4 resources up, so yeah, so he could get a Ruthless Raider. He could, which still does 2 to base and forces the War Jug play to tap the Raider. Let's see what he has though. I can't see everything that's in his hand.
I like the Boba unit coming into play. It's always been such an appealing card in this deck since you can already exhaust units. And the 3/5 body. I play Liberated Slaves in Han. Like I would love to have an ability on my Liberated Slaves.
Yeah. And our main feature match has gotten into Game 3. I want to stick with this just another turn or two to see if we can see either Symbiote get the last damage in or Crusher turn the corner. We'll switch back in a second to the primary. I just want to give these guys a little bit of time in the sun and see how this gets closed out, because this is a really interesting state, I think, of this mirror. We see a Devastator in the resource for Crusher. We see the top 2 cards of his deck get flipped over. That may result in a judge call. Okay, so I think they're going to go to a judge call about the fact that he saw the top 2 cards of his deck. So we're going to switch back to the top feature match while they resolve that judge call.
All right, so I was watching Titanic played his space unit, the one that does 2 indirect when defeated. It's a 2/3.
It's a Gyrian Starhopper.
And then Eric played an R2 discarding a Millennium Falcon. Got the ping on the Starhopper.
So yeah, so we're keeping an eye on both matches. So we're gonna try to keep you wherever there's action and wherever we can keep a coherent storyline going. So let us know in the comments if you appreciate this, if it's too confusing, if you what you prefer. We're trying out new things, so we want to give you guys a good viewer experience. So if there is any players you specifically want us to keep tracking, or any matchups you want to see, let us know. Let us know what you like and what you don't like, because we're here to give a good product to you guys.
This time he has an R2 he could load up.
Yeah,
He's gone 3 to base every time. Again.
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
I think here one thing. Yeah, I was gonna say one thing he might want to do here is keep the R2 up so that he can kill it. So because now he can go R2 plus 2 drop. Wow, surprise! That's a lot of investment.
Yeah, 2 drop wouldn't have done it.
Well, 2 drop plus the R2 attack. So that R2 attacks for 2.
But the grill's a 3 drop. It has to.
Oh, sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah.
Wow, the surprise strike. Are we looking for a Lux again, or
getting the Millennium Falcon? Interesting. So yeah, he basically Eric used the surprise strike and the bounty hunter's quarry to get a 3 drop out of his deck. And now that's gonna draw out. I would imagine it's gonna draw out the Tarkentown on the Falcon.
Yeah,
Tim might just see. Tim might just wait to see if Eric wants to bounce the Falcon and try to ping it if he doesn't.
I think, given that Eric took initiative, oftentimes when you're playing Tarkentown, that's the right time to use it.
Yeah,
if it's a good moment for
it.
it.
Because you're already not getting initiatives. So you're not worried about that.
Yeah. I like that these feature match tables have this railing they can put their hand on.
Yeah,
they don't need hand
tokens. Really convenient.
Yeah, the players are doing that. I like it.
People asking about certain deck lists. So we do have the ability to see what deck lists are at some of the top tables.
I'm going to switch.
Switch up.
A Devastator just hit the table for Crusher.
Double. It looks like we have double Devastator going on. So it looks like Crusher got there, I think, with his so the ready Devastator.
At 12.
Yeah.
12 plus 13. What is that?
25.
25. As a
Django magician.
player, getting your opponent to 12 is kind of a magic number here.
Yeah.
As long as you're trying to line up that Devastator attack.
Yeah, and I think what we saw there, so trying to catch up, we saw obviously Symbiote had a Devastator out, but a lot of times with this Django mirror, it's who blinks first, who has to show their hand first and play a readied unit. And so Symbiote played his first, which would have won him the game, except Crusher had his Devastator to back up, and then second Devastator always wins.
Yeah. And do we know if that was game 3?
I think that was game 2, so I think they're going to game 3 now.
Ooh. All right, let's switch back.
Yeah, so switching back. And yeah, Tada mentioning in chat to the question, so going through the lower bracket of the 3v3 was 3 extra rounds because of how the brackets work. So the KTOD guys played 9 rounds yesterday of getting through the 3v3 to the team. So they all dropped from the pool so they could actually eat food and be humans, which is understandable. And so they're all going to play in the second pool that's going to start at noon today. So that's where we'll be able to see Tada, Wu, and Alex jump back into the fray. You'll also get to see them at 7 p.m. Eastern in the finals of the 3v3. They each have 1 loss between the McClunky Gaming team and the KTOD team. So we'll see them at 7 p.m. And we're back here in Game 3 of Django versus Quinlan Green. And we see the Shadowed Hover tank come out, which is a good answer to this Kira. We don't know what the Kira named, but if it was something important, this tank will take it out.
Usually TDR or something like that, but sometimes it could be particularly important.
Could have been like a War Jug.
Yeah, in his hand.
Yeah, so something that I've seen a lot before is you Kira your Django opponent, and they have a TDR and a sneak and a 6-drop. So then you just name the 6-drop because they can't sneak attack it in, and it takes away that hit from their TDR.
Right. Yeah, those Kira decisions can be pretty interesting sometimes.
Yeah.
Sneak attack.
Sneak attack was named with the Kira.
And they are shuffling up in the other match, so they're definitely going to another game.
Yeah, they're going to, so hopefully we can see a clean ending to this game 3 and then get you over to the other game 3.
Yep.
Just constant action.
Right,
Oh, we see the Kira flip now. So Titanic could take out the Kira if he wants to. If he doesn't want to free up his sneak attack, he could just go 5 to base. The risk he runs into there is something like an ECL Ayla killing the tank for free.
Puts him close to that magic number we were just talking about, 12. Yeah. But sneak attack is currently shut down.
Correct. He could. Next turn is open for triple dark raid into Devastator. You need 6 resources for that. So that line is still open. We have no idea what's in the hands, and I think Titanic now is making that decision of, do I get 5 on base or do I kill this Kira? He goes for the Kira. So I'm guessing Kira saw a sneak attack, and Titanic wants to unlock
must be there. Oh, are we on? We're on 5. Yeah, so he can
he's on
attack
5.
Raider. He can sneak attack Raider.
This is Django flip turn. I would imagine he hasn't flipped yet.
We saw the Raider in his hand. I think that's what we're gonna see.
Yeah.
And an exhaust on Quinlan.
But the question is, does he? Well, so the other thing is, you know that Plo Koon is there. Okay, Sneak Raider. I like this a lot. If your play is Sneak Attack Ruthless Raider, there's no reason to flip first. You don't need to expose it to the Ayla.
Electromagnetic Pulse.
Yeah, Electromagnetic Pulse has been a good sideboard card against Django that we've seen. General's Blade on Quinlan. So that is very scary for Titanic. He's going to have to figure out at what point does he have to claim and keep tapping that? Because it's not just the 6 damage. 6 damage is a lot to eat, but it's also the resource cost reduction that could make this Quinlan have some crazy turns.
Without that blade, Titanic had the option of killing the Quinlan, and now he cannot. So that also is pretty important here.
Yeah, he's going to get 2 extra damage from this Raider dying. Oh, they're remembering the... Oh, okay, so they're going to the next turn. They're doing the ends trigger now.
Yeah, Titanic claimed.
Yeah. Which I like, because I don't think you can afford to get hit from this Quinlan next turn. You don't have a big enough advantage to let it hit you, so you need to start with tapping the Quinlan and force Eric to do something else.
Right. Yeah, because he invested on suiting up his Quinlan. You have less targets to ping.
Yeah.
A lot easier. You don't need a tank. A P-38 will do the job.
We see the Triple Dark Raid, and I think we see a P-38 as well. So I think Titanic is deciding how safe does he want to be. The P-38 is a guaranteed tap.
Right.
The Triple Dark Raid is a probable tap.
And you only have 3 left, so you wouldn't TDR into
That does let you TDR into Devastator. I think you can TDR into everything with 6.
No, I mean if you P-38 first.
Oh, sorry, yeah, if you P-38 first, it's a big risk for sure.
Is that a no good to me, Dad? I think it is.
No good to me, Dad. So there's an Ayla without Coordinate, but it still only takes 3 damage back. But either way, the Quinlan is not going to be online next turn, so that's going to give Tim some breathing room. Now you could TDR and try to hit Ruthless Raider. I kind of like the option. Well, I kind of like the option of saving it, because if you just play the P-38...
Doesn't it kill Ayla? The Ruthless?
Ruthless would, but if you save the TDR and just do the P-38 now, you give yourself the out of Devastator next turn.
Okay.
So now you've got this damage. You get to spend your resources.
He's got a Greedo
Yeah,
too.
he's got the Greedo too.
There we go.
So you get to spend all your resources as Tim, and now you're set up for the
Wait, did he actually have a TDR? Because
yes, I believe
he just drew
did.
2 cards.
I think he has one. He had 1 card left in hand, which was TDR before he drew. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
I thought I saw one.
He just drew 2, and that's all he has.
So maybe I'm very wrong.
I guess he didn't have it.
I could have sworn I saw a Triple Dark Raid. Apparently, I am blind and delirious.
Oh, you resourced. I wonder what that other card is.
Sneak attack. Looks like a sneak attack.
Sneak attack? I wonder what he resourced then.
Well, so he might have gotten to the point where he just had 2 dead cards, where there was 2 sneak attacks or something like that, and he wants Devastator to be a live draw.
Yeah,
so because
exactly.
if he wants to, he could sneak Devastator, but that could get discarded by Quinlan. So he wants to make it so that he can just hard cast the Devastator if he draws one next turn. Rito takes out Ayla.
Are we gonna flip?
You gotta flip it.
Oh,
he didn't flip. No flip.
McClunky Gaming. You're supposed to flip. All right, 11 on base, 14 left. We've got 10 power on the board for Eric.
So yeah, claim here. So Echo-based Defender is actually very important here because it means that Tim can't sneak attack or triple dark raid into a War Juggernaut and have it hit the base. So Echo Base is very critical to the game plan here. It really limits his outs to Devastator being pretty important.
I think Tim had one of those empty draws that you can get in these decks.
Yeah, it looks like a
Is that-
crafty.
Or am I... What's that middle card?
There's an event. I can't tell if it's a triple dark raid or not. We're gonna find out really.
Ooh, it might be.
is. I think
Okay,
it
that's
is. So
fine.
he has a
That's
triple dark
fine.
raid.
Yeah, that's a good draw.
But do you attack with the P38 first? I think you do, because you want to get them to 13. Any unit that's 3 or more with Quinlan out can kill this P38. Tim's also at 11 on his base, so he has to be slightly cognizant. So there's 10 damage there, so he's not dead to a surprise strike. But the advantage of triple dark raiding now is he can tap the Quinlan and make him feel a little bit safer. But not getting in that guaranteed damage means that the Devastator is not going to be lethal on its own.
Yeah, we're only at 10, so it's not going to kill him.
We see a two War Juggernauts, I think. Don't see a Devastator. So I imagine he's going to go with the War Juggernaut, which will let him kill the Echo-based Defender. But I think the biggest thing this War Juggernaut does is it gives him something to play next turn, because we know he has the sneak attack in hand. So he can tap Quinlan, and then take out the Echo Base, return the War Juggernaut to hand, and then get the... Oh, he pings his own War Juggernaut, so maybe he has a Daring Raid to kill this Echo Base? I'm not sure.
I didn't see one. We'll see. And then
he might also, even without it, he might just want to represent, to make Eric think that he has a Daring Raid.
Oh,
Commandeer. So this is the big card that people have been talking about as an anti-Django, and we're really seeing it play out here.
7 plus 4 is 11. 23.
But Tim does
Or
get
22.
to... So Tim gets to attack with a P38, but it's going to be really hard for him to deal with both units next turn. So he can get up to 13, and he'll get the War Juggernaut back in hand. But he should get up to the damage point where Echo Base and Quinlan are both lethal threats, and I don't know how he's going to be able to deal with both.
Yeah.
He could get another Shadowed Hover Tank. That would do it. But I'm not sure. We've already seen one. I'm not sure how many are in his list.
2 in the sideboard. They're my cards, remember? It's
So yeah, he has no hover tanks main and 2 in the sideboard.
Yeah.
I think he's talking through with Eric here what he could draw, what his outs could be. Because actually I think Devastator would still be an out for him. So he attacks the base for 3, and then he would, if he plays Devastator, he can kill the Echo Base and tap the Quinlan. He would then need Quinlan to not have a unit that could kill the P38. Plays the Crafty out. That is interesting.
I want to show you something.
Oh,
This is the Symbiote Crusher board. Look at all that damage on this War Juggernaut.
That is a wide board, and that is a War Jug that hits for a lot.
Oh my gosh.
So
These guys are going nuts here.
So this is game 3 of a Django Tarkentown mirror between Symbiote and Crusher. It looks like Symbiote still has all his resources, so if he can tap this War Jug, both players have Django out, so all the multi-tappers are active. But he needs to tap this quick. I don't know what that damage adds up to, but it's a big number.
It's a lot. That's why I switched, because I was adding it up and I was like, whoa, this is lethal.
This War Jug attacks for 13 right now.
Oh no. He
JK attacks, it doesn't attack.
He doesn't have
a multi-tapper, but he has his own War Juggernaut. So the initiative game here is huge.
Yeah.
Both of these War Jugs, the War Jug one shot isn't lethal, but if Crusher gets a few more damage on base, then it will be.
These war jugs hit for 13.
Yeah, 13.
Did you add it up? Yeah.
Yeah.
13.
Oh, down to 12. We've got a target down.
Oh my.
We need a war jug power tracker.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
So there are currently 3 12 power units on the board in this game state.
So it's Symbiote's action. We've got 3, 4, 5, 6. There is enough power to just trade into Symbiote's war jug if that was the correct play. I'm not sure.
I will say Crusher has the best unit in the game. He has a Bib Fortuna out, so I don't think he can lose from here.
No. Well, it doesn't have its shield.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Best unit.
He can play a surprise strike with that Bib. Okay. Now, is he trading into the war jug? Is he claiming?
Yeah, it's interesting because if you... He doesn't. He kills the Django, or sorry, puts damage into the Django to kill it next turn. So this makes me think that Crusher has to either have an answer for this war jug or be able to get it below 10 power. He could trade with enough units where it doesn't attack for 10.
Yeah, it's trading away all this material.
Yeah. He would basically need to trade away 2 more units. So he could trade Bib and Django and then just sacrifice his crafty into the war jug if Symbiote claims here. But Symbiote also has 4 resources up, so it could be something like a TDR trying to hit a Ruthless Raider.
Yeah.
Or this Bazine.
Oh. Now the other match did come to a conclusion.
2 no good to me deads. So he could actually Bib the no good to me dead right now. And
wow.
So if Symbiote claims, then he could no good to me dead the war jug. If Symbiote doesn't claim, he could Bib into the surprise strike.
So that's why we're not seeing Crusher trade into the war jug. He's just gonna tap it down.
And with the 2 no good to me dead, Symbiote can't even just get one of them from the Bazine. So yeah, I think you just take the unique card. Feels bad.
Crusher's gonna be able to finish off the Django to take away the multi-tap.
He might have drawn into a surprise strike. Well, so he can trade Crafty into Django and then no good to me dead the war jug.
Yep. So killed the Django.
Killed the Django, no good to me dead at the war jug.
Alright, so we've got 7 power on Symbiote's side that's going to be readying this turn. And then those war jugs are currently, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damaged units. They have 9 power each. $22 damage on Crusher's side.
Symbiote needs something good here.
Jacob one.
We have... So we have some breaking news from our other feature match in the Titanic versus Eric, the Django Red versus Quinlan Green. Quinlan Green took that down in 3 games.
Okay, so
Eric took Titanic down.
This time since Titanic lost, he mispiloted my cards.
Fair.
But in the wins, it was because he's playing my deck.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's like me. Every game of SWU I've ever lost, I've lost due to bad luck. Every game that I've won, I've won due to an incredible skill.
You must be a TDR player.
You know it. I play TDR in every deck, whether I have vehicles or not. So yeah, we see 1 more Juggernaut able to attack here. Not enough for lethal, but enough to put him in check.
Strike. We might see the surprise strike here.
Yeah, the Bazined away a surprise strike, and I believe he immediately drew another one. We also know he has another no good to me dead. He goes for the triple dark raid.
I mean, he still has his Django, so
yeah. So Crusher has a lot of options here, outside of whatever it hits from the TDR. IG 2000, so being able to tap the board down.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful.
He also has another no good to me dead so he could stop the War Juggernaut from untapping next turn as well.
That is a tapped 7th Fleet Defender with 2 damage on it.
That we call that a dead 7th Fleet Defender.
So 7, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 9 plus 3, 12. 16 plus 7, not quite there yet. I mean, it's not over.
Yeah?
It's so close.
There's the Devastator.
Oh. Okay.
So where does he put this devastating damage is the question. He's already used the Django tap.
You're putting it. You need 1 on the base to make it to threaten lethal.
Yeah, so 2 kills the Django. He has 2 more indirect to deal. He can't tap anything else.
I think you have to put 1 on the base at least.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think he just puts
2.
the 2 on the base because the other damage doesn't matter, basically. Like, putting another damage on a unit doesn't change any of the numbers.
Right. So now, we need that other no good to me dead.
But even if you no good the Devastator, the Juggernaut's there. So now you have 2 units you need to no good. And you don't have Django for multi-tap. So heads up play by Symbiote, making sure to take out the Django so that Crusher can't tap both his Devastator and the War Jug.
We may see Crusher trade off one of his War Jugs.
Yeah, you could trade the War Jug in and then no good the Devastator, but then your own War Jug is susceptible to a single tap effect. I think that's the only play that I can see that leaves him not dead.
You're always looking for lethal on your opponent as well, because Symbiote's tapped out. So Crusher is doing his due diligence, checking all his options to find lethal, make sure he doesn't miss it.
Yeah, it always feels bad to do. At a first glance, that's what I see as the play lines for him to take. Surprise strike
into the Devastator.
Surprise strike into the Devastator to kill it. So now you can no good the War Jug. I honestly forgot he had the surprise strike. But yeah, that makes sense. So now he can no good the War Jug and attack his own into base. Because this is where Crusher wants to be. You want to be the one that has 2 threats out that the Django player has to tap when they can only tap 1 each turn. This is a position Symbiote did his best to put himself in.
Yeah.
But yeah, just more surprise strikes helping out, coming in clutch for Crusher. Multiple surprise strikes, multiple no good to me deads, really making an impact here in this game 3.
Symbiote would need to find 8 damage to close this game out. His attacker in space only does 3, so he'd have to find 5 from somewhere else if he was able to get that attack in.
So Crusher coming in for 9 more damage.
And there's the no good to me
no
dead.
good.
The reminder token. We tend to turn ours upside down in my house.
So each of these War Jugs right now attack for 9, which is lethal to Symbiote's base. So he has to play a Sentinel or somehow get both of these tapped, or 1 killed and 1 tapped. Devastator can't do that.
Ready your leader, Crusher. Come on, Django players. Ready your leader. Crusher played a lot of Boba 1. You should be used to readying your leader. Okay.
Yeah, we see an ISB agent that can only tap 1 thing. Surprise strike, but 6 damage from the P-38 isn't enough.
Did they both not ready their leader?
Correct.
Come on, guys.
It's just a gentleman's agreement. Don't tap anything.
Yeah, let's just not.
Yeah.
Let's just not. How about we don't? 16 on one base, 17 on the other. A much better board state for Crusher.
Yeah, so the surprise strike gets Crusher to within 2 damage of losing, but 2 ain't 0. We're not playing horse grenades.
Crusher figured it out.
Yeah.
Ready this Django.
That is time in the round, but it looks like we are going to see a resolution to this match before.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hits for 8.
Oh, 8? Did I miss count? I thought it hit for 9.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, yeah, you're right. So counting is hard. That
is
hits for
hard.
8. Jordan asking in chat how many Django decks are in the tournament. I don't have the numbers on hand. We may be able to find that information between rounds. There are a lot. That is
if I had to
official answer.
estimate,
And then so right now we're waiting. We're not giving out numbers on deck lists until after Pool 2 locks their deck list in. So that tournament starts in a few hours, and once those deck lists are locked, we'll give out the data for decks in Pool 1.
if I had to guess, I would say number of players plus 1. How many Django decks are out there?
Yeah.
Oh, who just won? It had to be Crusher, right?
I believe Crusher got there with the last damage.
Yeah,
He only
I
had
didn't see
to
anything.
get one more, and
Yeah.
and Symbio did not have a way to kill the Bib. So Bib getting in for the last damage.
Best card in the deck?
Best card in the game.
Best card in the deck.
Yeah. Everybody that's memeing on Bib, it just won the Django Mirror.
I saw it, and it let him no good to me dead.
Yeah. No, it was unironically good there. I mean, I joke about the card a lot, but it was unironically good in that situation. He had one resource left. It let him play the no good to me dead, and then it also let him just attack for the final single point of damage, which is also important in the match. So, yeah, congratulations to Crusher for beating Symbiote, and also congrats to Eric for taking down Titanic. Those were 2 good matches that we got to see. So.
Next round starts soon, but I think we'll get a quick break in.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in a few minutes. They said, Colossus sounds good for a control deck. I'm going to take my control deck and switch in Colossus.
Right.
The problem is, when you say draw one fewer card in your opening hand, that changes the math of everything about how your deck, how the curve functions, how you need to build a standard curve of turn 1 plays and turn 2 plays to have consistent gameplay. George is the kind of person that fully understands this, though. He did a lot of math on every slot in his deck for card draw. He understands the possibilities of what happens with discard, what happens with all these other options. And he knows how his curve needs to function. And he also loves Smuggle. So he understands that, oh, you discard him? Okay, cool. I'm going to play cards out of my resource row. He plays cards that you may think are suboptimal cards, but because they have Smuggle, they basically redraw a card. And he really utilizes the extra 5 health from this Colossus really well. So this is the kind of matchup that he wants to see as well. So in my opinion, Tyler's got his work cut out for him. George wants to beat Django's with this list, so I want to see how this matchup plays out.
You can really see it on the starting turn. 3-2 in space, 2 underworld units for George, immediately killing the 3-2 before another unit could be deployed to soak damage.
Yeah, and we see the McClunky here. So McClunky itself is an underworld card, so it lets him kill the 4 health unit. This deck is really good at handling small boards that go wide, as well as a decent number of boards that try to go tall.
So another nice thing about the shield on this crafty, you can use it to attack into something, turn it to your hand with McClunky, and redeploy it.
Yeah. And I told George before this match started, I didn't know if I wanted to put him on the feature match because I don't know if I want everyone else trying to play this Cad Bane Colossus deck. I don't want to have to play against it more.
The other thing about feature matches with George is he gets a little playful.
He
changes his play lines.
He loves his wild lines on stream.
Yeah,
when he knows he's on stream, he goes for the crazy plays, which is also a reason to put him on stream. It's pretty funny.
Like bouncing his DJ and playing it over and over. Just, all kinds of things.
Yeah, so here he gets to give the Ruthless Raider, I believe it's -3 attack, and also gets to ping it. So now it only attacks for 1. Yeah, so you see only the 1 damage on base because that is a card with Smuggle, the spaceship, that if you control an underworld unit, you get to give a unit -3 for the phase. So really good against your TDRs and sneak attacks where they're trying to get in damage right now.
It's a good example of one of those cards that a lot of players would look at and consider it suboptimal. But it has Smuggle, it has function here, and it's doing its job.
If a lot of these cards said draw a card when you played them, they would see a lot of play.
People
but the fact that it
excited.
says Smuggle, it's a little bit more sneaky way of saying draw a card.
Draw half a card.
Yeah. Because it gives you more options in your hand. You just get to put that card down, you know you've made your resource decision, and then you get to play it even if you have no cards in hand. Power of the Dark Side coming in to kill the Django leader. I would say George is pretty happy with his spot right now. We see Tyler has a Devastator in hand. You can never count Django out. I certainly don't want to insinuate that this Django deck can't win. Django can beat anything at any time. But
he's really close to that Magic 12, for example.
Yeah, but I mean, the 12 isn't the number against George because he's got a 35 health base. You got to get the 22 against George.
Yeah, he's on 12. Oh, man.
Yeah, so we see that, but also I think George is at the point now where he's going to be able to turn the corner and start putting Tyler on the back foot.
Difference between 12 and 22?
Yeah.
That is huge.
Roughly 10.
Just about. Just about. The strict difference.
So Tyler could sneak Devastator if he does have a sneak. So he could sneak Devastator this turn. I think the question he's asking himself is how much does that do? Does he need the Devastator fully out? He might not be able to afford to have the Devastator die this turn. So it could just be a sneak attack, or a surprise strike into an IG 2000 and make it so that the sneak Devastator next turn gets you closer, or just the hard cast Devastator. So Tyler's really got some decisions to make here. With how far behind is he? How much damage can he pump in? Because he could very likely get in 13 damage this turn with the Sneak Devastator, but is that even enough? He might need to do more than that. He might need to do something like kill the Crafty Smuggler and only do 11 to base. I think he needs to not play the Devastator, not sneak the Devastator this turn, try to pump in extra damage the other way and see how close he can get.
Yeah, that base health difference when bases only have 25 health on them, you can like overcommit and just throw your cards into dealing damage to it. But here, if you do that, you run out of options, run out of cards. You might still be 10 away from killing him.
Yeah. So I think he is going to go for the Devastator this turn because he didn't surprise strike the Ruthless Raider. So that makes me think that he wanted to get in the attack before it dies, and now he might do the Sneak Sneak Devastator we see here. There's a lot of damage facing him down, so he did all 4 to base.
George has...
So he's going to be able to get George to 28 if he attacks, but he doesn't get to attack because of the no good to me dead here. So, yeah, George with the answers.
Another great card against sneak attack. You just exhaust it, a lot of the value is gone.
Yeah, there are a lot of exhaust options that people like, and then Long Pike from Smuggle. So now the Devastator dies to the sneak attack, and now George is exactly where he wants to be. He's going to be able to get Tyler into lethal this turn. And while the damage on base is tied, the health remaining is not.
Yeah. When you set yourself up for racing and you have a Colossus versus a 25 base, it is so hard.
Yeah, you compare, Colossus to the 30 HP bases, and you say, it's only 5 more damage.
They have the same damage on base.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
yeah, the same damage on base, but not so. Another Sneak Devastator. So actually, this might be able to get Tyler there. So this gets George to 22. He has the blaster, so he has the 1 action lethal to be able to get there. So yeah, Tyler tried his best on that one. I think we saw the power of the 35 health there really coming in clutch. Yeah. And I think George just understanding what this Django can do, understanding what he has to play around and how much damage they can deal at a time. He knows what cards he has to keep in his hand. So I think really well played by both players. I think Tyler did everything that he could there. I like the lines that he took, understanding. Especially with that maybe is out with Sneak Devastator into Sneak Devastator, which is what he had. George just had the answers. So I think Tyler did what he could there to play to win.
Actually, both the other match also coming to conclusion at the same time. You can switch to it.
The other feature match is shuffling up.
So I believe Frank just lost game 1. So the other match is between Frank, Myers, and whose opponent is
Blaine. His opponent is Blaine.
Okay.
Yeah, so Han Blue versus Sabine Yellow is our backup feature match. They are also in sideboarding.
I did see the board state right before this, and Frank had a lot of units on the board, but also a lot of damage on his base and very little on Han's base. So I'm pretty sure Frank lost that.
Yeah, notably you can tell that Frank likes his Sabine Yellow because he bought the Twin Suns deck pod just to get the Hyperfoil yellow base.
You can play foils if they're bases and leaders pretty easily.
Yeah.
They're allowed to curl a little bit when they're just laying on the table.
I don't call them curled. I prefer to call them self-standing.
Self-standing?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Little tents.
Yeah, I don't know much about... I don't know anything about this Han Blue list specifically, or how Han Blue is getting played. Maybe that was game 2. They're putting everything away, so maybe that was game 2.
Did they just play 2 super fast games?
Alright, so it turns out in this feature match there was a concession. So we're going to go back to our main feature match, they're starting up game 2 right now. Alright, so we are coming here to the start of game 2 between George the Hulk and Tyler, aka Dark, from McClunky Gaming. We saw George take game 1. For those asking in chat, our understanding is there was some kind of non-game related personal matter that needed to be dealt with. So we're going back to our main. So both of these players are 4-1 in this matchup. So this is very critical. I don't believe any X2s are going to make it. So whoever wins this match between George and Tyler also will have to win the next round to make it into the top 8. They are both very live, though.
There we go. Got it.
So yeah, here we go. We see the Gorilla Soldier. This is I really like this Gorilla Soldier in Django. Just getting 5 damage on George's base early. We saw Tyler get pretty close last game, and starting with something like this where he gets he gets in some damage and a unit on base early is a better start for him than last game, I think, where we saw George just murder his turn 1 and 2 play without taking extra damage.
That early damage is really important here. You got to add up to 35 somehow.
Yeah. Oh, we see the Long Pike from hand from George. This has been an interesting... I think this is the first card he's played this game on 4 resources. So not the best start from George. So let's see if Tyler can seize on this opening in what seems like a bit of a stumble from the CAD deck. It looks like we see 2 electromagnetic pulses in George's hand. So we've got a lot of sideboard cards in hand. So George may have said, I can take the early damage and I'll be able to come back with these extra cards. Not sure what he resourced.
We also missed if he mulliganed, I think.
True, yeah, no, he may have just mulliganed into unplayable turn 1 and 2s, which would be very unlucky for him because I know his decks have very high percentage plays.
It's definitely something he focuses a lot on, but once you take that mulligan, you've eaten up a lot of that percentage.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we see a lot is people either keeping an average hand and then not drawing anything, or mulliganing an average hand into an unplayable hand. Both of those are big risks with this game. We see the IG 2000 come down, and especially there are some really interesting risky lines that George could take here. You could always shield the IG 2000 if you want to keep your Long Pike alive, which looks like that's what George is going to do. So basically he's saying, I'm going to be able to kill this IG 2000 without damage. So you can have a shield. I'm going to keep my Long Pike around.
It's a really common play in these decks that have targeted removal that doesn't care about shields.
Yeah. Not sure what unit that was that Tyler played. It looks like it has 2 health, though. Oh, it's a Kylo's TIE Silencer. So Kylo's TIE Silencer gets killed. So now Tyler's opened back up for Power of the Dark Side, which I think is what George wants to do. Tyler, realizing that is what George wants to do, immediately plays another unit. So now George has to kill this Boba before he can power the dark side away this IG 2000.
He might just fire it off. Killing the Boba is still okay. You can start hitting base with your
I think he does, because also it lets you draw into a second power the dark side. But Tyler with a really good read there that George, the main reason to shield that is because George wants to play power the dark side. So Tyler playing around that really well.
Yeah, just trying to make sure he gets his damage in. And he gets to keep his ship instead of his Boba, because he could have attacked with the ship, lost it to power, and then played the Boba. So he's decided, I would rather have this shielded ship.
Yeah, which I totally agree with. I think you definitely would rather have the shielded ship than the Boba unit. So Tyler currently in the lead in terms of health remaining on base, so that's exciting.
He got there.
And second shield. So George now really affirming that, okay, when we get there, we're getting there with with a removal spell, not with damage. Already up to 16 damage on base. Almost halfway there.
He's going to be able to finish off the Django, but he's not putting any pressure on his opponent's base. So racing could become difficult here. Which isn't terribly surprising. We saw how slow his start was. Played his first card on 4 resources. Looks like a Ruthless Raider to me. Oh, the glare in this portion of the screen can be a little challenging.
Yeah, it's kind of the lighting is a little bit tricky. That we didn't have the most choices with how to deal with it, so we're working through it.
Yep. What was that?
It was triple dark rated in.
What Underworld card got played to... Well, that wasn't an Underworld card. There's 1 damage on the Ruthless Raider. I missed what that was.
Yes, I'm not sure where that 1 damage came from either. So also with CAD deployed, it would be 2 damage.
Right, exactly. That's why I'm like, where did 1 come from?
We see Jetpack. I think it was triple dark rated in, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
There's a McClunky. Oh, it's a capture card. Okay,
yeah,
so we
yeah.
use Bounty Hunter's Quarry, I believe, to capture the IG 2000 and shield the Cad Bane.
Relentless Pursuit.
Relentless Pursuit. That's the one. Relentless Pursuit to capture any unit. So Relentless Pursuit notably can cross arenas.
Yeah, JPC, I was wondering if it was Electromagnetic Pulse and he just put 1 damage instead of 2. I guess that's what happened.
Yeah, I think that's what
it
it
does
was.
do 2 damage.
We were trying to figure out why it was 1 damage and not 2. But yeah, but 1 versus 2 damage doesn't really matter when the card was triple dark rated. Either way, it's going to bounce back to hand. So
Corey's saying base should be at 22.
That I have no idea about. I was focused on damaged units.
Yeah. See if it comes up.
So 27 damage. George really getting. He's in. I mean, he's in Devastator range with something like a Sneak Devastator.
Right. We're past the magic number of 22.
Yeah.
Not 12.
Yeah. So we'll see here if he goes base. I think I like going base here. You've got to start getting some damage in. And he can still kill Django with the Long Pike if he needs to, or if Tyler does something that taps it, then he can claim. All
right, Kel's saying base does actually look fine.
Okay, yeah, because I saw a Surprise Strike go to the bin
Yeah.
while we were figuring out the damage. So yeah, that makes sense to me as well.
It looks like, was that a Ruthless Raider? So she
Yeah,
had
Ruthless Raider.
2 more damage on the Lom.
Or you can pop the shield on the cat. I think you do 2 to the Lom. Oh, what? Sorry, yeah, you do 2 to the Lom if you don't want to get hit in the face because it taps it.
It's already exhausted. So
Another
I
Relentless
think
Pursuit.
It's meant to have taken that too.
So 2nd shield on Cad, 2nd card captured by Cad. This Cad is relentlessly pursuing relentlessly. The Kylo's TIE Silencer coming out for Tyler.
We did miss 2 damage on that, right? I think so.
That is possible.
Okay.
I was looking at
Silencer.
shieldy things and trying to figure out which cards were which.
Yeah. 27. We can hear the players talking a little bit. They're chatting it up.
Yeah, he did not take the Raider damage to base.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think both of the Ruthless Raider triggers were not done.
Well, the Lom got exhausted. That's what's weird. Just didn't put the damage. Just gonna ask the players real quick.
We're going to double check with the players. These are both high level players and also both friendly guys. We're trying to figure out what if we miss something or if they miss something. So that's what the players are discussing now, if they remembered the Raider damage or not. Okay, so we got there that they missed the damage on both the unit and the base. So we got the exhausted Long Pike, and now we got the damage numbers accurate.
We're actually really close to the players. We're in a little office right next to the feature match table.
Yeah.
Players looked at their written notes and agreed that base damage was missed.
Yeah.
And that the damage on the unit was missed.
We see here the War Jug coming in, so CAD down to 1 shield.
Shield's almost down.
War Jug's still 7 power right now, so still a big threat.
You guys are good.
All right, we see Supreme Leader Snoke coming out for George. Sorry about the silence there. Dealing with some issues on our side, but we got there. So Snoke coming out, really big impact on the War Jug. So now down to 5 power on the War Jug. So War Jug can't trade with Snoke, but another ping would let it. So pretty close here. Oh, we got the Devastator. So Tyler was able to get there in game 2. So really good job. We saw the big difference there in game 2. The fact that he was able to get damage on base early. We saw the Guerrilla Soldier. We saw George not play on anything on the first couple of turns. So really letting Tyler get out to that bigger head start than he got in game 1. Let him get there and let him get the reach. So really interested to go to this game 3.
The slow start from George, all that early damage on base.
Yeah.
So he like, you've got that 10 health that you got to cover. He covered it real quickly.
He did, and we saw other like good plays from Tyler where he realized that George needed to get the power of the dark side out, so he was able to keep his IG 2000 alive, get in some extra damage with that. Like every little bit of damage added up until he just needed the Devastator at the end to get in the last few.
He's got to be scared though. The first game was really tough. This was a big stumble from George.
Mm-hmm.
This is still an uphill battle to take this game 3, in my opinion, which I think for viewers is exciting because we're talking a lot about Django being a menace. What are we going to do about this deck? George seems to be handling it just fine.
I will say this to the viewers. Every George the Hulk deck comes with a user advisory warning.
Right.
There is a deeper level of understanding that usually needs to happen. That the decks that George makes are not usually decks that people just pick up and pilot well.
Not sure, Phil. We were dealing with some stuff on our end. It was hard to keep up with the match at that time. We'll see what happens this game 3.
Yeah.
Maybe other viewers can chime in. This did seem like what Phil's saying is correct. Did we miss lethal? I think George is 4-1 going into
Yeah,
this,
but
right?
both these players are 4-1.
Yeah.
And so now we're going into game 3, 1-1, the scoreline for this match. Yeah, I think Philip was missing that the Devastator, when played, is what killed George. He didn't need to attack with it.
Okay. He had 4 remaining.
Yeah.
All right, so what's this start?
Cloud Rider with no ambush, but that's fine. Still gets the ping in. Into power. Ooh, Gorilla Soldier here. I'd imagine George is going to put 3 on his base and then kill it with the Cloud Rider. Yeah. So
That's still...
Gorilla Soldier, I mean, still
still
getting
doing
3 to
a
base.
lot.
Yeah, 3 to base and kill
trading
George's
to the
unit. Yeah.
Yeah. What an impressive card all weekend.
Yep.
We're
Yeah.
gonna see a lot more Gorilla
I've been a
Soldiers.
big fan of that card ever since before the set released.
Mm-hmm. The 2/3 body looks really unassuming, but the 3 indirect is a lot at that stage of the game in particular.
Yeah, especially on turn 2. It's usually either you kill your turn 1 play or you give me 5 damage to your base is usually what that card turns into.
Right. Just a lot.
Mm-hmm. Bazine coming in for George. What do we got here? We got Triple Dark Raid, Boba, and Crafty. So I'd imagine Triple Dark Raid going down
Yeah.
into Devastator draw from Tyler. I would imagine he's going to hold on to that Devastator. It's been really important. Usually you don't want to hold on to him this early, but I think in a matchup like this, you just have to keep all of your reach damage that you've got.
Yeah.
You can't afford to resource that.
Right. There's that 10 health you got to get across. And
Yeah.
a Bazine here isn't the strongest play, but clearing out a TDR might set him up.
Yeah, absolutely.
To have the clunky lines for Tyler.
I see what you did there.
Deliberating resourcing here.
Also, I don't think it's fair that George gets to use the card McClunky against Tyler from McClunky Gaming. I think there should be an exception there. You can't. You're not allowed to use McClunky against McClunky.
Maybe Tyler's really proud of George for playing.
That's your
McClunky.
maybe it's just
Yeah.
honorary McClunky.
Maybe
There
it's-
goes McClunky.
Yep.
We see it there.
They're talking.
Yeah,
the
I
players
believe
talking about
the
it.
players are making the same joke.
Yeah, you can hear it from the table. McClunky. All right, so 4 resources remaining for George. We'll see what Tyler looks to deploy.
We also probably get to see him if he wants to. We could play the Bazine out again. I don't think you need to when you see the Crafty because you're not worried about a Triple Dark Raid this turn. But I would imagine next turn George is going to lead on that Bazine to make sure there's not something like a sneak attack or a Triple Dark Raid coming.
We're also trying to get some stuff on the board.
Yeah, Tyler doing a
help
good
keep
job.
Things cleaned up.
Yeah, Tyler doing a good job filling up the board this turn. He's looking to get some more. I think this turn and next turn are going to be the big pivotal ones. If Tyler can get enough damage on George's base to make him nervous and make him have to constantly answer threats, then he's going to be in a good spot. But if George can easily handle this board state, which doesn't look like he can on board, but we'll see. This deck can do some crazy things. But this turn and next turn I think are going to be the pivotal ones of how much damage can Tyler stack on.
I don't see like a surprise strike or something like that to clear out the Django leader from George, so it's going to be hard for him to flip his CAD.
Yeah.
I think we'll see how it plays out, but I think it's going to be hard for him to flip his CAD and get some value this turn from it.
He could do something like, I think I see a Power of the Dark Side, so we could do something like Lompike into the Crafty Smuggler. You could shield the Boba unit and your Lompike, because when you play the Power, they're most likely going to want to kill their Boba unit anyway, so you make them choose between the leader or the shielded unit to kill. Make them choose what action they want to take next. Do they want to attack first? Do they want to get in, get their events off? Because also Tyler knows that George has this Bazine in hand. So if Tyler has something like a Triple Dark Raid, which he does, he may want to do that first. So I think there are a lot of options here and a lot of really interesting sequencing decisions for both players because of the knowledge that they have. Like Tyler knows about this Bazine. It got McClunky back to hand. George knows that Triple Dark Raid is at least a possibility. And so yeah, we do see that. We don't see the shield, which I think is also fine.
So if he shielded it, it would die to the Boba attack for free. Boba would have a shield. It would attack Lom, hit it for 6 because of Boba's ability.
Yeah. Oh, he's a 4/6. For some reason, I thought he was a 4/5. So yeah, he still dies. He still dies to Boba even with the shield. So yeah, not.
I wasn't gonna interrupt your stream.
No,
yeah,
I always for some reason I always understat Lom Pike in my head. I don't know why. I always think he's lower stats than he is.
So here, so you don't get the attack from the leader, but we do get a 2 damage paying for whatever Underworld card he plays this turn.
Yeah.
This would be the reason to flip that now.
Yeah, well, he flipped into the immediate attack from the IG, and there's Covert Strength, so heal and XP. So now he doesn't die to the trigger from Boba.
Right.
And Tyler going to base, so about valuing the damage on base, we did see that he has a Triple Dark Raid in hand, so I think we know that he understands that even though he could get the extra 3 damage on the long pike, it's not worth missing out on this damage to base, just trying to add up numbers. Then we see what I think is a Kylo's tie. It was a 2-drop spaceship.
I don't think this is the position George wants to be in. There's a lot of units on the board. Not a lot of ways to handle them right now.
I don't see something like a Super Laser Blast in hand. We do see Pike Sentinel. Can help stem the bleeding on the ground for an action.
I think I see Electromagnetic Pulse.
I really like Tyler's position right now. I think he's in a good spot. He's got a wide board. Looks like this is going to take out the Django. Is he going to do shield shenanigans? He is, which I think I agree with. You're already not in space, so...
Yeah, figuring out the math for killing Django would be a reason to make the healing play last turn as well. Get that 1 experience.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Four resources. You said you saw a Triple Dark Raid in Tyler's hand?
I thought so. I was fairly certain.
George may try to leave Pulse up.
I think he
deal
will.
with that. Another Relentless
Pursuit to capture a unit.
Should
Kylo's tie going in for 3.
Should get a shield on him at some point.
Yeah. Yeah, Cad Bane should be shielded. I don't know if that's optional either from the Relentless Pursuit.
Let's look it up.
Because obviously we don't remind any players about optional triggers.
No, it's not optional.
Okay. Oh, he got it. He remembered. He put it on as you're walking out there. Yeah.
They saw me walking up, and I just did a 2 thumbs up. I saw the shield. I was like, "Oh, you got it."
Yeah, we see Ruthless Raider come out from Tyler.
Should not have taken 1 damage from a Boba.
I think he took more total because the players are writing numbers down as well, because I think he took 1 from the Boba and then 5 from the Kylo's tie. So overall, I'm pretty sure the damage is correct. I think they just adjusted the dice in a less usual manner.
Yeah, I mean the players are using paper as well, so it might look strange to us on stream.
Yeah, the dice is just for our benefit. So George with a really good play there. No glory only results, taking the Ruthless Raider and killing it, and then the Ruthless Raider death trigger kills the Kylo's tie.
I love it. I'm loving No Glory right now. I mean, 5 is still a lot to spend, but it makes K2 a lot less threatening. It's really good against these Raiders.
Yeah.
$28, so 7 away from being able to close out the game for Tyler.
Yeah. George has some options in hand, though. He's keeping the Electromagnetic Pulse to be insulated from something like a Sneak Attack Devastator. And And I think the damage is going to start adding up pretty quickly for Tyler. So he needs to close this game out pretty soon. He's still in a decent spot, but that window's going to close. I don't know exactly what's in there. We see the Devastator. He's at 7, right? Yeah, so he has to sneak the Devastator. So he gets in the 4 damage. But we know there's an electromagnetic pulse that's going to stop it from getting there all the way.
And then, what was that?
But George is at 31, so another Devastator would kill George with the wind played. He gets the Sentinel to protect from the Boba attack. So basically, Tyler is in give me another Devastator mode. And it goes back to, we saw this one Devastator in hand 4 or 5 turns ago, and we said he can't afford to resource it. He agreed, and he played it here. So that gives him more outs. That's a Bib Fortuna, not an out. Boba, not an out.
17. 8 damage to kill him. We've got 6 on the Lom.
So does he have a way to kill this Pike Sentinel?
I thought the base health was wrong. He just fixed it.
Yeah, they fixed it. It looked like it was one short from Devastator, but they got there.
Yeah.
Again, it goes back to the players are tracking in paper. The dice is just for our benefit on the stream, so sometimes it can take them a bit to update it correctly.
Oh, is that 8?
That's a blaster.
That's 8.
That's game. So yeah, George Hudson takes it down.
Wow.
Never look, Tyler. Never look at
Did
the
he chase the rabbit?
Yeah, his top card was Devastator.
No.
Yeah.
Followed by a bib.
Folks, never look. Just shuffle up. The deck didn't give you what you want. Don't look to see if you would have won with the next card. It never ends well for your mental health.
You know what I did yesterday? I had my opponent to 27, playing Monohan, and for 5 turns I could not draw a Falcon. So all I did at the end is I flipped my entire deck over and made sure I had 3 Falcons in it.
Yeah.
I did not flip it. So I was like, they are in here, right?
Yeah. But yeah, really well played by both players. You see, George understands his deck really well. He understands this matchup really well. And I think Tyler navigated that really well. It's not a matchup that you see all the time, so you might not be as used to it. But I think he did really well understanding the differences in getting to 35, understanding that he needed all of his reach cards. So yeah, well played by Tyler. Was able to take a game off George, but George got there with the 3 in 3 games in the end.
So we don't have another match for you right now, so we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back as soon as the next round starts.
Yeah, thanks for tuning in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We just got pairings for round 7, the last round of Swiss of the Pool 1 of 6K event on the Bothan Invitational. What we are doing now is we are trying to find out which players are actually going to play out their matches, because now that intentional draws are legal, a lot of players are trying to figure out if they can draw, if they should draw, if they're going to draw. So while all that is going on, my co-commentator Jonathan Fisher is going out and trying to find people that are actually going to play. Brent asking in chat if Pool 2 ends up playing Pool 1. Yeah, so what happens is we get the top 8 from Pool 1, the top 8 from Pool 2, and they make a top 16 that's going to play tomorrow. So anyone that top 8's Pool 1 doesn't play in Pool 2, and then Pool 2 is going to be filled with some people that didn't play in Pool 1 and some people that that just didn't top 8 from Pool 1. And so they're gonna form up a top 16 tomorrow. So they'll play each other then. We've got some spicy looking matchups in the standings. I do not see any Django mirrors in the top 10 tables. So hopefully we'll get some of these people. We're gonna find the ones that are playing it out. But yeah, there are some solid looking players on some interesting matchups. So we're just trying to find out right now who is going to actually play out their matches, who wants to be on the feature match table. So we're figuring that out, and then we're gonna get everything on stream for you guys. Interesting thought that Pool 2 has an advantage. I'm not sure which pool has an advantage. I think it depends on the kind of player you are, because there are some people that prefer more of the open field, and some people that say, okay, I get to see what I've been around, see what I've played against, update my deck list, and that kind of thing. So I'm not sure who has the advantage. Yeah, I think it just depends on what you prefer as a player. I think I would prefer to be in the Pool 1 spot where I could play something maybe a little bit more unexpected. Just depends on the player. So some players really like having all this information and trying to guess how people are going to adapt and how that's going to go. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Looks like we got some people starting to set up at some of the tables. So we're gonna get some. We're gonna get some matchups out too shortly. No one has started playing yet, but they are setting up at the table. All right, I see a Django Tarkentown. There are no Django mirrors, but pretty much every table has a Django added. So we're gonna see Django something. Oh, we see a Django Han. That looks like it might be Philip from McClunky Gaming. Always excited to see him playing Han. That guy is really good at Han. Yeah, that is definitely so. So one of our feature tables is going to be Philip from McClunky Gaming against a Django. Trying to see who is sitting down at the other table. And I see a Django sitting down, but I'm not sure who his opponent is. And like we've been doing all day, we're going to try to keep you guys up to date on both matches. And when one game ends, we switch over to the other one. We're trying to keep it as coherent as possible while giving you guys constantly something to be watching.
I'm gonna update the names.
Yeah, I see Philip from McClunky. Actually, I guess I can scroll. So that is Bert versus Hunter on Django.
Mm-hmm. So go. You can control what camera.
Yes.
Is on there.
So that's going to be our primary feature match. Is going to be Philip from McClunky Gaming against Hunter on Django Tarkentown. Our backup feature match is Quinlan Green against Django Tarkentown. I assume is that the same Eric? That's Eric from before, correct? The same Quinlan.
Yep, Grumpy Elephant.
Excellent. So then we have Eric versus Jake Shel as our backup feature match.
Zero, zero. All right. I think we are all set up for that.
Excellent. Thank you for that, sir. Look, we're getting started. Hunter likes his hand. Philip considering. We see the blaster. Brent says he spies a cupcake wrapper. In the morning, we have to call those muffin wrappers. Or as I like to call them, breakfast cupcakes.
It actually is a breakfast cupcake. That's correct.
Yeah.
Philip was working on that as I asked if they wouldn't mind coming over to the feature match table.
It is always iffy when you're in long days and long tournaments to try to find time to eat. So, yeah, eat when you can. And then, so yeah, Philip did end up taking the mulligan. So we're going to see his, what he gets with the second hand here. Yeah, so we're seeing multiple tables at the top that did end up going with intentional draws.
Right.
A couple of concessions. And a lot of people seem to be playing it out. Because the other thing about this intentional draw format is the more people that do it, the weirder the math gets.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought there was... The players weren't around tables 1 and 2, so I thought I needed to go get 2 tables, and I come back, and one of them was playing it out. So I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
So one of them was drawing, so I tried to grab 2 tables and only needed 1. It was a little confusing. So like Philip's match, they came over, they went back, and then they came over again.
Yeah.
Come play for us. So big thank you to Hunter and Philip for going through all that nonsense to get us set up here so we can watch their match.
I'm really interested to see this matchup because I think, generally speaking, Han doesn't have the best Django matchup, which is one of the things that makes fewer people play Han. But Philip is so good at this deck. You know, like, he wouldn't play this deck if he didn't have a big plan for this Django. So I'm excited to see his lines and how he handles this Django matchup.
Right.
You do not get to this point in the tournament without being able to handle Django. It is not possible to dodge Django for this long. That is just not how this format works.
And I was practicing Mono Han for the 3v3, and honestly, for me, I did not find the Django matchup to feel impossible. Like, it felt very playable to me. We'll see.
You know, we'll see here. Hunter has the option to Tarkentown the DJ. He might not feel that he needs to, or he might feel that he needs to save the Tarkentown. It seems like that is what he's thinking about.
Hunter has recovered the 5 health on base advantage that Han had.
Yeah. And we see the Bodhi coming in, taking the Triple Dark Raid, but he does see both the Devastator and the IG. That looks like a Fet's Fire Spray. Am I crazy?
I mean, isn't it Prestige art?
Yeah.
Oh, the 4-drop?
Yeah.
The 4-drop Fets? Maybe.
I don't know why that would be in his deck. I don't think it is. I'm going crazy because it looks like it. I know that art because I really like it. But I don't know. I don't think he's playing that card, so I don't think it's that. Okay, so yeah, it's not. It's got to be the IG 2000. So yeah, that's what that's what I had assumed it was. It's just the art threw me off. It looked like the Fire Spray Prestige art. But yeah, that is an IG 2000.
Yep, there it is.
Okay, now it looks more like the IG art. I saw the corner; it looked kind of like the sunset that you see in the Fire Spray. The Prestige arts are going to be throwing me off for a while. I'm trying.
Oh yeah, me too. It's really nice pings there. It sets up the Crafty to trade into the Bodhi and clear it out for free, basically. Or the DJ, but I think I'd take the Bodhi since DJ's unique.
Yeah. And the Hunter still has the option to Tarkentown the DJ. Didn't go for it last turn, so I would think he's not going to go for it this turn. But it also depends on how the initiative goes. If he can Tarkentown and still maintain initiative.
There are some scary units like Han unit, Enfys.
There are, but those units are also hard to kill with Tarkentown.
Yeah, there's not a lot of ground presence from Django oftentimes.
Yeah.
To get some damage on those units. It's also the game of waiting for your opponent to take initiative and then firing it off.
Yeah, so he could card down here if he wants to, because he knows that Philip's not going to Han action and then pass.
Could see a Commandeer here. Could see a Cantina Bouncer.
Yeah.
Kind of expecting Cantina Bouncer. We'll see.
I think Cantina Bouncer makes the most sense. Just as a
There
5-drop.
Yep. Lets you put some more material on the board, take some of theirs away. It's a good spot to be in.
Yeah.
It is a little dangerous ramping too many turns leading into your Han flip. You can put yourself in a spot where you end up discarding your entire draw.
You can. One of the nice things, though, about the only nice thing about playing against Django is they don't have any hand disruption. Most of them are either on 1 or 0 Bazines in the main deck, so you don't have that to worry about as much. So you can Han action a little bit more freely. But yeah, you still have to control that, because if you're playing Han against a Quinlan or even the Han Mirror or anything like that, the hand disruption, you really have to take that into account before you Han action.
And the DJ died, so even if he has to put his entire hand down, you can still DJ from the resource row.
Absolutely.
To fire off a 7.
We've seen him discard 2 Han units. So not valuing the Han unit in this matchup, I would imagine that might mean he's going to sideboard them out. They obviously don't kill Django Leader or War Juggernaut cleanly.
I found Enfys to be useful.
Yeah, I think Enfys is very good. Yeah.
I've won by just bouncing Ruthless Raider turn after turn, which seems bad, but spending 6 for that win
spending
played,
6 for a daring raid deal.
Be.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And I think Enfys Nest is huge in these matchups.
Yeah.
We see, I would imagine we'll see multiples of those if Philip draws them.
I deliberated a lot over those 7 drops. I ended up on a 2-2 split. But I could see going harder in Enfys further down in this meta if it continues.
I think it depends on how Django heavy it is, because Han is still good in a lot of base. I think you want Han unit in every matchup that's not Django, and you want Enfys against Django.
Yeah.
So if you think it's going to be 50-50 and Django versus non-Django matchups that you play against, then 2-2 split sounds great.
And then I had him in my sideboard, so I could go lean harder into the one that I want.
Yeah, I think you could just go one of each in the sideboard.
That's what my 3v3 deck was. Here's a Ruthless Raider off of Triple Dark Raid.
Triple Dark Raider.
I've got 10 on Han's base, soon to be 14. Han is ready to flip this turn.
Could flip. I would imagine he's going to flip because you can do it pretty safely. There's not a big way for a Hunter to be able to punish this.
How's he going to use his 3 resources is a question. We saw on stream Philip was playing some cards that you might not expect. Like there was the 0 cost where your opponent pays 2 or exhausts a unit.
Ooh, a Spark of Rebellion. I like this. I would imagine he's going to get the Devastator out. He's close enough. Hunter's close enough that you know it's on the horizon. I don't think you care about the Waylay. So the question is, do you care about the immediate impact of the P-38 that could come down next turn? Or do you care about the fact that if he draws a sneak attack to go with this Devastator, or just waits a few more turns it's coming in? Looks like Philip is deliberating about this.
Yeah.
He does take the Devastator.
Yeah, I'm not surprised there.
Yeah. And to be clear, if he did take the P-38, I would adjust my statement to say that the P-38 is correct, because whatever Philip takes, he is so good at this deck. Whatever he takes in this scenario is the correct thing to take. I do like that he thought about it, because to me there are pros and cons for each one. I would have taken the Devastator, and I just feel vindicated that Philip agrees.
He's a very intentional player.
Oh, absolutely.
Watch him
Yeah.
play. He's very deliberate.
Yeah. That's something that I, as a player, had to get better about. I feel pretty good about it now, but there's a lot of, I see the obvious line, and then I take 20 seconds. Right. Think about what are the non-obvious lines? Is there a reason the non-obvious line is better? And I think that the key there is to to play fast when you can and to understand the decision points that are the turning points. What are the decisions that, okay, I should take an extra 15, 20 seconds here versus, okay, I know I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna save time, because nobody wants to go to time in the rounds. Nobody wants to be slow play. You can't afford to take time for every single decision, but there are a lot of decisions where you have the extra time, and you can give yourself the extra time by making quick decisions when it matters and taking time when it matters.
Yep. I just remind myself not to be lazy. Come on, man. Take a moment. Hold on. Let's make sure this is right.
Yeah, that's the thing that I really like as well about play testing, especially in a team environment. I just talk through those lines. I'll tell what my quote unquote opponent when I'm play testing against a teammate. I'll say, these are what I have in my hand. This is what makes sense. This is what I would be playing around here. This is what the other line would do. And verbalizing that really helps me to understand the lines as I'm taking them, so that when I get to that tournament setting, I'm a little bit more used to all those wonky scenarios. And the decision-making process.
Philip does not yet have a wide board where he has to worry about the multi-tap, but he's still valuing trading his leader into the Django to get it off the table.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be a Zori. Yeah, Zori smuggled out for Philip. This is a nice one, too. He does have some damage on his base and the Raider out. But he's got options. Cunning is always a thing to be able to bounce the Ruthless Raider. He could potentially start buffing his unit, but he knows there at least used to be a Waylay in Hunter's hand. He obviously doesn't know if Hunter resourced it or not. I think he can assume that Hunter wouldn't resource that. It's a pretty decent card against Han, because they can go for either the blasters or the Cunning buff routes, and you can kind of help reset that.
Which is a nice part about having your leader available on the table.
Yeah.
It's vulnerable to Waylay, but still can be tapped by Django. The shield is nice, but like you said, you can still Waylay it. We don't know what's in Philip's hand or Hunter's hand.
And we could see, I wouldn't be surprised to see Philip still do... Oh, there, he just throws the Waylay out, so he doesn't want Philip to draw the card. So he does still have, looks like a P38, and maybe that's a stolen AT hauler, I think, in Hunter's hand, to go with the sneak attack. But notably, Philip might feel a little bit safer about a Cunning buff here, because the L3 can't be tapped. Goes for the Kira. So this is the safe play. Oh, it's the Shadowed Hover Tank. So Hunter with the Shadowed Hover Tank, the P38, and the sneak attack in hand. Interested to see what he names here. He could name something not in hand. He could name the Devastator Triple Dark Raid. He could name something like the Hover Tank, so that it can't get played this turn. It trades fairly well. It could eat the shield for the L3, and then Hunter first action could attack into the Kira.
I think
or
Hunter's
just attack 5 to base.
Playing the P38 if the tank gets named.
I think so.
Staying in space and trying to finish off
but
on space.
Yeah, I agree. So it's just about what does Philip want to play against the least. It looks like he's pointing at the hover tank, so I think that's what he's naming. We'll know more for sure as soon as Hunter plays the next action. John's going to go verify what he's naming. Philip is also just very deliberate about what cards are in hand to make sure that he writes them down correctly.
P38.
P38 was named. So the hover tank can be played. P38 costs an extra 3 resources to play.
Yeah, I was thinking he really would be happy just firing off the P38, so I'm not too surprised by that choice.
I think he's fine with either one. Now he gets the sneak attack out. But also naming the P38 makes a lot more sense when Philip has the Bodhi, because the Bodhi just trades so cleanly into it. He didn't have without the Bodhi, he didn't have a great way to trade into it, because you don't want to lose your Kira. That's helping your resources, but your Bodhi's already done its job. It can just take out the tank and free you up. Philip is at 20 damage on his base.
Did he sneak attack the tank?
No, the sneak attack got by Bodhi.
Oh, Bodhi. Okay,
yeah.
I got it. I like the sequencing there. Like Philip may have had another 3 as an option, so he gets to peek at the hand with Kira, sees the sneak attack, names something else, and then fires off the Bodhi.
That's the really nice thing about all the combination of discard that Han has. You can get information before you make your choice. It's the same thing that Quinlan has, where they can spark and decide if they want to play Ahsoka unit to discard, decide if they want to force throw, and it's a similar kind of thing here where you cure off first. If you see nothing you care about, you name a card that's not in their hand. If you see two things you care about, you name one card in their hand, and then you follow it up with something like a Bodhi, which is what we saw Philip do.
You can, if you have force throw, you can even spark out something you don't actually care that much about, but it's really cheap
to leave the expensive cards in their hand. Yeah, absolutely. Waylay on the Ruthless Raider. And so I'm curious what Hunter does here, because the obvious play for Philip to make next is to attack his Kira into that hover tank. So
did we go to 6 here? So we probably have the Zori that got waylaid earlier.
Because I believe Hunter is passing here, because if the Kira attacks into the hover tank, that unlocks his P-38. So he may be waiting to see if Philip makes that play so that he could follow it up with his P-38.
I believe that golden coin may be the initiative token. Yeah, there it is.
All right, so Hunter is just going to claim. So now Philip could clear the hover tank if he wants. He may want to keep the P-38 locked up for another turn, though. Looks like he is going to clear the hover tank. I like this play. I don't think you want to, especially when you're already at 20 damage, you don't want to leave that 5-power attacker out there.
He needed to trade into it. It was about navigating, keeping that P-38 locked down, which was played nicely.
Yeah. More Ruthless Raiders from Hunter. So I believe he has 2 in hand now. At 9 resources, so we could play Raider plus P-38 now that the Kira's gone. So he may lead on the Raider, tap the Zori.
We do have a little bit expanded view. We'll occasionally see cards in their hand that we don't have on stream to maximize the actual board state on stream.
I just like the viewers to believe I'm omnipotent.
Yeah. How does he know?
Yeah. I don't like that you divulged my secrets. You showed them what's behind the curtain. Come on, Jonathan.
I won't tell them.
We're professionals here.
More of your secrets.
Thank you.
9 resources for Hunter. Is that?
Yeah. Yep. 9. So he lines up pretty cleanly into Raider P-38. Philip obviously knows he has both of those cards in hand because Philip returned both of those cards to his hand, or saw the P-38 with the Kira. I would imagine Hunter's going to lead on the Ruthless Raider. I think it makes the most sense to lead on over the P-38. Just lead on the more expensive card that's a bigger threat. And you get to tap the Zori down either way.
22 on base now for Philip.
I think tapping the Zori was really important too, because Philip is trying to dig for the right cards, whether it's Cunning, whatever else he needs to get into his hand right now. So denying him the card draw is also critical. Because while Hunter's just trying to get in those last points of damage while Philip's trying to stabilize.
Yeah, there's a lot of reach in this Jango deck. You can't just bounce their units forever at some point.
Yeah, you can do that if you have enough pressure, but the fact that Hunter only has 7 points of damage on his base, he's got some time where he's still going to feel pretty comfortable. So Philip needs to start getting some hotshot blasters or some cunning buffs or something out there.
I think another Kira would have been nice if he had it.
Absolutely.
I think he would have fired it right off.
He definitely would have slammed that down, because that's what keeps the Ruthless Raider locked down for longer. They have to keep playing it and tap the Infest, then your Zori gets to attack. The Infest would have been really good for Philip here. And now there's the question of, do you name the P-38, which can be played this turn, or do you name the Ruthless Raider because it could be played next turn? I think you name the P-38 because he's at so many resources. Even if you name Raider, he can still play it next turn.
True. Oh, we'll be able to infer.
Yeah, so I believe he named P-38, and then Hunter claimed, and Philip attacked for 2. So yeah, P-38 is the name with Kira. Surprise Strike in Hunter's hand, which 7 to base, so that puts him within 1, and he knows that there's another Ruthless Raider. So Philip needs to have another Spark, or another Hand Disruption spell.
Even then, he still has to navigate the Raider on the board.
Yeah. He could play another Kira, his 3rd one.
And he has to ask himself, can I kill him?
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like...
Nope,
okay.
Does not. So they're going to game 2. So, yeah, so Hunter takes game 1. Hunter takes game 1. While we're going to go to our backup feature match while the players sideboard, those players sideboard and get ready for game 2. And here we are. We're jumping in mid-game. Going to try to figure out the board state here. We have Quinlan Green against Django Tarkentown. And this is... Finding the name. This is Eric on Quinlan Green, who we saw on stream a couple of rounds ago, against Jake Shel on Django Tarkentown. So it looks like we got a lot of damage and a lot of units all around. So 16 damage on Eric's base, 15 damage on Jake's. But that Plo Koon is that is a lot of damage on board for Eric.
He asked me.
For Grumpy, sorry. And then, so this is Grumpy versus Jake Shel. Grumpy on the Quinlan Green. Jake claims... So he's got a bunch of 3 power units, and Grumpy's got a bunch of higher power units. Well, he's got the Plo Koon for 6, but he's also got the Sundari Peacekeepers, which in a race basically attacks for 5. You've got 3 attack and 2 restore. So it's a 5 health point swing and a 6 health point swing with those units respectively. There is a Kira out. We don't know what it has named.
Caden, we can't do anything about it.
Caden, the only thing that we can do, that literally, if you look at the top 10 tables of this event, all of them have a Django in them. The top 20 people of this event include 10 Djangos. So there is not a top table without a Django present right now. So we're doing what we can. We want to get you guys some interesting decks. The thing that we're focusing on now is apparently Django versus other decks, and what deck can beat it. So yeah, we can only commentate on the meta that is handed to us.
Yep. A lot of Djangos out here. And of course, players are also preparing for the second pool, which starts in an hour and 15 minutes, adjusting their lists, trying to figure out how to beat Django if they're not playing Django, or how to beat Django if they are playing Django.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people trying to figure out the Django mirror for sure. Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, this is a really interesting board state that we've got, and I assume Django has died already this late in the game. And we're seeing the triple dark raid.
Should we have had a no Django rule for our tournament?
No, we want competitive players to play in the tournaments.
I know. It's amazing the players that showed up for this event.
Oh, absolutely. This field is very stacked. Oh, so that is not a good triple dark raid. Triple dark raid and a 7th fleet defender. Not what you want to see if you're Jake. Oh, he had the Devastator. He shows the Devastator, but he had already spent 3 resources. Or he'd already spent resources, so he couldn't do that. So yeah, we see Grumpy takedown game 1. Yeah, interesting. We saw Jake spend resources and then TDR into the Devastator, but I don't think the Devastator would have been enough there without the other resources that he'd spent. I know he's at 16 damage. That was the magic number. So really interesting if the... Oh, I think Grumpy's showing that he might have had Alea to be able to tap the Devastator down, or they appear to be just talking through what happened at the end of the match.
We had Grumpy on earlier. You can really tell he brought a lot of tech for Django.
Yeah,
he really has a plan for it.
Absolutely. So, yeah, so Grumpy taking game 1 there. We're going to switch back to our main feature match here, which has just started game 2. So here we have Philip from McClunky Gaming on Han Yellow against Hunter from the Bothan Network on Django Tarkentown. Oh, Josh with the huge shout there. So Kira named TDR, which is why he paid 6 for it. So the fact that that was just heads up by Grumpy there, understanding what he needed to do in that matchup and stopping the TDR Devastator play. And here we are. So we're at 4 resources now. We just see the attack from Han, which is always scary. Yeah, so here we are, game 2. And then surprise strike on Crafty Smuggler to take out the tech. Really important to kill the tech, and also nice that Hunter can still spend his resources. General Pride is really important, really interesting here, I think, because Han often, due to the Han action, that you do get to ram, but it does make you lose initiative a lot. So there are a lot of times where you can, you don't want to give Pride that extra damage. So I'll be interested to see, assuming Philip wants to use the Han action and do a lot of things this turn, if he might throw the Gamorrean guards into the Pride or otherwise deal with it before the turn ends.
Yeah, you can try to deploy a cunning unit here to turn on the Sentinel for the guard, if that's a good line for you. Otherwise, I agree you'd want to take something out, probably. I've heard some of the top players being off of Pride, which is interesting. It seems to perform pretty well, but
I like Pride a
lot
lot.
of attention.
I think at first glance you see it and you say, oh, it's a card that's good half the time, right? That's what you say at first glance when you read it. But I think the game that it makes your opponents play of they can't afford to give you initiative. So when you're playing against something like Sabine, if they want to deploy their leader on the 4 resource turn and do a lot of actions like that, then you get initiative, and all of a sudden they have to worry about getting attacked for 4 instead of for 2. And if you just the games where you have initiative, it's insane. You get 4 damage on turn 2. Yeah, we saw the Gamorrean retainer, or the Gamorrean guards attack base. So he didn't use that for the Pride. I think Philip also understands that he needs to put the pressure on. He can't afford to have a game where he sits back and Hunter gets to do whatever he wants.
When I was testing Monohan into Django, I was absolutely the aggressor.
Yeah.
I needed to get that 25 on their base.
Yeah. I think one key against Django in general is you have to get them to the point where they can't afford to TDR, tap your board, and then still attack with everything. You need to get them to the point where they have to think about claiming initiative. They have enough damage on their base where they're under enough pressure. They can't let you have initiative.
I've seen, with the set still being relatively new, I've also seen people miss Pride's ability of killing shields and experience.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen people...
It's non-unique, right?
Non-unique upgrades.
Anything
bounties.
Doesn't have to be shields and experience. It's all kinds of non-unique upgrades.
Yeah, fun fact. You could target yourself with indirect damage, hit a unit with it, and then defeat Bosk's bounty upgrades that are on it.
I haven't done that yet.
What I have definitely done is I have targeted myself with Guerrilla Soldier, hit my own base for 1 to ready it, and then hit a grit unit for 2 to power it up. I've definitely done that before. So Philip deciding what to name with his Kira. We see a War Jug. We see, is that Swoop Down, I think, 2 of in hand? Oh, along with the IG. So the IG ping here lets Django clean up this Gamorrean guards fairly cleanly.
Have we used Tarkentown yet?
We have not.
Saving that.
So Philip can flip Han here. Han does have a pretty clean line into Django, but I think, yeah, so you go crafty into Han to tap it down. Now it can't kill Django. And now also Philip doesn't get to get the extra resource this turn. And then, so Philip claims, and Hunter goes Pride attack into Tarkin Town to finish off the Kira. So whatever Kira named is now irrelevant. I think those are 2 swoop downs in hand. So that turns this IG into a pretty good threat against both Han Leader and anything else he wants to play. We see a P38 in hand as well, so Hunter with more taps. So yeah, Philip taking his opportunity to kill the Django. Does mean this P38 can clean up Han. I would imagine Hunter might just do that now so that he doesn't get hand-hated out. He is going to go for the attack first. So more worried about something like the electromagnetic pulse than he is about a spark. It kind of makes sense because the P38 doesn't get hit by the Bodhi. It doesn't get hit by... He's still okay if he gets Kira'd because he has enough resources to play it.
Yeah, I mean, the Han player could have played a Cantina Bouncer or something like that, perhaps.
Yeah. It definitely has more bounce effects, and it has ways to discard units. So if you're playing the numbers, then...
Yeah, I think the Pulse you're saving for TDR and sneaks.
Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, there's the bounce.
There's the bounce.
Not the
Oh, he killed it.
Doesn't...
That's not where it goes.
And it's dead. Okay. Nope, they got it.
All right, they got there.
Giving them a moment.
Oh, I think somebody in the audience let them know that Enfys Nest does not kill space units. It feels like it sometimes.
It does. In this game, in general, bounce sometimes. Unless you're at a later stage.
Yeah.
Even then.
It does really help with the resource efficiency too, because Hunter couldn't cleanly replay. The Waylay is really good there. Let him spend his resources. Let him get the Enfys back to hand. See how Han likes getting his units bounced.
They're really going into a deeper part of the game without a lot of damage on their base. I wouldn't say we've seen a lot of this.
Yeah, this is interesting because Django has a lot of reach, but Han has a lot of tricks. So Han can do a lot of different things with this many resources.
It's also a deck you really never stop resourcing.
Yeah.
Generally, because there's so much smuggle. Although, I'm not sure he resourced this turn. Or maybe he did.
I think he did. He had a Han resource
ramped
to defeat.
last turn.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So he did. The Han just didn't get readied.
Yeah, he Han ramped. He just didn't get to attack with his Han, but he's still. I believe he's still Han actioned. Could be wrong.
All right. So Hunter looking for his closers. Han looking to keep his Enfys on the table and start chipping away at Hunter's base.
Philip deciding if he wants to resource. It seems like Philip really likes his hand. Like he wants to resource, but he's trying to figure out if he needs to or if he wants to keep all his cards. He does resource.
Once you bring in all these sideboard cards, you've got a lot of things that you're trying to hold back for TDRs and sneak attacks, etc.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Philip has initiative. Could start blasting. Now that we've seen a Waylay, maybe even seen 2 Waylays. It's a lot safer to just get in there.
Yeah, Blaster on Enfys Nest is really good because then you get to bounce a lot more things as well. We see the stolen AT Hauler bounce to hand. And we're at the point now where Enfys would be able to bounce like a War Juggernaut or anything like that as well. So Hunter really seems more limited right now in what all he can play. The Swoop Down is going to be able to kill Enfys, still taking
Not this turn,
6
but
back.
I see a Daring Raid in his hand. I think he's going to invest quite a lot.
Oh, yeah, only 5. For some reason I was thinking it was... No, it should die. It should be at 6 damage.
6 damage, but it wouldn't be dead.
Yeah.
So the War Jug should be able to kill it.
Yeah. But it only marked to 5. It should be at 6, I believe.
I think you're right.
Because it had 1 damage on it already from the P38 ping. We may be. I thought there was a damage on the Infest. Maybe there wasn't on this one. They're figuring it out. So yeah, it's up to 6. But actually a huge difference because it means any ping can kill the Infest. So good to make sure everybody's on the same page with that before more actions get taken. Because that could change what Philip wants to do if he knows that a lot more cards in Hunter's deck can kill his Infest Nest.
Right. Yeah, yeah. It is still his action. He now knows any ping kills it.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Playing Han on the ground, I like this because he's not gonna get a good ship to pilot that on, and you just want more units right now to try to pump in damage and make Django have to think about things.
So it is a little bit off screen, but that is the Han pilot.
Yeah.
Unit.
So when played on the ground, it's a 4 or 5 ambusher. Nothing to ambush, but you still just want a 4 power unit on the ground, and that's fine. Surprise Strike can still kill War Juggernaut.
He may have missed the smuggle. I saw him tap 3 at the time. So, I don't know if he missed the smuggle.
It looks like he is at 8, and it's hard to tell when they line up their resources. Where I think he's at 8 still, which is where he was when he smuggled.
Was at 7 the prior turn.
Yeah,
so
he's
at 8 now.
He definitely resourced up to 8, not counting this last turn. He resourced up to 8. So the fact that he's still at 8 now means he did replace the smuggle, because that is how many resources he should have in play. But yeah, it's really hard to tell how many resources they have when when everything is lined up top to bottom the same way.
Yeah. Okay, so we're just buying time.
Yeah.
Forcing the Django player whose hand is just full of cards.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when every unit gets bounced.
Right? Put that back in your hand.
Yeah, he was at 8 last turn, but he didn't resource this turn and is still at 8, is what I believe has happened. I could be wrong, but I think that is where... I know he was at 8 last turn. I think he didn't resource this turn and is still at 8.
Needs to exhaust his Django. Damaging the Juggernaut can be dangerous against Han.
It can be. Oh, the Commandeer.
He set himself up to take another damage, too.
Yeah. Commandeer coming in hot. Django is already exhausted, so it can't exhaust the War Jug again. Daring Raid on Han, which means that the next replay of the War Jug is going to kill the Han.
Yeah, he might have... Perhaps he did miss the smuggle, avid pain enjoyer, but I'm not gonna step out there for that one.
Sure.
Yeah, because I'm just not sure enough.
Yeah, the other problem is we're not 100% sure, and so many actions have happened since then. It makes it harder to rewind.
Yeah. We're not gonna just interrupt the game.
I wish I was 100% sure, because that is something that I would like to make sure we get right.
We spoke to the judges.
It looks like he's counting now.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, so for those in chat, we're trying to figure out if Philip missed replacing his smuggle card. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. The Juggernaut got returned to hand.
So Commandeer takes the Juggernaut and returns it to hand. So what happened is at the end of the turn, the Juggernaut went back to Hunter's hand, and then Hunter replayed it, which is how the Juggernaut killed Han.
Right.
So yeah, Commandeer at the end of turn returns the vehicle to its owner's hand. So that was just Hunter already had initiative, and so he just tapped 6 and replayed the Juggernaut. Yeah, exactly. It's too late now. Yeah, exactly. Torres. He played the Jug again.
These guys are going back and forth.
Yeah.
But the damage is starting to add up.
Yeah, I agree that Juggernaut
Django.
did attack for 5. This this is the problem with trying to maintain board states while casting is where I was stuck on the resource stuff and didn't even see how much damage he took for the Juggernaut.
Yeah.
But yeah, so much bouncing. It looks like Philip does take game 2.
Wow.
So they're going to they're about to go to a game 3 here. Our other match has ended, so we don't have another match to go to. But they've already sideboarded, so the shuffle up and replay should be pretty quick here.
I mean, to Torres, it seems bad because they can exhaust all your stuff, but there is room to play, in my opinion. And we saw it in that game.
Yeah. I think having 5 extra HP is huge. I think the main thing and the thing that a lot of decks in general are going to get better at is understanding exactly what Django is doing, because I think the big problem with it when the set released and everyone started testing was they said these decks were good against Django last set. I'm going to try these again. But Django as a deck has fundamentally changed. Django as a deck used to be, can I find Triple Dark Raid? Can I hit Ruthless Raider? Can I do it more than once? If yes, I win. And it was a lot more inconsistent because that was how it won. Now, Django also used to say, I have 20 plus 2 health units. A lot of them are in space, and you don't have good space units. Now, that's not the case anymore. They don't even play that many 2 health space units. They play 3-4 IG-2000s. They play Gorilla Soldier on the ground. They have a mix of ground and space units. They have War Juggernaut. They have Devastator. They have Ruthless Raider. Ruthless Raider is the 3rd best space unit in that deck now. It's not, or the third best vehicle in that deck now. So it's not. It's the way to combat Django has fundamentally changed between last set and this set. So the decks that used to beat it aren't necessarily the best thing anymore. So we've got to find new things that combat the things that Django is doing. And the other problem is the things that Django is doing are very, very powerful. So it's a tough one.
Yep. Now Philip's record going into this final round is 5-1, and Hunter's record is 4-1-1. So Hunter has drawn. I think both players probably need the win here.
Yeah, definitely both players need the win. I don't think any 2 lost players are going to get into the top 8.
Right.
So yeah, we see L3. We see another Pride, and you see the Pride get respected a lot more with the L3 attack into it. Oh wow, that's so huge. So a good sideboard card against Han is Cham Syndulla. So Cham says if your opponent has more resources than you get to ramp. So what the Han player did here is they Han action, so they go up to 4 resources. They temporarily had more resources than Django. So it was sneak attack Cham. So a lot of people know that Cham is out there, but the sneak attack play was really big.
Yeah. Early flip on your leader. We're ramping in our Django deck.
Yeah. So now Django gets to ramp and flip a turn early. So if it attacked a base, it should be 5 damage on base. He's a 5-4. I don't know if these players are also using paper to write the life totals.
Yeah, I think they've allowed the base counter that we're talking about in chat.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, sneak attack Cham, especially into Han or into other ramp decks, is a really cool line.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Cham,
what can I discard here?
Yeah.
He's reading. How does that work again?
Yeah.
If he discards a unit, then Ahsoka can exhaust his Django.
Yeah. Okay, so Cham went into the Gamorrean Guards, discarding the Devastator.
Wow.
Interesting. So he basically seems to be valuing being able to play his resources this turn with both the P-38 and the Crafty.
I don't blame him.
I agree with this line. I think when we saw the Django Tarkentown versus Cad Colossus, you couldn't afford to discard any of your damage. That's not the case here. You need to get tempo and get ahead, and just trust that you'll draw another large unit later.
So he is top decking now, and as long as he has to keep resourcing, that's going to be one play per turn.
He doesn't necessarily need to go above 6, at least instantly. It stops him from hard casting the Devastator, but it still lets him triple dark raid into it, still lets him sneak attack it. So once he's at 6, I think Hunter has the option of not resourcing if he wants to. He just runs the risk of if he only draws Devastator, he can't play it.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, even next turn it'll be interesting to see if he decides to resource to set himself up to play Devastator if he draws it, or just find a way to double spell. I was wondering about a cunning.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're threatening the Django here. Oh, we did it.
It was
double
a
tap
discard.
So not a threat on the Django.
Well, because he went to 6 resource, we only had one card in hand.
Card in hand.
Yeah, so
nice.
discarding the Ruthless Raider is huge there.
Very nice.
Save some health on base, but I think he was honestly more interested in the discard.
With one card in hand, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think there's smuggle.
Yeah, 2 to base in chat talking about how good Hunter is at Django. He was actually Hunter was my teammate in the 3v3, and yeah, he is a very good player. He's one of the people that you hand him a deck and he just kills it with it. He's such a good pilot.
Pass.
Yeah, it was a really good attack. So the Ahsoka into Django meant that if Django wanted to stop Han from ramping this turn, then you have to kill your Django for it. So I really like that play from Philip, just making Hunter make the decision. Now I see Crafty and a War Juggernaut.
And here he did not resource up to 7. He's just gonna
Yeah,
hold on
he
to
stayed
the
at
Crafty.
6, which I think makes sense because you still get to play the War Jug if you want to. I would imagine he's going to just to get it out, even though there's nothing to tap.
Yeah. You could get your attacks in first.
Yeah.
Although Cunning does discard at random, but I don't think we're gonna see a Cunning. So we need to get the War Juggernaut's power up to 6?
Yeah,
up to 5?
Up to 5. So it's already there if you just ping the Infest Nest. You could ping your own P-38 if you want to. I don't think you want to ping your War Jug here, but either way, the War Jug still dies, or still, so if you, yeah, I like pinging the War Jug because Infest Nest plus Blaster is 7, so you really want to get your Jug to 7 power. So the fact that he pinged everything, now the Jug has 7 power. It needs a surprise strike from Infest to bounce it. Blaster still doesn't bounce the Jug. It can kill it, but it doesn't bounce it. And it kills it whether you ping it or not. So
It's just vulnerable to Han unit here.
it is, but I think you expect Philip might have sided that out.
I am curious about that. I'm not certain that he would have sided him out.
I'm not either. So he does get to bounce the P-38 here if he wants.
And he did smuggle.
Yeah, he did smuggle. He did replace the smuggle. We seen it. He might not bounce anything. Oh, he's trying to bounce the War Jug. That is not a legal play unless we were missing something.
Nope, he's going to have to bounce the P38 if he wants
Yeah.
to bounce. He did not realize that.
Maybe making Philip decide what he wants to do, maybe something slightly different. I'm interested how Hunter handles this, because you can kill the Infus Nest, you can tap the Han, but you're already at 11 damage, and that Infus attacks for 7 every turn and bounces something. That's a lot of pressure. He taps the Han here first, which is risky, because now your War Jug could get waylaid, could get tapped by something, and you're kind of, if he's planning to attack the War Jug into the Infus Nest, it's a little bit risky. He also has a surprise strike, so maybe he's just gonna say he's gonna go to base and catch up the damage and let the Infus hang around. Because every Infus attack that taps that bounces the P38 just lets something else get in for more damage. Yeah, I think he is just gonna go to base here.
Looks like it.
So he thinks he can win the race. 10 damage in 1 attack certainly helps in that regard. So it should go from 7.
It's 9 damage now?
Oh, you're right, because the P38
damaged
healed.
P38,
Yeah, you're right. So it was 9 damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, we need a War Jug damage counter.
Right, yeah, we sure do. Could make one for next tournament. Bring it on screen anytime there's a War Jug.
Just leave it on screen constantly, because we haven't had a feature match without a Django yet.
Gosh. Yeah, that's terrible.
Well, good news. The next round of coverage is round 1, so no one has won or lost yet. So we might get a feature match without Djangos in round 1.
True.
We'll see.
True.
So we see Han in what I just call options mode. This is where the really good Han players shine. Philip has so many options. He has Infus Nest with a blaster. He can bounce things. He has Han that he could use to ramp. He has tech out, so he has 8 extra cards in his hand that he can smuggle. This is where, to me, the best Han players really shine with their decision making and understanding what they're playing against and what they need to do to win games. And we see here Philip making the play of Surprise Strike, which lets him bounce the war. He's verifying the Jug's power. Did triple check.
What is the power?
What is the power of this guy? So yeah. So
10 damage.
Yeah. So 10 to base, and this is where, yeah, like Han's getting into the option mode. This is where it's really dangerous. This is why you see so many players just kill tech on site and do their best to not let that get out of control. So Philip loses the option to ramp with Han. He loses the option to attack with tech, which didn't really matter. But you see the Surprise Strike having a huge impact there, letting Philip bounce the War Jug and save health on base.
Yep.
So the Infus is lethal if it gets to attack next turn.
So Philip just having to ask, do I just claim?
Yeah. What could he have for one that can kill this Infus?
Yep.
There is no Tarkentown up.
Well, the other question is, can I just kill him now?
We see the Bodhi.
Well, I think if you're Hunter after this Bodhi, you have to claim and try to get it. Well, it's at 21. He doesn't have Django on the board, so maybe part of what Philip is doing is saying, well,
yeah,
you can't tap everything, so I'm just going to put more units on the board.
Yeah, he's saying there's nothing you can do to kill me in one action, and so this makes sure that I get another action. Especially if he has something like a Surprise Strike or a Blaster in the resource row or in hand, then Philip's probably feeling pretty safe and just taking the route of, I'm going to just verify that there's nothing in hand.
So, is there an option here for Hunter?
Well, always starts with a triple Dark Raid. Because
And we're
I
good.
think if he triple dark raids into Devastator, no, because Emphas has 7 health, so the Devastator wouldn't kill Emphas anyway.
I think you'd have to exhaust Enfys and kill something and kill the Bodhi,
Yeah.
maybe. 1 on Enfys, 3 on Bodhi.
Yeah, and then you would attack the War Jug into the Emphas to kill it. But yeah.
Doesn't matter. Philip takes it.
Philip takes it in 3. So
he should make the top cut. We don't know yet. We'll
imagine
have
so.
that soon.
Yeah. So this is the last round of Swiss. So what's going to happen next is we're going to wait and figure out the top 8 once all the matchups have concluded for round 7. Then at noon Eastern, so in approximately 45 minutes, is when we're going to start round 1 of pool 2 of the 6K. So we're going to get basically 8 of our top 16 now, and then the second 8 of our top 16 in pool 2 over the next 7 rounds today. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back to announce the top 8, and we're going to come back and for the start of pool 2. So we should be back in a few minutes, and then there will probably be another short break after that while we wait for pool 2 of the 6K to start. So we'll see you guys in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Star Wars Unlimited fans, welcome to round 1 of Pool 2 of the Bothan Invitational. I am Jeff Creasy. I am here giving you a commentary for round 1. I am attempting to do the names. We're getting there. We have Guy from the Bothan Network playing Cad Bane Colossus. And we have Miles playing... I'm gonna get that. We have Miles playing Sabine ECL. So this is a similar CAD list to the one that George the Hulk top-aided Pool 1 with. And we are going to see who can get there in Pool 2. So we have 8 of the top 16 already figured out, and we're here to get the second 8. So yeah, they're just about to get started. They're doing a couple of judge announcements right now, and they should be getting started shortly. All right, so I'm interested how this CAD Colossus is going to go. We've seen it do well against Django. It should, in theory, be able to do similar things against Sabine, where it's just kind of pretty decent against these aggressive decks. We'll have to see how it plays out. Guy is, of course, a very proficient Flesh and Blood player on the Bothan Network team. You can see that the Flesh and Blood playmat there, the zones on the mat, don't quite match our Star Wars zones. But a playmat is a playmat.
He's a great player. Very good at TCGs in general.
Yeah.
He was noting last night when I was speaking to him, starting to notice that not playing a TCG makes it harder to play that TCG. So, very, very good player. I'm interested to see how well things go for him since he invests so much of his time into Flesh and Blood.
Yeah.
Still, you can apply a lot of the same skills.
Yeah, and
see how this goes.
He did really well in the 3v3 that we had yesterday. Mm-hmm. He was on the team with George the Hulk, and they ended up actually beating my team in the lower bracket, and then they ended up losing to KTOD. So losing to the team that's in the finals is nothing to sneeze at. All right, so we've got the turn 1, starting with the A-Wing for Miles. Guy with no turn 1 plays, which is not the end of the world for this CAD deck, especially if you have something like Power of the Dark Side to lean into on turn 2.
That's pretty common to just go straight into Power.
Going into the 2/4 Sentinel, so it is going to be able to... it is a little bit weaker to something like the A-Wing, or sorry, the Wing Leader, but still solid here where... if Miles has nothing else, then the Jump Master is going to kill the A-Wing and not die in return. So really good from there. But we'll see if Miles maybe could have a Fleet Lieutenant, could have a Wing Leader. He could ECL something. It looks like he's going to ECL something. ECL Sabine's Masterpiece. So this is really good here. So now he's going to get to kill the Jump Master and not die in return. He doesn't get the XP, but he does get the ping because he controls a red unit.
I was talking to another Sabine player, and I was asking what cards from set 4 are coming in, and they did specifically mention the Masterpiece.
Yeah. I'll be honest, I'm not sold on this card yet. Mm-hmm. I want to see it in action more. It does go well specifically with ECL, but how much of your deck can you prioritize to having a 3-drop that only works well with your epic action base? I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying I want to see more of it. I'm not convinced. I want to see it in action. So hopefully we'll get to see here how it goes. Well, Medal Ceremony is a good start. So this is exactly how Miles wanted to start this game. He got his turn 1 play. He got his turn 2 play. He killed Guy's ship. So yeah, exactly what he wants to do.
It's even more toughness to absorb these CAD pings as well.
Yeah, absolutely now. So he has 2 toughness on the Sabine's Masterpiece left as well, which is huge. And yeah, Josh, one Bonreg made it in the top 8. That's Crispy, as you can find him in online platforms. It's a deck that he's been brewing this whole set. He's been kind of known for it, I think. He's a guy that he really likes to find his like own lane and kind of off meta aggro decks and really makes them work really well. He's a really good player and a really cool guy to just talk to about decks and strategies and deck building things.
Yep.
Yeah, Crispy's a cool guy. He's a good one to have in the scene, and was super happy that he made top 8.
He'll stick with it too. If he's not winning a tournament with the deck he's working on, he'll just go right back in the lab.
Yeah.
And keep working on it a lot of times.
Yeah.
So Guy with initiative, deliberating his play. I can't tell what's in his hand. 4 resources.
4 resources up. So I'd imagine he's got options. I'm guessing he doesn't super love any of those options. He's not snapping anything off.
Right.
He is a very deliberate player, Guy is, and I don't mean that as in slow. I mean that as in he understands the moments where he needs to think about what is the best action to take.
Tom, Frank's not playing. He's helping run the event for this pool. Rebel Resource, not sure yet. Did not make top 8.
Yeah.
And the question about top 8, there'll actually be a top 16 tomorrow. Both top 8s from these pools feed into that.
Yeah, so both top 8s are going to combine into a top 16 bracket. I don't know exactly how they're going to do seeding or the whole bracket setup, but I honestly don't think that part matters too much, especially if you're doing random initiative, where the top seed. I would imagine that's what we're doing, especially with 2 pools feeding into each other. So it's just the privilege of being in pool 1 top 8 means you don't have to slog through 7 rounds of pool 2.
I think we'll probably pair the 8s into the 1s, like a normal bracket would be.
Yeah, but the 8s from pool 1 versus pool 2.
Yeah, the 8s versus
like cross
the 1s.
pool.
Yeah, the 8s versus the 1s. Yeah, is how you would usually do it.
Well, yeah, but I'm just curious if they'll do cross pool. Same, like, do you make 2 separate brackets, or do you make a cross bracket? There are a couple ways to do it. I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah. That's what I heard.
Anyway, oh wow, red 3 coming out from Miles, so really threatening a lot of damage this turn. McClunky,
wow.
So now Guy has to decide what to do. He also didn't trigger his Cad Bane before, which makes sense because he wanted to McClunky. He initially probably wanted to kill the A-Wing and then trigger Cad on the McClunky. Now he may have to kill the red 3. It's interesting to see which...
I think red 3 has 4 toughness?
No, 3. It's a 2-3.
Oh, it's red 3.
Red 3.
Yes.
So he does kill the A-Wing. I think I like this. This saves more damage this turn at the expense of every heroic unit from here on out is going to be tougher to... is going to pump in more damage.
Yep.
He's still going to get the... Miles is still going to get the Sabine Masterclass ping, which can hit base. So this is going to basically attack for 5.
It's pretty strong with that and the Sabine flip this turn.
Yeah. Sabine ping into flip. Guy's got to find something. He has a lot of answers in his deck, but this is a really good start from Miles.
For sure.
And then 4 damage from the Sabine attack because of the red 3.
It is Colossus, so he's not quite halfway through the base here.
Yeah, Guy with initiative again. There's only 2 health left on the red 3, so it's possible that he could have something to deal with that a little bit easier. I don't know of anything without a board. There's a lot of McClunky type things. Looks like he's looking like a Lom Pike, so this is...
It's a really tough spot to be in.
This is really tough for Guy. Yeah, he's gonna have to do a lot next turn. A lot of his deck needs a unit on board to function, like all of his McClunkies and things like that. But we'll see. I think he's gonna end this turn with a lot of damage on his base.
Yeah.
So it's 12 damage on board right now.
Yeah, 8 more coming.
Or sorry, this is, yeah, so 4, 5 with the raid, and then 1 more for the ping. So 6 from the Sabine's Masterpiece to base, 3 from the red 3, 4 from the Sabine, and then you still have all your resources to spend.
So 6 from it. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
27.
So 27 on base right now for this Colossus. So 8
Without
more to go.
spending any resources. Ooh.
Yeah. Yeah, so Ager in chat talking about that Guy and George are probably on the same deck. I'm not going to comment on the list because they are both my teammates, and I do know the list. I will just say that Guy and George are good friends. Like, I believe George got Guy into this game from Flesh and Blood, and they play test together and conspire together a lot. So make of that what you will.
Five more. A lot of material on the board. Only going to 6.
Another medal ceremony. Oh my goodness.
Why not, right? Just because.
I don't know. I don't know that Guy can get out of this.
Yeah.
It does seem like he had a really bad start. I know his deck plays a lot of turn 1 plays. And yeah, going to game 2 here.
Yeah.
So yeah, the CAD stumbled a little bit out of the gate, which is kind of unfortunate. This deck is pretty resilient in the first couple of turns normally. So I think he got pretty unlucky. I didn't see if he mulliganed or not, so he might have just mulliganed into nothing on turn 1. And then, yeah, Miles did really well, just coming out of the gate screaming, never letting his foot off the gas, just doing exactly what Sabine wants to do. So well played by Miles.
Let's see what's going on with the other players.
Yeah, so this is our backup feature match. So this is Kaz Red against Logan on Quinn Red, and this is 2 to base on the Kaz Red, a really solid group of guys. And we see Kaz deployed onto the Green Squadron A-Wing. So interesting to see Kaz deployed on the A-Wing. A lot of Kaz decks try to have the units that have a downside that you want to negate, and A-Wing obviously doesn't have that. You don't want to turn off the raid on the A-Wing, so that also makes it harder for things like the Trench Run combo and Heroic Sacrifice combo. But seems to be going really well here for Kaz. The 2 to base guys really seem to be cooking right now. There's a lot of units on the Han side. Or sorry, the Quinlan side. So can Kaz get the last 1 damage in? He doesn't have a lot of time. He's only at 13 on base, but there's a lot of damage staring him down on the other side of this board here.
Let's add some more.
Yeah. So that's 18, 20, 23, 25, 28. So it looks like he's 2. Quinlan is 2 away. So I believe Kaz takes that because I think Quinlan is 2 away unless I'm mathing wrong. So I think Quinlan is saying they don't have the damage.
13, 14, 15. No, that's enough.
He already took the 5 from Kira.
Oh, he already put it on the
Yeah, he already
base,
put it on the base.
So it'll only be 10 more.
Yeah. So yeah, unless my math is wrong,
yeah.
Kaz won game 1, Quinlan being 2 damage short, Kaz being 1 off lethal that turn, but then obviously getting the first action next turn, and Quinlan not having a way to deal with it.
Wow.
Kaz Red is another deck that a lot of people were pretty high on coming out of spoiler season. I don't think we saw a ton in the first pool. We were intentionally not giving out numbers of leaders until people had locked their deck list for the second pool, so we might be able to go back and find some of that information now that Pool 2 has started. We didn't want to influence anyone's deck decisions before they submitted their deck for Pool 2.
Right.
So yeah, Kaz Red. Kaz Red taking down game 1. And now let's go back to to Guy and Miles. Yeah, Tom talking about Kaz Red being interesting. So the way that Kaz works is your units lose all abilities and they can't gain abilities. And there are a lot of interesting cards that you don't think about that say gives unit this ability. So when you look at a card like Heroic Sacrifice, it says draw a card,
right.
Unit gets +2, and then the unit gains the ability when this deals damage, defeat this unit. So Kaz stops your unit from dying to Heroic Sacrifice. You still draw the card, you still get the +2, your unit doesn't die. Trench Run says attack with a fighter unit. It gets +4/+0 for this attack, and the unit gains, it may take damage and die due to a long string of sentences.
Yeah.
So the unit doesn't take any damage with Trench Run. If you activate Kaz on your unit and then Trench Run it, you just get the +4/+0 and don't get the mode where you take damage. So Kaz Red has a lot of cool
tricks. It's not
tricks.
immediately obvious. Like, it makes it look like a unit just becomes vanilla, like no abilities. But the cannot gain part is where it really becomes powerful.
It's also really interesting. Bounties are abilities put on units. So Kaz actually turns off all bounties and makes units unable to gain bounties. So I play tested Cad into Bosk, and Bosk was not happy.
Very, very tough matchup for Bosk.
Yeah. Yeah, so Kaz is a really cool leader with a really interesting design space. But here we are into game 2 here. So it looks like Guy passed on turn 1, and now he plays the Pike Sentinel. So that was a good pass. I like that a lot because now the Pike Sentinel trades with the Battlefield Marine.
Well, there's not too much risk of Sabine player not playing a unit.
Yeah.
They're going to do it. Oh, thank you. I will update that. The round 7 part.
Yeah, thanks. We're doing it live. We're doing our best. Yeah, Mango talking about Kaz falling short to Django. That was kind of what I found as well. A lot of the pilots are tough into these infinite tappers because by definition you want to play a pilot on a readied unit. And Django says, great, it doesn't matter who has initiative. You just spent more cards on a thing that can't attack. And it's not just Django, it's also into things like Power the Dark Side and things like Waylay. There are a lot of risks to running pilots in general. Some of that is negated by the pilot being your leader, where it can't get waylaid, etc. But yeah, it's just a risky archetype. So, and it's also another one that's going to be tougher to come up with. What is the optimal number of pilots versus ships? So that you kind of like I think the math and the standard deck building for that hasn't really been cracked yet. So that's something that also might come around later in the set. But it wouldn't surprise me if it honestly just always stays a little bit too risky. There are so many colors in the game and certain decks that you just can't afford to play a pilot unit on. It's so risky.
I think where we're finding success with pilots so far is just that they're modular.
Yeah.
So, you know, it does introduce risk to pilot a vehicle, but when it's the right play, you have that option available to you. So if the unit side is playable, it's still a good card, and you can leverage that pilot ability in the right moment. I think that's where we're finding some success so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this game, we see Guy with a much better start. I think by this point last game, he already had 15 damage on his base, and now he has 0. He has the hover tank that can either trade with K2 or can stop Sabine from attacking. I would imagine Miles is not going to let it eat his Sabine for free.
Yeah, I mean, it stopped Sabine from flipping.
Yeah.
On 4. What a powerful play to start with there.
Yeah. So K2 done 1 overwhelm, and we'll see if he wants to discard or do the damage to base. Looks like he has 3 or 4 cards in hand. I will say that this Colossus deck is usually okay with getting discarded because they have so much smuggle. They're not really worried about losing cards from hand.
Yeah, they're naturally already building to counter.
Yeah,
starting with 5 cards.
I do think Miles made the right choice here. I think regardless, you still make Guy discard because you only have 1 damage on base. You're 34 points away, so it's not a it's not going to be this big deal to get him from 1 to 4. So I think in that instance you are supposed to discard. It's just not something. This CAD Colossus deck is kind of built to be able to withstand that a little bit. Bazine is nice here. You get the CAD trigger to take that down to 1 health, and make sure there's nothing too crazy in there. I think Rebel Assault, you probably don't care about that. You just don't want him to have 2 units. It might be Sabine's Masterpiece, or it could be the Red 3. I think either of those are fine. He has 3 resources left, so we can play either.
Right. Sometimes it's nothing.
Yeah, it could be nothing, but it also depends on what's in here. Like, if you have a McClunky in your hand, then you're okay with...
Let him play one that
Yeah,
dies
just let him play one, it dies.
Yeah. Exactly. Which, a McClunky in hand would make this play make a little bit more sense.
Yeah, especially because I think he is actually telegraphing the McClunky a bit because he didn't activate CAD on the Bazine. But I think Miles doesn't really have a choice. The only choice that Miles has is you could ping Sabine, and then you could ping and deploy Sabine and do that to kind of dirtle a bit.
Right.
But the other thing of note is that Guy is not going to give you, after seeing that in Game 1, I think he got caught off guard by the ECL Sabine's Masterpiece in Game 1. He's not going to dangle a space unit out there for that Sabine ECL anymore. No. I mean, we saw him discard the 2/4 Space Sentinel, because that's what got him in trouble in Game 1, was that guy not being good enough. And we saw him discard that to the K2 trigger. So I think Guy is a guy that learns very quickly, and he saw the line that didn't work in Game 1 and immediately fixed it for Game 2. We seemed, okay, 2/4 Space Sentinel, whatever, not good. I'm gonna kill you on the ground. I'm gonna do these. I'm gonna play my hover tanks. So I've always been impressed with Guy and how quickly he can learn and adapt to a situation, and that just shows a guy that's just good at TCGs. Like, we've seen him dominate Flesh and Blood. He did in set 1. He I believe he top 8, or actually he won, I think, the Kissimmee 5K. That was when he kind of burst onto the SWU scene, and that was when, as a part-time player, I'm so impressed with how well this guy plays. Yeah. It's really cool to watch.
And a lot of Sabine's interaction, or sometimes the only interaction, comes from that ECL.
Yeah.
So as soon as they've burned it, you can start to make those plays that you would have avoided.
Yeah, absolutely.
Previously. So we've got a Bazine looking at Fleet Lieutenant, A-Wing, and a Rebel Assault.
Yeah, it looks like he's taking the Fleet Lieutenant. He's taking another sec to think about it. Guy did not ramp. Both players are at 6 resources.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see on
It's
screen.
It's hard to see Miles' resources exactly, but basically Guy played a hover tank that stopped Sabine from flipping. It was holding it hostage, so Miles did not flip his Sabine on 4 resources. He flipped it afterwards.
So, taking 8 here?
Yeah.
Correct dice math.
And we see the CAD flip here, so CAD is going to get to take out the Sabine. And so I believe Guy didn't take anything with the Bazine, which I kind of like, because you know that he wants to play the Rebel Assault, not the Fleet Lieutenant. And you know that the Fleet Lieutenant doesn't do anything this turn after he plays the Rebel Assault. So you've got some time and some damage on base. You get to kill the Sabine now if you want to. And then you've got 4 resources left to deal with what's in space. Yeah, something that Sabine is usually okay with. The fact that their Sabine dies, so that just turns the ping back on. Miles does have some room to make that he has to make up with this 35 health base, but the fact that he already has 12 damage, if you look at health remaining on base, he's ahead by 2.
Yeah, he's covered the 10 and put 2 more on, but he's done that by the 6 resource turn. That's pretty late in general here. I do like Guy's position.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what's in hand. We don't know what he has for smuggle.
I believe he just flashed a covert strength and is thinking about that to probably heal and put an experience on his CAD. He's probably thinking about if he wants to play something from hand or keep his hand the way it is and play some damage. So he's deciding to take power off the board.
Yeah, I like that.
I think I like this as well. You can still have the covert strength for later. The big punish here is if Miles has something like an ECL Poe that would not have... he would have had to discard 2 extra cards to kill the CAD if CAD was healed with an experience on it. ECL Wrecker is a lot of damage with CAD at 2 damage as well. So those are the big punishes.
Yep.
But we'll see. We can't see exactly what's in Miles' hand. Not sure if he has either of those. He has not used his ECL and is at a high enough resource amount to be able to do that. I see a Fleet Lieutenant. Well, actually, no. We know what was in his hand. We peeked at his hand before. We don't know what he drew for this turn.
You have to expect him to draw one of those.
Looks like a Fleet and maybe a K2, which those I think Guy is not worried about those. I would imagine we just see a Fleet here into base, unless I missed all the cards in hand. Yeah, so Fleet here with 5 to base for the A-Wing. So I think that, knowing that this turn wasn't a Poe or a Wrecker, I feel like Guy's feeling probably a lot more confident. He still has this A-Wing to deal with, but he has a lot of time to deal with it. So he's not in the biggest of hurries. His CAD is still here for now.
It's such a huge difference being on 35 when you look at 17 on your base.
Yeah.
There's still so much ground to cover.
Let's see. He's thinking about what to do. Clearly has options. Jetpack onto Bazine. I like this a lot. So this frees up CAD to hit the base and Bazine to clear out the Fleet Lieutenant. And now Bazine is also just, even after the trade, is going to be a threat to kill whatever ground units you have. This also leaves him free to covert strength the CAD, so that it still is very tough for a Poe to kill.
Could see a Long Pike as well. He's got 5 left.
Yeah.
He's got to figure out what to do with that 5.
Yeah, could be a Long Pike, could be, and especially it might change if he wants to kill this K2 as well.
Yeah, I agree. Might change his decision. They could have no glory. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of options that he could have for sure. Assuming he wants to deal with this K2, that will leave his CAD vulnerable again to Miles having another top deck of either Poe or Wrecker, or really if CAD attacks into the K2, then it could be a lot of things to kill CAD.
Yep, just
yeah. So just CAD into the K2.
How many cards do you have in your hand? I have 1.
Yeah. He has 1 card, but also Miles has more damage on base this time. But I think Guy is trying to get him to do the discard.
So if you ask them how many cards in their hand and they say 1, is that not where you would discard?
Usually it is.
Thinking through it.
I think the thing is, it might be that I don't know how much Miles has played against decks like this. It might be that he understands that there's a lot of smuggle.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it is also he realizes that he doesn't have the most. Miles doesn't have the most damage right now. And he knows that damage from Guy in the ground arena is going to stack up, so he knows that his only chance is to get damage in and hope that Guy's Guy kind of draws blanks a little bit.
So you're just asking how many cards in hand. They say 1, then you think about it, and then you're like,
exactly.
never mind. I'm gonna do 3 to the base.
Yeah.
I needed to know how many cards so I could then.
Well, it's an easy decision if they say 2 or 3, right? But it's a harder decision if they say only 1.
Then sit and think about it, but then still decide. You know what? I do have to go to the base, actually.
Yeah, exactly. And I know I'm talking a lot about Guy and his plays because I know him and I know this deck, but I do think that Miles is playing this really well. I know it's always tempting to take the last card with K2. I think Miles is playing this really well and really understanding that he has to try to push damage here. It's tempting to discard the card, but does that win you the game or does that buy you a turn? And with this much damage on the ground, Guy's going to close this game out really fast. You can't afford to say, I'm gonna try to discard your card and make you play with what's on board, because what's on board kills you pretty quick.
Currently, he would put 22 damage on base in 2 rounds.
Yeah. He's got 11 out there right now. But there's an ECL to slow this down, and then you can get your A-Wing going. It looks like he might have found a Poe.
Been looking for that a long time.
I see him tapping a lot of resources, so I would imagine it's either a Poe or a Wrecker. We see a Cassian in the resource row.
Maybe it's a Profundity.
Ooh, that's a big word.
How many resources does he? He has a lot of resources for a Sabine player.
Yeah. So he put the marker on ECL, so we assume he's ambushing something in.
Yeah.
Trying to see what he's going for here.
Is that Wrecker resources?
Yeah, it is Wrecker. So now he's got more options. So, he was looking at his resources to make sure he didn't kill the Cassian with the Wrecker. Here he goes for the 2 units, which I think I like this over. The other option was to ambush into the Long Pike and have Wrecker kill the have Wreckers enter kill the CAD leader, but that doesn't deal as much to base. So with this play, he leaves the Long Pike around, but he gets more damage on Guy's base. So he's at 26 now, with still the 3 attack left in.
Yep. 26 has to get to 35, so there's still 9 more damage to find.
Yeah. And Guy could kill the Wrecker and shield the Long Pike to have it survive, but that would put a shield on the A-Wing. So it really depends on what he has extra. Oh, Cad Bane is good here. Yeah, just take everything.
Both of them.
Yeah. Cad Bane unit is a really good card. We don't we don't see it get played as much because it is not a triple dark raid hit, and mostly we just see Django. So it's not in that deck. But I think anytime you see someone playing Cad Bane instead of Django, this is one of the main reasons to do it. This and McClunky, I think, are two of the biggest reasons to potentially say I'm going to play Cad instead of Django. The options you get with those play lines are really cool.
We saw it in Cad Green a lot yesterday from the McClunky team.
Yeah, and the Sabine's already used their ECL, so you're not worried about an ECL Wreck or a Poe. We don't know if Miles is on timely reinforcement, or I believe actually timely is in his hand. So he could, if he gets another Wreck or a Poe, he could potentially kill this. Yeah, Miles wishing he had an L3, but that, I am assuming he's not playing an out of aspect L3. It would be nice to get his units back. And now comes the ultimate decision point, too, where Miles wants his units back. He wants his Wrecker back, but you cannot give a control player 2 cards, especially a Colossus player. That's just wild.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope that Cad gets to attack. I imagine it will.
Yeah.
But just to see that decision point play out and see what Miles does.
Yeah, and especially depending on what Guy has in his hand, I think he would be fine attacking with the Cad Bane. It deals enough damage that even if Miles gets a Wrecker back, you would think that Guy is going to get something to deal with it. But it all depends. Maybe Guy doesn't have anything in his hand and he doesn't want to give the Wrecker back. He could also play the game of passing or playing cheap cards or attacking with Long Pike to see what Miles plays first, to see what he does, to see what else he has to deal with.
Cassian.
So there's the Cassian. We saw that in the resource row. So Guy could attack the Cad into the Cassian. Doesn't feel as good. The Long Pike doesn't kill him. So we might see him just deal with this via a card from hand. Or from the resource row.
I'm failing to think of a resource row solution. Maybe it exists.
Well, I think any Underworld card with a ping, and then you just eat the 3 and Long Pike kills it. That could be what he's thinking about.
Yeah. Hotshot Blaster.
Hotshot Blaster onto Long Pike would do it as well.
Yep. That might be what he was looking for.
But that can also let him do 9 to base with CAD unit, so maybe he's mulling that decision over as well.
Frank announcing 8-player drafts, so if you happen to be at Cards HQ and you want to draft,
come on down.
Comes on. Maybe you're nearby.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got the Cassian readied from being smuggled.
Yeah, so it is
Guy's action.
It is still Guy's action. It looks like he's got a lot of options, which is honestly one of the things that happens with this deck. You get so many options.
What unit has Guy attacked the base with? Or has Sabine pinged 4 times? Where did that damage come from? Zane is talking about not seeing the ping too often this game. I'm failing to remember where that 4 came from. So we've seen 4 pings?
I feel like we've seen 1 ping and 3 damage to base. I'm not 100% sure, though.
Yeah, maybe the jetpacked Bazine.
Yeah, because I think the jetpack Bazines might have hit once. Or a Llama Attack, maybe. Yeah. Oh, so it was a Llama Attack to base and no pings.
If it was a Llama Attack. Guy is like, do I attack with this?
I know.
I was wondering if it was Lom, but thought I was crazy
to
think that it was Lom. All right, Guy, make a play.
It sounds like they're talking things over as well. So I think they're oh, now there may be a judge question.
Oh.
They may have a question of I wonder if the question is whether Miles gets to know which CAD unit gets rescued, because it sounds like they're discussing something and then turning around. So they may have a rules question. We're not 100% sure. But no, we have a slightly wider view than you guys, and we can see them clearly, like talking to each other and turning around looking for something. Yeah, so now it looks like a judge has. So there is a judge question. So that's what they're trying to figure out.
The card says the defending player may rescue a card they own captured by campaign. So I believe they would select.
My understanding is that the Sabine player would get to choose which card they rescue. Yeah. It is not random.
That's the way I've always played it.
Yeah.
And I think that's how it works.
Yeah, so I think that is affecting Guy's decision of whether or not to attack. So yeah, so it looks like they got a little time extension for the judge call. And there is a Pike Sentinel, which is really nice here. It dirtles for an action, which is nice. It stops the Cassian from hitting the base. And yeah, the defending player gets to choose. I think the players there are just verifying this is a high stakes event, and you don't want to make a mistake like that. Yeah. So they just wanted clarification before they chose their action. So
with that knowledge, he is willing to attack. So
yeah,
presumably he has some answer for Wrecker.
Yeah, and he still has the Long Pike as well. So a hotshot blaster could kill the Wrecker. There are a lot of options for him to kill the Wrecker. And now he's making Miles take this. Miles does take the Wrecker back. So giving Guy 2 cards. To me, this is always too big of a risk. But I think Miles just sees the number of dice on there and says, I've got to do it.
I mean, it seems pretty obvious that there's an answer.
Yeah, you would think so. And maybe it could also be that Miles thinks that he's really far behind now that Guy has these units, and he says, my only hope is that he's bluffing. Because sometimes if you can't play around things, you don't. Right? But it's like, what do you think... What do you think you could be playing around, and can you afford to play around it? Are the questions you often ask yourself,
also,
right?
Like, the investment of the resources.
Yeah.
There may only be 1 or 2 more turns here, so giving him more cards and forcing him to invest resources to answer my unit, maybe that's worth it.
Yeah, and so we see the recapture here, and that puts a shield on the cat as well, so yeah. Like we expected, Guy with the answer. I do think Miles was pretty far behind at that point. I don't hate the decision, because you're still 9 damage away, which is a big number.
I like that even using Relentless Pursuit on Cadbane, they can still rescue that same unit.
Yeah, you can give him 2 more cards. It
doesn't matter how it captured it.
But honestly, I think Guy, if you tell Guy, hey, I'm going to give you 2 more cards again, and now you have to draw another answer. That deck is all answers.
Of course, yeah.
Because now also he has enough units, he can just kill the cat on board. Cassian has to die into the Long Pike to kill him, and then... or the Pike Sentinel, sorry.
Which now has a shield.
But now Cassian and Pike Sentinel just bounce off each other, which also Guy is okay with. Take 2 on the trying to bounce your guy off, and then he gets to kill him with Crafty Smuggler. He could also say Long Pike plus Crafty Smuggler into the Wrecker if you rescue the Wrecker again. So it seems like Guy is in a very strong spot here. I don't know what Miles can do to come back in this. It looks like we're going to a game 3, but we'll have to see if Guy can close it out, or if Miles can find some magic and come back into this game too.
And this is also the power of Colossus.
Yeah.
We never hit 30 HP, so even if Guy was on a 30 HP base, he would have just had 1 extra card, but he still wouldn't have died up to this point in the game.
But he would be dead for a cause.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So different lines might have been played. but also he's out of reach of the burn currently.
Yeah.
Whereas on the 30 HP base, he would be at risk to losing to cards like that.
And then, yeah, another point is we haven't seen Sabine ping, but it also may be a factor of Miles doesn't want to use the pings to try to make up that 10 HP deficit, because Miles only has 10 points left.
Right.
So. Yeah, Meeple talking about Guy taking some time to play. He is a deliberate player, but also a lot of that was a judge call. So as soon as Miles claimed, we saw Guy just dump his hand out.
Yeah, he did like 3 cards at once.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of that was a question about how CAD unit works. And now I believe the action is on Miles. He has initiative. So we see the wing leader. I think that Guy is at the point now. He has a shielded sentinel, so I think he can just start attacking the base.
Looking for blasters again.
Yeah.
Let's go blasting. Or jetpacks, whatever.
Now let's see if he double shields his Pike Sentinel. Would not surprise me if he does. I think he
do.
Yeah.
Anything.
You can put on whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, 19 to base. So now this Cad Bane attack is lethal. And so the question is, what can Sabine do to stop a shielded Cad Bane from attacking?
It would have to be a card I don't usually see Sabine decks run, I think.
Yeah. I mean, we're in round 1. This could be crazy deck list, who knows? We see Chewy Pilot on the wing leader. I appreciate the effort of saying, you know what, I'm getting my Chewy in.
Confirming that it is lethal.
So yeah, we're going to game 3 here. Interesting decision that we didn't see Sabine ping at all that game. I assume that Miles was basically saying to himself that I don't want to use the pings when there's a 10 HP deficit in the bases.
Right. I mean, these decks play a lot of unit-based interaction, so
yeah,
they can decide to start hitting the base whenever they want. Especially once you have that Long Pike on the table.
Yeah.
You now have a good Space Sentinel from this new set, and you've got the Pike Sentinel that we already had, but now you've got both lanes covered where you can shield one of your Sentinels and then shield something in the other arena to shut down whichever arena is the most dangerous.
Interesting to me to see Guy potentially going back to his sideboard here. I think in other games, like I see it a lot in Magic the Gathering, where you see players say, oh, well, if I'm sideboarding on the play, I sideboard this way. I bring in a couple of different cards on the draw. So I think I'm curious if that's what's happening, or if he's saying, oh, I may have missed sideboard. And the same thing with Miles. Miles is actually looking through his sideboard too. I wonder if for Miles, it's probably more likely a case of, oh, I may have sideboarded incorrectly, because this Cad Colossus deck is not a deck you see that often.
Right.
You know, you might not be understanding exactly how it's winning or what it's trying to do. It's a fairly unique deck, and if you haven't played against it, it can be very surprising. And so I'm curious if it's the same thing for Guy, if he's thinking, oh, wait, I've seen, you know, Sabine's masterpiece a few times now, or oh, the Cassian unit did this or that, or you know what he's thinking about, what he's changing now that he's on now that we're going to game 3.
Yep. And not starting with initiative sometimes that can change some things, but that's pretty rare in this game. I haven't seen it come up as often. With the new set out, like sometimes you see cards that you weren't quite sure was going to be in the deck. I don't think Game 2 showed us anything new, unless I'm misremembering.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with Jedi Django. When you watch very high-level players play, and I feel the same way whether I'm watching them on commentary or watching them live in person, you will see a lot of rapid actions when it is obvious what to do, and you will see a lot of slowdown and contemplation when it makes sense to do that too. So that there's a big difference between people who take 45 seconds for every action and people who take 5 to 10 seconds for 90% of actions and 60 seconds for the other 10% of actions.
Yeah, It's recognizing those moments that can have a big downstream impact or immediate impact. Whereas, like, those first few turns, a lot of times, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
You might only have one or two choices, but then as the game goes on, you've got more resources available, you've got smuggle.
Yeah.
There's a lot more decision points, a lot more branching, and it's also critical points in the game where you have more damage on your base.
Yeah.
And if I make the wrong choice, if I don't claim, if I don't play the right card, I'm just
absolutely.
dead.
Thank you very much for the compliment, Blake. It's great for us to be here.
What's up, Blake? Wish you could be here. Hopefully, maybe you'll be here tomorrow for the 2K.
And yeah, for a reference, Guy is a player who in the Florida 5K in set 1, he won, I believe he won the tournament playing 12 rounds in one day of Vader Blue hard control. So that was 0 double losses from going to time and 12 rounds of grueling control mindset that he just plowed through and murdered the field. So, like, the mental stamina, as well as just getting into and keeping your rhythm and constantly making the right decisions, it's not something I could ever do. I cannot take control to big tournaments for that reason. I can't handle it. So I'm always impressed by the players. Like, Guy and George is the same way, and you're the same way as well with the Palpatine stuff. Like, the ability for players to play those kinds of decks at these long, grueling tournaments, it's always amazed me.
I do love it, but I'm also very, very tired.
Yeah. I get tired enough when I play Sabine at a big tournament. That's enough for me.
Yeah, I don't know what those breaks are like. Must be kind of cool.
Oh, it's nice.
Breaks between each round? I don't know.
That's the hardest part for me for commentary. I always play aggro at big tournaments. I'm used to so much time between rounds. I'm like, here, what do you mean the matches we're commentating go to time?
5 minutes till the next round.
See, I'm used to hearing that call from outside of the room.
No turn 1 play.
No turn 1 play from either. It might have been a pass claim.
Did we see Sabine Mulligan? I don't know. Yeah, Space Modulator, I don't think you have to tell your opponent how many cards you're sideboarding. I haven't read that.
I didn't think you had to do that either.
Yeah, I may have missed it. But
it is public information how many cards are in your deck and how many cards are in your sideboard. So if you bring in more cards, like anyone can ask, are there still 10 cards in your sideboard? And you have to answer that. But I don't think the number of cards you change is public information. I could be wrong, but that is my understanding, is that how many cards you bring in and how many cards you take out is not public information. It's just the total number in sideboard and total number in deck that are public information. Oh, and that's what Noah said as well. So I was a little behind on chat.
I didn't respond until I saw Noah's. I was like, okay, you know what? I think so too.
I was too busy telling stories about playing aggro.
Oh, sorry, Reed. My bad.
He's a very mean person, Reed, so I get it. Jonathan No, I'm just kidding. For those that don't understand sarcasm, that was a joke. Jonathan's great.
I've said it before, big fan of the Boba unit. I like it here. It's great stats. It has a little ability that sometimes comes up.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's really good here just as more options. But like this CAD deck loves cheap underworld units, and that's what this Boba brings. We're back into kind of the set 1 mentality of, hey, this is 3/5 stats for 3. It's underworld. It's got the tags that we want, and if the flavor text comes up, then great.
Oh, the tank again.
Hover tank again.
So, in a previous game, Miles avoided the Sabine flip just to not die to a tank attack.
And this is the same play again.
There it is.
Yeah, no Sabine flip. We do see more pings this time. He did get the ping in. But yeah, this hover tank is coming in clutch. And this is one of the matchups that you really want it for Sabine, where it just eats Sabine and doesn't die back.
Frank was convincing me that Gamorrean is still better because of the 4 toughness. I don't think I believe it anymore.
I don't
Sabine
at all.
Not even flipping into the tank. That is a strong play.
No, they got their damage now. Yeah, so that's the damage from the Sabine ping, I believe, last turn. Yeah. And then So here we go, going into the next turn. So we may see basically the same thing that we saw last time, which is K2 having to go into this Shadow Tank to allow Sabine to flip a turn late. But now Guy's had more time and ability and energy to set up. There is a red 3 sitting there, which is kind of scary. The damage just really does add up. But I would imagine with no turn 1 play, Guy probably feels a lot better about this red 3 than he did in game 1, where it kind of ran away with the game.
Yeah. I also think CAD players love having just one unit on their opponent's table, because then they know exactly where that damage is going to go if they play an Underworld card. They're playing around it. And this is nice.
The Rebel Assault is nice.
I like it.
And Sabine got the ping at the end of the turn. They put an extra damage on their base, is my understanding, because they were at 5 and they missed it at first, and then as the players were reconciling, Sabine went up to 6.
Yeah, I saw them do it.
Yeah.
I believe it's correct.
Yeah, so there should be 2 overwhelmed to base. And then, sorry, 3 overwhelmed to base because of the Rebel Assault. So yeah, so 3 overwhelmed to base, and then also 4 to base from the red 3. So yeah, now we're getting the 4 there.
Or I think that was the trigger from K2.
Oh, sorry, 3
The
trigger from
first
K2.
thing he did was attack with the red 3. But we're only at 16.
He started at 10 though, right? I thought he started the turn at 10. Am I crazy?
Maybe.
I might be crazy. I'm not sure.
I saw him put the die on when the red 3 attacked.
Oh, okay. I must be. I was thinking about the Sabine ping and then missed the beginning of that action. So that's the hard part with this. I get stuck in seeing if something missed, that I missed something else that might have been missed.
And then you're in a chain reaction.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen board sweepers or
I'm a
laser blast or anything here. So going wide, if you can manage to do it, does seem good.
Relentless Pursuit, capturing the Sabine's masterpiece and getting the shield.
What a strong card Relentless Pursuit is this set so far.
Yeah, and I like this. I like this a lot. Red 3 is a dangerous unit, but leaving the 1 health unit on the board so that any CAD pings can take it out. And here, Sabine doesn't want to flip here either, because you have to run into the Pike Sentinel, and then you just die to the Boba attack. So it still doesn't look great for Sabine to flip. Wow. Guy doing a great job, just really not giving Miles a chance, not a chance to flip his leader and to try to get some extra damage in.
This could be a point in the game where he just does it. Nope, he's not doing it. Because you still get the on attack. But you miss your ping next turn.
It does kill the Pike Sentinel with the red 3 out, so it wouldn't be the end of the world.
Yeah, I don't think it's worthless. That might have been something to dwell on a bit more.
I think I would have flipped there because you get to kill the Pike Sentinel. If you don't have the red 3 out and don't kill the Pike Sentinel, I think it makes a lot more sense to not flip.
Yeah.
But the fact that he has that, and then Boba may have to attack into Sabine, and then you just get your ping back online after that. This Wrecker feels kind of bad because the shield is on Boba. So do you want to defeat a resource just to kill the shield? You could also, because you don't want to ambush into Boba. So yeah, just defeating the shield on Boba and then ambushing into the Pike Sentinel. I think that's the best you can do there.
Maybe Miles is trying to finally set up a flip turn.
Yeah, and I think you're also at the point where you don't need to be at 6, so the resource doesn't really matter. Like, obviously, defeating a resource to defeat a shield feels kind of bad, but I think as Sabine, you don't really care.
I would do it there.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, if I'm committed to the Wrecker line here, I would definitely defeat the resource. Did get the pump from the red 3 for the overwhelm, so it's definitely a good bit of damage. 22.
He's actually 1 off dying to the Boba attack. It is CAD flip turn, so CAD can kill the Wrecker.
Yeah.
Another Relentless Pursuit. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Now you get a shield as well, so now this means that any CAD ping, the Boba can just kill the Wrecker for free. So if you have an Underworld card to play next.
I might actually be a Cat Colossus player. I thought I was a Palpatine player. I don't know anymore. Oh, this is looking great. I know George's been working on this deck. I haven't had the time to hang out.
Yeah, I've talked to him about it. I played against it a lot. It's a cool deck. It's a cool deck.
I had to put all my Monohan hours in.
Yeah. The Sabine flip here is really good. It means that you don't have to ping your Wrecker.
Ooh.
But it does mean that Boba just gets to kill Sabine, and then Cad gets to kill Wrecker. So yeah, the blaster there was it seems like Guy had all his bases covered, which is kind of the point of this deck, right? Like, I would imagine he had an Underworld card in hand. So if you don't flip Sabine there, he plays an Underworld card, pings the Wrecker, Boba shields into it. If you do flip Sabine, then he blasters the Boba, kills Sabine that way, and then Cad into Wrecker. So the point of this deck is that you always have options, and it's up to you to pick the right option. And that's why players like George top-8'd with this deck in Pool 1, why we see Guy doing well with this deck. It's the kind of deck where you give yourself the ability to do what you need to do, and it's about you to find the right lines and to understand what your opponent is doing.
And if Guy, it looks like Guy might pull this off, and if he does, I like our chances of seeing him some more on these top tables.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I mean, this is a really good play by Miles. This can help get him back into it. Second Wrecker, he doesn't get the ambush, but he does get to kill the Boba and get his units back. So now Guy's got a lot more to deal with. So second Wrecker was exactly what Miles needed to get back into this game.
I think Guy's looking for a CAD unit, maybe.
Yeah, CAD unit would be good, but I mean, he's already at 23 on base, so he's got some. He's under some pressure for sure.
That was a big moment.
Yeah.
The Relentless Pursuits, they all looked incredible, but now they're back.
Yeah.
They were being pursued through a canyon, and they finally made their way out.
Yeah.
These ships.
So if he has a third Relentless Pursuit, then he could capture Wrecker.
And shield his almost dead CAD.
Yeah.
Even then, you still got what is that? You got a ping from the Masterpiece. You have a pump from the Red 3.
Yeah,
That's a
so
lot of
Masterpiece
damage.
attacks for 5. Masterpiece could also attack and ping off the shield if there is another Relentless Pursuit.
It's pretty strong card right now.
5.
What is this?
Oh, this is no glory on the results. So killing the Wrecker. Now Miles, I think, deciding if he wants to ping or claim.
Right. So he has to do some math there. I guess he claimed.
I think he claimed, and then you also get the Cloud Rider out. So there should be a CAD trigger. Yeah, so there's a CAD trigger for that. So now it's an interesting spot for Miles, because if he just attacks, his whole board dies to a McClunky. So do you want to play a unit to be able to soak up the pings? Do you want to just get in the damage while you can? Being able to get in 5 damage is no joke, because
he can kill CAD, right? On attack with the Masterpiece?
Yes, the Masterpiece can ping a unit. So he could attack with the Masterpiece, kill CAD, and then that turns off the pings.
So he's safe from that,
Yeah.
I think he'll do that.
I think that's the play.
Unless he's got the math exactly worked out to kill
He
him.
goes 5 to base.
5 to base. Okay. So maybe he thinks he's got
So he's got to get 7 more damage. Yeah, if he has a For a Cause, then he attacks with Red 3 for 3, and then For a Causes. That could get him there.
Risky line. Putting 1 on base instead of killing the leader could come back to get you.
Oh, that's the pilot. So he plays the pilot that gives -2/-2, and that gives a CAD trigger. So now you have to decide if you kill your Sabine's Masterpiece or if you kill your Red 3. So the Sedan Artana, I think his name is coming in clutch. Yeah, killing the Red 3.
Yeah. I think that could have been a critical moment there, not killing the CAD. We'll see. Maybe they've got like 2 4 Cause in hand, and they're just going to close.
We see a wing leader.
Okay.
Yeah, so Guy doing his best to wrestle control back of this game when that Wrecker kind of threw it into chaos. He was feeling pretty good until the second Wrecker came down. Miles really threw a wrench into his plans.
Yeah.
Ooh, we see a jetpack there. I think Guy trying to count how much damage he has.
I mean, he needs 10 to win.
Yeah, this is 9. So we go back to when we talked about how often Miles should ping, whether he should ping or not. If he had pinged one more time, he dies here. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
it's a hard thing for a lot of Sabine players to know when you should or shouldn't ping. But I mean, here you see Guy is 1 off lethal on board. He might still be able to get there, but you look at the times that Miles didn't ping when he could have, and if he pings one more time, he's dead here.
The Masterpiece is 1 off lethal right now, right?
Yeah.
It does 5, just the 5 right now. Oh, it's not 1 off lethal. It's 2 off. Oh wait, what? Did
we count wrong, or did Miles count wrong? We're about to find out who counted wrong.
Let's see. I mean, that looks like 3 from a Cloud Rider to me, right? On 22. And then here comes the 3. And oops, I'm not sure I should have pinged. Perhaps. Wait, 2? No. It's not 2. So that's what happened.
Oh, wait.
Little miscounting from... Wait, what? Huh? Is that a Cloud Rider?
We should go double check that real quick. Yeah, we're gonna see what happened. Maybe the dice were wrong on the base. We're gonna see what had happened there, because it looked to us like he was 2 off lethal with the Cloud Rider attack. Maybe the dice were wrong. Because we think okay, so I think what happened is Miles thought Cloud Rider was 2 attack, so he counted it up and thought that Guy was 2 off lethal when Guy was 1 off lethal. That seems to be what happened. So kind of an unfortunate end. When I think Miles played fairly well.
There were so many people around that table, I felt awkward. I was like, you've got like 10 people watching and no one pointed it out, but
yeah.
Didn't you just take 2?
Yeah.
And they confirmed, oh yeah, we did.
Yeah, so congrats to Guy for winning round 1. Very, very hard fought. We might be able to see more of this CAD Colossus deck on stream. We saw George playing it on stream a bit in round 1, and we might get to see it on stream in the top 16 because George already made that. So yeah, thank you very much for tuning in to round 1, and we'll be back in a bit with round 2. Thanks for hanging out.
Live. All right, I'm gonna fix the names and everything. This table, this is a Django mirror, so we're gonna use this as our backup. But this is Ian and a local friend, Danner, playing that mirror. And on the other table, I'm gonna go fix their playmats. Be right back. All right, they're trying to fix it. We'll see. Da, da, da. Well, let's see. I might be able to change it myself. Da, 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 da. Okay, I am adjusting it on my end, so I don't have to keep getting them to move. Alright, let me send you that adjustment. Okay. And we have Chris on OB Green and Brett on Quinlan Tarkentown. I'm going to mute while I update the screen. Be right back. All right, I think we have everything situated nicely now. Jeff is taking a much-needed potty break. He'll be back. So Obi-Wan, that's exciting. Blake, if you're still in the chat, yes. Phil, excited about Obi-Wan. So, guys, I could have given you a Django mirror. We're not doing that, right? We want to see this Obi-Wan deck. So we have a Page Tico pilot on the ground to start us off. Did we? We healed with Obi-Wan. Yeah, very nice. Jeff is back. Welcome back.
Great to be back. Thanks for having me.
We got Brett on Quinlan Tarkentown and Chris on Obi-Wan Green. We're excited about this.
Oh, Obi Green, nice.
How many Djangos can you see on screen?
There has to be one.
There's not. There's not. Wait. On our screen, we see the other match. There's 2 Djangos. Not on the one we're covering now. So Obi-Wan's heal already happening twice here, and I think Page Tico's a 3-2, so that's pretty strong ability there.
Really interesting because I know Obi-Wan was really good against Django last set, but a lot of decks that were good against Django last set aren't anymore, so I don't know if it still is or not.
Right.
He cannot attack Sabine, so that is not a... You cannot throw Page into that Sabine unit. I count 3 aspects there.
I'm going to update the other side. All right. A lot of stuff on the board.
So Paige went to base instead. So deciding not to kill the Chopper, which is actually kind of interesting because Chopper has raid with the Sabine out. So Chopper can kill the Rose. Admiral Yularen. I love this card.
Very good.
I'm a big fan of Admiral Yularen.
A lot of these blue-green decks are putting Sentinels in both arenas. A lot of them.
Yeah. Sentinels and Shielded are both relevant. Grit can be relevant. You can basically choose to give any of your vehicles Shielded, Grit, or Restore, or Sentinel. And the Restore does stack. So if you have a home 1 out and then you play Yularen, all of your vehicles will get an extra Restore 1 from the Yularen as well as a Restore 1 from the home 1.
I'm going to find out what they named.
Okay.
On Yularen.
So we see a Kira from the Quinlan player. So Kira coming down, we see Bright Hope, Concord Dawn, Chewy, and a Restored Arc. So a lot of options here.
Shielded was named.
Shielded was named, which makes sense when you see both Bright Hope and Concord Dawn. And Kira cannot stop both of these Sentinels from coming down.
Right. Yeah, I think when the Yularen is played on turn 2, it's often shielded.
Yeah.
And then if you
so Bright Hope was named. Thanks, guys.
There we go. Thank you. We didn't have to run out for that one.
Also nice to see Tyler Parrott being in the one in chat excited about Obi-Wan. Tyler, we're excited about Obi-Wan as well.
And we're excited that you're watching our event.
Yeah, for everyone for everyone that loves SWU, which that would be why you're here. Be sure to thank Tyler for all the hard work he puts in for this game.
Yeah, yeah. We're having a blast running this event.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so excited to be able to have some small part in big events like this.
It's been crazy. Okay, so interesting to attack with Sabine. Still opens the door to clearing that Chopper without losing your page. But, okay.
Well, the Sabine still can't be attacked.
It can't be attacked right now.
But the page can attack the Chopper, for sure.
Yeah.
Which I wouldn't be surprised to see.
Or they could heal with Obi-Wan, but yeah.
I think you attack with the Chopper and then heal the page with Obi-Wan.
Yeah, you heal something. Yeah. Could heal the Yularen. Does that save it? Not from
Yularen
Kira,
chose
not
shielded.
from anything.
For those in chat asking.
Tarkentown.
Tarkentown, yeah.
So, that's gone.
And I think that they probably just wanted to make sure that they got the Yularen off the field. Like, okay, I'll lose the Chopper, whatever.
Yeah.
I already know that you can't use the one resource, so Chopper's exhaust doesn't matter. I probably would have attacked into the page. And it might be also that the Chopper getting Raid 1 is kind of flavor text that a lot of people forget. So maybe they didn't realize that it had Raid 1. Maybe they thought that it wasn't worth it to... maybe they thought that it wasn't worth it and wanted to make sure that they got the damage on Yularen. I'm not sure. But that is the choice that was made. And I think I agree with not attacking with the A-Wing here. There's no reason to trade it in just for the shield. You'll get to ping that shield off fairly soon, you would imagine, as Quinlan.
As soon as the leader has flipped, it's going to be very easy to ping the shield off. And that's coming right up.
And the Concord Dawn, it's not like it's going to go kill the A-Wing in response.
Right.
So I don't see any reason to attack in there for that. So I think that Brett made a solid move there.
One of my favorite reasons to play this Quinlan deck is Force Throw.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any of those yet.
Mm-hmm. And we do see a new Ahsoka unit, or is that old? No, that's new Ahsoka unit,
right?
Yeah,
it's new Ahsoka.
New Ahsoka. And new Ahsoka is a card that I really like specifically in Quinlan. It's the when it enters has a really solid effect.
Right.
And when you pair that with other discard, whether it's Spark, Force Throw, whatever, even just the Kira, so you see their hands, you know what their options are, it is incredibly powerful to get the extra discard and to know what your odds are of making them exhaust a unit.
No, it's not Chris Schutz. Chris Schutz is working all weekend. This is a Chris that I don't personally know. I asked them their names as they sat down, not Chris Schutz.
Yeah, Chris Schutz was very excited to be at this event. I actually got to see Chris Schutz last night. Great guy if you haven't met him. But yeah, he had basically an emergency work thing where he's scheduled all weekend. So
Yep. Yeah, Ahsoka, as a 3/5 force tag that makes you discard,
Yeah.
it would probably be good enough still.
Yeah,
But-
it already plays
But
well.
that's not all it does.
Yeah.
If you
It-
discard a unit, you get to exhaust a unit, so it like
Yeah.
pressures them to not discard a unit. Wait, what? Did we discard a unit? Did we discard
No.
Bright Hope?
I don't think so.
Bright Hope's on the top of the discard.
Oh, he
Yeah,
did discard.
yeah,
Bright
he
Hope.
missed- he
Yeah.
missed the unit.
He missed
Missed
the
the
discard.
unit, which I'm expecting to see a little bit at the start of this set.
Yeah.
People will forget that part of the text. Both the player playing Ahsoka and the opponent. The
Yeah.
opponent will discard, and then you'll be like, okay, exhaust
Yeah.
your War Juggernaut or something.
Yeah, I was trying to find the standings to see the name, so I missed the discard. But the chat saying it's Chris Gray.
Okay. But yeah, there should have been an exhaust there. I don't know if it says May, but I don't think I'm gonna go interrupt for this one. It's
Yeah, Quinlan.
it is a May. It's a May.
Yeah, okay, so it is a May, so it's not a rules violation. It's just a missed optional trigger.
I really didn't want to interrupt them for that one, so I'm
Yeah.
glad it. But thank you, Tyler, if you were involved in making that a May.
Well, the thing for me is like I do whatever the judges want us to do as commentators. If they want us to interrupt people for missed triggers, I will. If they tell us don't interrupt people, then I won't. It's their tournament. We're just broadcasting it to
Yeah.
you guys.
I will. I didn't want to.
Yeah, exactly. we were told to grab judges and help with anything obvious that we see. We're pretty close to the players, but yeah, it's always unfortunate because it usually takes us long enough to make sure that something happened that it's always a couple of actions later, and it gets a lot harder to rewind things from there. Because we
Yeah.
definitely don't want to interrupt when we're not sure that something
Yeah.
was missed or
We don't
a
want to
mistake
be
was
wrong
made.
about it or like
Yeah.
bring up a May trigger.
Yeah, we don't want to interrupt the player's concentration unless we're sure that something
Yep.
incorrect happened.
Yeah.
So Obi-Wan dropping here. There is a lot of damage on the ground from this Quinlan.
On the
Oh, wow. We do see the A-Wing
Quinlan
swing
player-
into the shield.
Quinlan player went to reach for damage dice.
Yeah,
It was in their head that it wasn't going to die for that moment.
yeah. I think they thought they were going to get 3 damage on the Concord Dawn. The shield's been sitting there for a while. Claiming initiative, not wanting to throw Quinlan leader into the Obi-Wan because they have the Kira or the Ahsoka that they can throw into it next turn.
I think that's a hot shot.
Yeah.
Quickly to the resource row.
Interesting. I think a lot of times you see Obi-Wan be able to protect himself fairly well, either with the lightsaber or extra healing, like from something like a covert strength, whatever. I'm not sure exactly what list Chris is on, but Quinlan here with enough damage that they're going to be able to take down this Obi-Wan. And that's a big relief for any deck that plays against Obi-Wan. It's usually can be pretty hard to get this leader off the board. Oh wow, that's I think that this is an interesting sequencing. So he's throwing 6 into the Obi-Wan, who had two health left. Keeping all of his units around, which may be the thought process there. So now Paige has some decisions to make.
Oh, interesting.
Paige
Right to the
decides to go to
base.
base.
Paige didn't come here to play games.
Yeah, I mean, you're up to 14 damage. You are, in this case, more than halfway there. And you're making Brett make the trades that you know that he's going to make anyway, and you're ahead on damage, and you have space units with a clear space arena. Is he a Luke pilot? Yeah, so Luke onto the Concord Dawn. I like this. This makes your Sentinel bigger and also makes Concord Dawn hit for a not insignificant amount of damage. So now you got 8 damage in space a turn that Quinlan has to deal with.
There's 15 on the ground on Quinlan's side total, readied and exhausted. You can put him to 9 this turn, so he's still 15 itself doesn't kill. Yeah, even with like a hot shot,
Yeah.
still not quite there. So I guess the Obi player is saying,
pilot. Oh,
yeah,
that's a Chewie pilot as well. So
I'm just gonna kill you in space by
Yeah.
piloting both my ships and restoring.
Yeah, restoring as well.
So we got 18 plus 5, 23.
Hi to Gladius in chat. What's up?
That's Gladius 1245, actually, not the other Gladius.
Sorry, we're on first name non-numbered terms.
My bad.
It's okay. It's okay. I forgive you.
I don't know what Quinlan can do here.
Quinlan has decided nothing.
Yeah, consider their options, and yeah, there's nothing.
Going to the next game is the option Quinlan has chosen.
Yep. Let's see what. Ooh, and we have the Django mirror.
Not something that we've seen before. I don't know if
No.
we've seen 2 Django decks in this event yet. But for everyone new to SWU, this is Django. This is Tarkentown. This is, I'm not sure, I know one of the teammates is our teammate Ian, or one of the players is our teammate Ian Lego Pizza. I'm not sure who his opponent is.
Yep, it's a local. His name is Danner.
Oh, awesome.
But I got the names flip-flopped, so I'm going to fix that.
Yeah. Ian is on the left side with the red playmat, and Danner has the Darth Vader playmat.
Unless Ian let Danner borrow his champion playmat. I'm not sure.
He did not. I can see
He
the
did not.
jersey.
Okay, he did not. And ship that change. Okay, there we go.
Yes, and I believe they're in game 2, but I'm not sure who won game 1.
Yeah, I'm not going to update that 'cause I
Yeah.
do not know.
And we'll go back to the Quinlan versus Obi-Wan once they're done sideboarding and shuffle up, just so you guys know they're in between games still. They're deciding on their sideboard. So we're trying to bring you guys constant action. So we're going to see some Django on Django. We see the IG-88 come out, or IG-2000 into the other IG-2000 into Tarkentown. Triple Dark Raid, a lot of options here. So Ian can't hit the Devastator, but he can hit anything else. And yeah, he has Django deployed. He still has Tarkentown up. So I'd imagine he just wants to see anything that pings at all. I think we see a Devastator. He might be getting the Shadowed Hover Tank, which will let him kill Django. So he may be, I think he's deciding between a unit that pings or a unit that kills Django. And he's going with the one that kills Django. Nice inclusion in this deck. Doesn't cost any extra resources to Triple Dark Raid.
We'll see if he has anything for the remaining 2. Maybe a crafty or something to deploy.
Yeah. Yeah, we see only one resource left for Danner, so Ian knows that nothing can come out to exhaust except an ISB agent. That would be the only option to exhaust this hover tank. We don't see one in hand for Danner. And I believe we saw Ian put a Devastator to the bottom, so that card is really big in the mirror.
What is this? Oh, that's the pay to or exhaust.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. He does have that. Okay,
I was gonna ask, is it ridiculous to go to base? I guess Ian thinks it's not.
didn't. So Ian paid the 2, right? Am I crazy? Did he exhaust and
No, he paid the 2. He paid the 2. Because
he paid the 2 and then attacked
3
5 to base.
Yes.
Oh, gotcha,
exactly,
gotcha.
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is pool 2. Oh, the graphic says pool 1. I don't know where it says that.
Yeah, where's...
Oh, it does say right.
I
Yeah,
see
we got there. Yeah,
it.
this is pool 2.
I got you. You know, I was actually looking for where that is.
Me too. Me too.
I was
I'm
going
not
to put it
lie.
in the bottom right.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was already on
We're also
screen.
round 2 now.
And round 2. Well, you know what? Let's just update
We're getting
everything.
there. We're getting there. Sometimes you are your own support staff, and you miss things. We're getting there. Keep pointing stuff out like that. We're trying to make
please,
the graphics
yeah.
as clean as we can.
Yep.
There's a lot going on.
Yeah. we don't have all the support we would have had, and we're getting through it.
Yeah.
And it's okay.
You got to make do with what you have, and this is what we have, is us.
Yep. There's a lot of great people here. Claire from McClunky Gaming.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Tim.
Claire and Titanic are great. They're doing
yeah.
the McClunky stream. Check that out as well. We're not the only ones streaming this event. Claire and Titanic on McClunky Gaming's Twitch. Definitely check them out.
They have another table going.
Yeah.
And, you know, when our support had to go, I went up to Claire, and they're they'll come help us.
Oh, yeah.
If we need it, if anything goes wrong.
And vice versa, too. Whenever I see them setting up, I always ask if they need anything there. They're great players. Or
Yep.
great people.
Cad Blue did win.
Yeah, Cad Blue 1 and 3 against Green Sabine.
Yep. So the Quinlan match.
Oh, we see the Bazine take the Devastator from Ian. So that makes a lot of sense.
Quinlan Obi match. They are about to resource. They're not quite.
Yeah,
into it yet.
it looks like Obi has mulliganed and they're drawing their
Yep.
second in. So we're gonna switch back over to that shortly. momentarily. We see the Bazine take the Devastator. Ian obviously understanding that that's a big card in this matchup. Sneak into Ruthless Raider. So I believe that was the sneak was what was drawn from the Bazine draw.
This can be dangerous. Django's on the board. There could be a tapper in Ian's hand.
Yeah.
There it is. Even though it's just the one turn, it's still worth it.
All right, so we're gonna
let's go back to Obi-Wan.
To Obi. We have a Scanning Officer, which found an L3 and a Hotshot Blaster. So, wow. Interesting to bring in Scanning Officer against Quinlan, but it really paid off here. I think Brett was really caught off guard by that. Obviously, if you're playing Mono Han, it's a card that you can expect and a card that you can play around. If I was playing Quinlan Red, I would not have expected this at all and would have 100% played into it like Brett just did. So that's really interesting. Yeah. So yeah, Chris was making sure that Brett doesn't have a turn one. We'll see what the follow-up here is. Ezra Bridger, that's a good follow-up in terms of a threat that needs to be answered before you get a lot of extra card advantage with it, which is Obi-Wan does not want to see happen. There's a resupply, so solid answer. That doesn't help deal with the Ezra, but just helps you get ahead in your own game plan.
I've seen a lot of people bring in Scanning Officers recently for Quinlan and Han.
Yeah, Quinlan does play a lot of smuggle cards. For me, I think mostly I like seeing Scanning Officer when tech is played, and a lot of these other decks aren't playing the tech. But obviously, I mean, it paid off really well for Chris right there. So he was able to get the scan scam, as we call it, for the turn one whiff.
And then of course everyone's going to start playing George's deck.
Yeah,
they're going to want even more Scanning Officers.
Ooh, we see another resupply. Luke Skywalker. Oh, this is a tough choice. I don't know what I take here because resupply lets Obi flip.
I want to say I'd take the Luke. Let's just get rid of that Luke.
Yeah, I think especially as Quinlan when you... Yeah. If they draw another Luke, they're going to be able to play it next turn. Because now the problem with taking the Luke is their turn their turn is so mapped out right now with a 3-drop and resupply into multiple options for 2. I think I would take the 3-drop. Or I think I would take the resupply and give them the Luke for now. That's a tough choice, though. Like, you still have Tarkentown up for the Luke is my only thought. But, yeah, that is a really tough choice for Quinlan.
I think Luke is one of the best cards in their deck.
I'm
agree. Happy to just get rid of it and be down 1.
I agree, and I think in a vacuum I would agree. My only thought is a lot of times with discard effects like that, you have to make the choice of, do I take the best card in their hand, or do I take the card that messes up their turn this turn?
Right. Do I impact this turn or down the road?
Exactly. And the resupply into 2-drop gives them such a good turn this turn.
I mean, I do agree with that.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying that it was a misplay. I don't know which version is correct. I'm just saying what I would do.
Yeah.
It is a very tough choice, though. I think it's very close either way. Because now Obi-Wan gets to flip. Obi-Wan can kill the Ezra. If you take the resupply, then the Obi doesn't. You get to keep your Ezra for another turn.
And the Luke's a little slower to come out.
Yeah, it's tough. It's basically one of those where you play Spark and then you say, oh god, can you get a different hand, please? I don't want to see any of that.
So heal on attack. Put some damage on Ezra on attack.
Let's see if he might be missing the Obi trigger, which is also optional. So he could have.
Yeah, he can.
He could have healed this. I think that's what they're
figuring
talking
it
about
out
now.
They're figuring it out.
They're saying, hey, you take
Do
one
that
and then you
first.
die. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't change much just because it's a Scanning Officer down to no damage. And also gets the page. So huge turn from Obi here. Quinlan has a lot of catching up to do. They're going to flip into the face of 5 units, or 3 units with 4 power, 2 power, and 3 power. So a lot of power out there right now.
I think I saw another Spark and a Force Throw.
Yeah, that would require getting a Force unit out though. You have your leader,
has
but
one.
it also might die pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the Ahsoka lead as well, because there's another force unit. You make them discard a card.
Right.
Oh, they only had one. It was a home one.
wow.
That's huge.
Wow.
Ahsoka getting back into this game starts right there. So
Quinlan.
Force Throw is not live now, but you get
Yeah,
you
there's
get to
nothing
tap
but
the
Force
Obi
Throw.
leader.
Yeah, Obi-Wan has 7
7 health. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Quinlan can't kill it without another ping or so. You could Force Throw yourself. I'm not sure what else Quinlan has in hand.
Yeah.
We see a Falcon. It seems like a Falcon and some cheap cards.
You might do that here. Force throw yourself.
I think you might. You also might just claim and lead with the Force Throw next turn.
Yeah. I don't hate that.
It kind of telegraphs the Force Throw a little bit, but it could also be telegraphing a Plo Koon attack to kill Obi. So I think it doesn't necessarily telegraph exactly Force Throw. They do throw 3 into the Obi.
Maybe they're gonna play. Do they have a 1-drop unit?
I mean, they definitely have cheap cards in hand, so they might just be Force Throwing themselves here.
Huh.
Which I also don't hate. Just get Obi off the board. You get your Quinlan is going to die to Page, but that's okay. There are bigger travesties in the world, right? Because otherwise, this Obi-Wan board is just overbearing if you leave everything up. He's debating discarding another Force Throw versus a Spark. What card is that? That's not another Force Throw, I don't think. That's something else.
Yeah, I could not tell what it was.
I think that's one of them new events. Them newfangled cards.
And then Obi-Wan gets initiative. And see what they can top deck. Now, against this Ahsoka deck, if you resource, you want to make your play from your hand.
Oh, we see a Luke unit in hand. He's already at 7, so I would like to see Chris not resource, and that's what he does. So he basically says, okay, Force Throw isn't going to make me not be able to Luke this turn.
There's a
Luke
Spark.
Shoot down now.
He doesn't know there's a Spark in Quinlan's hand.
He doesn't, but you're still insulated from Force Throw. You insulate yourself as best you can. You can insulate yourself from Spark.
I'm glad he's not waiting, though.
Yeah, I agree here as well, because it still kills
the
the Quinlan. So now you don't have to throw your Page into it. If you wanted to insulate yourself from Force Throw, in that case, because he did have initiative, so if you want to insulate yourself from Force Throw, you do resource, and then you just play the Luke first action. So I think either way is fine.
Yeah.
But I think I'm okay with this. And now there's a decision of, do you go to base or do you just... I think, yeah, I like killing the Ahsoka. Now you get the Force units off the table.
Yep.
Falcon comes out.
Django has been so dominant. We don't get to see as many Lukes on the table. But when it is on the table, it is one of the most powerful cards in the game still. Mm-hmm. It's a big health swing.
Yeah, Zelda had guy talking about last turn where there were no cards in hand. There was, I believe, a second Force Throw in Brett's hand, so that's what we were talking about for this turn. If you want to, insulate yourself for this turn, and then, yeah, shoot down is pre-release All-Star actually, but yeah, deals damage to a space unit. If it kills the space unit, then the base takes damage.
And I think they're saying that's what was discarded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, that's right, Seth. There were no cards in Obi-Wan's hand.
Yeah.
Or they certainly would have targeted Obi-Wan, I would hope. Oh, what is it? A home one?
A home one? Yeah, wow. We see the home one. What do you get back here? You got Page. Not a ton of options.
That's okay. You still have a home one.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
I think Brett had not finished his turn and was deciding to pay for Falcon, and Chris just got excited about the home one.
Right, yeah.
So Brett has now decided to pay for Falcon.
Right.
Playing the tech for 3. Not sure what he could have. For 1 to play a Force Throw doesn't do much without a Force unit out. Looking through... Brett looking through his resources.
I guess if you're playing it from Smuggle and you have nothing else, you can still do it.
Certainly not the end of the world.
Yeah.
But either way, I think you're more looking at how am I going to deal with this home 1 next turn. So I think he might be deciding if he needs to put 3 damage into the home 1 or not. And he does.
Yeah, even the damage race on base is not going to work out well with home 1 on the table.
Oh, absolutely not. And it's a fast clock as well. I think even if Quinlan doesn't have anything for the home 1, you've got to start putting damage on it. You can't let it just hang around. So there's 1 health left on the home 1, but it's going to be tough for Quinlan to play an 8-drop to ping it.
Yeah, I was trying to think what 8 drops could be in the Quinlan deck.
Well, now we look back to the shoot down that was discarded to force throw. And if they had the shoot down, that would be really nice right about now.
Yeah, it would.
At the time, it was not helpful.
Maybe there's another one. Or Daring Raid.
Could be. I don't think so because Brett ended the turn with 3 resources up, so he would have played one if he had it.
Yeah. He could have drawn it.
He could have drawn it for this turn.
What do we got?
Absolutely.
What do we got, Brett?
I see a 1-cost event in Brett's hand. I can't tell what it is.
One, 2.
Starting with the Page attack is interesting. Page is the one that's obviously dies the easiest on board. For me personally, I would be so scared that my home 1 is going to die. I would attack with home 1 first and just give up the 3 damage and let him trade the tech into, or not trade, but let him kill the Page and just get in the home 1 damage.
7, make sure it happens.
That's what I would do. But we'll see if this pays off for Chris because maybe Brett doesn't have an answer.
This is where your opponent doesn't answer it and then you say never punished.
Yeah. All right, quick judge conversation, and we are back here. So it looks like home 1 did get to attack.
Ewing.
And then Ewing reinforcement. So this is huge for Chris.
Looking for another Luke, maybe?
I mean, looking for a lot of the... I think you're feeling pretty good anyway. You've already got 19 damage on basis. Home 1 stuck around for a whole another turn. Yeah, sorry, we had to mute ourselves for a second because the judge had to ask us a question really quick, and we didn't want to air that on stream.
Yep.
So yeah, let's see what we get from this U-Wing. Oh, the perimeter ATRT, not bad. And then also I think this is just a U-Wing where you're just happy to put more units on the board. You assume eventually Quinlan's going to be able to answer this home 1.
I wonder if you ambush the tech, like you don't grab the
well, either way,
Sentinel.
you still have to pay the 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You still have to pay the 2. He doesn't have the 2.
Yeah.
Yep, my bad.
And then healing up the home 1, so making it harder and harder for this this Quinlan to reach that. We see a Plo Koon in hand, but yeah, I don't see. Definitely still don't see any outs for this home 1, and I think that Chris knows by now that if Tech had an answer for home 1, it would have happened a couple of turns ago. So I think he's not too worried about the Tech. It's always scary to leave this Tech on the board, but it's been around long enough that I think you're not too worried about any crazy tricks coming. Yeah. Brett scoops it up, so big congrats to Chris for taking it down. That home 1 draw was huge, really helped coming out, and yeah, it was interesting. You see the force throw decision. It made a lot of sense at the time to discard the event that only dealt damage to space units when there were no space units, and we saw how that kind of backfired at the end. I mean, I think he had to discard something, right? Like you have to play that force throw there. You can't let those guys stick around. You can't let the OB stick around. But yeah, really tough.
Claiming was an option.
He could have.
That might be something to like go back and consider.
It's an interesting one, and I'm curious if he sees that, if Brett sees that as a big decision point in the match. But anyway, we're coming here to the Django mirror. Jonathan's going to go find out what game we're on. I'm going to go try to figure out what board state we're at right now. We see a Devastator, which is always scary. No good to me dead. So Ian, no goods to me to be deads. Danner's Devastator. So that's at least going to buy him some time to find his own answers. We also see a War Juggernaut. So Danner very much has the board control right now.
Game 3.
We are in game 3. Ian needs to find 5 points of damage. Danner needs to find 10.
Ooh. Okay. Tough spot to be.
Yeah. This War Juggernaut attacks for 6 right now, so that's not lethal. Ian still has 5 to spend, so he could still try to TDR into a Ruthless Raider or a War Jug, which would, both of which would be lethal. I don't know if he has a Triple Dark Raid in hand or not. Well, we can't see what is in his hand. I think I see an IG 2000. So if he doesn't have it, then yeah. So I like the claim here from Ian because he has the IG 2000. The Devastator was sneak attacked in. So Danner was trying to steal the win right there. So here, this IG 2000 from Ian is going to put in a lot of work because you kill the other IG and you tap the War Jug. So usually as Django, you want to make sure you're not the one that has to act first. So Ian does have to act first here because he has to tap the War Jug and kill the IG.
Ian has initiative?
Ian has initiative.
Okay.
He could also say, I'm going to get hit by the War Jug and then tap something if it gets Triple Dark Raided or sneak attacked in. So yeah, he's going for the obvious play of kill the IG, tap the War Jug. The War Jug does get Surprise Striked for 9. So he would have lost to a Surprise Strike had Ian not made this play, which is, I think, why he did it. He would rather play around the Surprise Strike than play around...
it's on the screen, Chris. He has no audio.
He has no audio.
I will then tell him in audio that it's 1-1.
We're texting like we're playing an RPG in 1993. Let's go. So the War Jug would have been Surprise Striking in for 9 without the IG 2000 play. So I think Ian, recognizing that he's dead to a sneak attack big thing, most likely. We'll see what he's got, but... Does he have another no good to me dead here?
This is tough for me. Danner's a local friend. Ian's a teammate.
Yeah.
If you don't know, if you're a listener, we even do a podcast together. We've had Jeff on the podcast.
Yeah, it was great. It was a ton of fun.
It's across the network. If you want to search for it on YouTube or Spotify.
But even Waylay doesn't work here because Danner can just claim replay the Devastator and do the last 4 or attack with the War Jug for the last 4. So Ian needs more than Waylay. I think he is just lamenting life choices right now.
I think so too. Because you're saying if we answer the Dev, he just gets the claim and kill him. So
yeah. We see the Waylay in hand, but the Waylay in hand does not save Ian.
Yeah.
Second sneak into second Devastator seems to be back-breaking here.
Wow. Congrats to Danner,
He
though.
does the Waylay.
Well, you got to set your opponent up to make a mistake.
Yeah.
And there we go. Not making a mistake.
Now let's see if Danner sees the line of attacking for lethal or playing Devastator for lethal.
He might.
He might see it.
He might find it.
He might see it.
He might find it. Let's see.
Danner sees the line of playing one of his cards.
And he was so excited.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
So
I mean, it's... I don't know if you... Like, Ian has at least a bit of an aura around him for sure. Like, whenever you see him play or play against him in a tournament, he's a very good player. One of the most accomplished players in this game. So huge shout-out to Danner for getting the win there against Lego Pizza.
Yeah. Danner thought he had no shot when they sat down. So, All right. Well, that finishes our feature matches for this round.
Yeah. Thank you very much for tuning in. We'll be back in a few minutes with round 3. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Star Wars fans. I am here with the Jake Shel, YouTube content creator. He's been at this event, been killing it, and just wanted to chat. So yeah, how are you doing today, Jake?
Doing fantastic. What's going on, chat? It's good to be here. Amazing event. Love that you guys are watching and supporting. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. So tell me and the chat a bit about yourself and your channel. How did it come about, and what kind of content you like to do?
Yeah, man. I've been making content since like 2018. Jake_Shel, shout out. I did variety gaming and such, and as soon as this game came out, I was like, it's got to all be Star Wars now. So I'm just having a blast playing Star Wars. I'm super competitive, and now I've just been streaming and making content for this game.
Nice, that's awesome,
Yeah.
man. That's awesome. What do you think about set 4 so far?
Oh man, a lot of Django, obviously. I mean, as soon as we see like War Juggernaut and IG 2000, it's like, okay, Django's gonna be a monster. And this event's kind of showing that Django's doing really well, but it's also showing that there's a lot of good answers to him, actually, like surprising things. Like I've lost some tough matches against Quinlan. Cad's been tough. I'd say there's a really good like 5-6 leaders that play well into Django. So
Yeah, absolutely.
it's not just Django here.
Yeah. Have you been playing against any of the Cad Green, or what colors of Cad have you seen?
You know, I've only played Cad in the team event, the 3v3.
Yeah.
Cad Tarkentown was a tough one.
Yeah.
I played Wu.
Oh yeah.
I beat him the first time we played, 2-1.
Yeah.
And then he beat me 2-0 the next time we faced him. So he got his revenge. But
He's a tough one. I mean, Wu's obviously a good player. All the KTOD guys.
I'm hoping to see him in top 16 and get the best of 3 in.
Yeah. So how have you been doing in the event so far?
Let's see. In the 3v3, my team Idea Squad, we got 5th place.
Nice.
We lost to KTOD twice. They took us out.
Yeah.
And
I mean, they took a lot of people out on their way.
They did.
They made that lower bracket run. It's the meme of the Grim Reaper at all the doors.
Yes.
Like that was KTOD in the team event. They went down to the lower bracket pretty early, and then they just went on a rampage and just they went through so many good teams.
It's been
to
awesome
get
to
the
see,
finals.
man. They have a great team.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and they made it all the way to winners, and they're playing the last set tonight, right?
Yeah.
So we did pretty well there. I went 5-1 in that event, and then in pool 1 I went 5-2. So I got 12th. I barely missed the top cut.
So tough.
But my opponent, Grumpy Elephant, in the last game, he's on Quinlan ECL. He offered me the draw, and I was like, okay, if I draw here, go 5-1-1, I have a chance to make top 8.
Yeah.
Like, I can't draw. I gotta play it out on stream, especially.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I was just excited to play the game, and ended up losing, so got knocked out anyway.
I mean, yeah, there's no shame to that. Like everyone here is good, and also that Grumpy Elephant list is just so good against Quinlan. Or sorry, against Django. The Quinlan ECL list that he has.
It's surprising.
Yeah.
It's fast. He's got answers.
Yeah.
And I had to go out swinging. I couldn't do the draw.
Oh, for sure, and I think that's respectable too, right? Like I think a lot of people here will respect that. Getting some shout outs in chat.
Hey, my boy Swifty. Let's go.
Yeah, so for people
Davies.
So for people that want to watch you on YouTube, like what kind of SWU content do you do? Is it gameplay related, deck list? What kind of stuff do you do?
Yeah, most of what I do, my favorite thing to do is live stream. I love just popping on, playing some games on Karabast or Petronaki now. Just jam games, play like a 2-4 hour stream.
Nice.
And then I'll make videos on whatever deck I'm playing. Talk about events I went to. I'll definitely make a video about this event, the deck I ran, things like that. I'll do deck list stuff. But it's mostly just talking about my experiences and streaming and hanging out with chat and talking about my events and how I'm doing. Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, I think there's a market right now for the live stream type stuff for SWU. We see Blonde Sabine channel doing it for some lunchtime streams, and we see some other content creators do it. But yeah, I think that's a huge niche for both gameplay and for deck lists. Yeah, I think that's solid.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of fun. It's really cool to just hang out with people and play, and people have their ideas of like, oh, you should try to run this, and I'm like, all right, I'll try it next game or whatever, and we tried. I'm like, dang, that worked.
Yeah, it's super nice to just be able to iterate that quickly and get in a bunch of games.
Yeah.
That's super nice. Yeah.
It's a lot of fun. It's a blast. Come check it out. Jake_Shel.
Yeah. So go like, subscribe, watch his streams. Jake_Shel. I'm gonna let him get back to actually
On
prepping
YouTube, by
for
the
this on YouTube. Yeah. I'm gonna let him go back to actually prepping for the next round of this tournament.
Appreciate it, man. Yeah.
We got a big, but yeah, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for talking to me. And yeah, it's really good talking to you. So
See you in. Oh,
no, you're good. Yeah.
it's muted, right?
No.
Oh, did I miss it?
Yeah.
I'll see
Jonathan,
you in
miss it?
top 16 chat. You'll see me on the top table. Here
yeah.
in a
Well,
second.
we'll see you there, man. We'll see you there. Good luck in the
Appreciate
rest
it,
of the
man.
tournament. Thanks
Yeah.
for coming on.
Thanks for having me, man.
No problem.
What's up, stream? Man, look at the great turnout going on here.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. Everything I've heard, y'all been killing it in here streaming this.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
Oh, yeah, we put Jake in. Jake just did an interview, right, about his
Yeah.
awesome YouTube channel. I love his content. His decks are really interesting, and his team did really well in the 3v3 yesterday. I think he's on Idea Squad.
Yeah, they got third, I believe, right? Or third, fourth, I think. They lost to KTOD. I'm pretty sure it was on one. Yeah, because I think they got fourth, and then KTOD beat Sekrit.
No.
Right, and then it was the finals. They got somewhere decent though.
We'll figure it out. We'll put the
figure it out.
postings up for you guys later. But yeah,
Either way, he did really well.
How's it going, chat? Let's go. Yeah, this event's been going off really well.
It's been awesome. Yeah.
I
I've
hate
been
we're
having
not
a lot of
playing
fun.
it. Why aren't we playing? Someone's got to run all this.
Someone,
though,
yeah,
right?
someone's got to tell everyone else
Yeah.
what's happening. I get to be the messenger.
Yes, yes. We do all the work behind the scenes, and you guys get to be the pretty faces on the stream.
Pretty face is not usually a phrase attributed
Beautiful
to me.
mug. Look at that beautiful mug. All right, well, I'll let you and Jonathan get to it. I see we've got, decks are shuffling up. My local
Yeah.
Tom is on this one. I love this guy. He's on a, you want to see a Rio deck? Let's put the Rio deck up.
Oh, God,
Put the
we
Rio
got some
deck
Rio.
up. I'll turn it
got
over
it.
to Jonathan.
His name is Rio,
Have a great
and he's
stream.
dancing in the sand.
Put the Rio deck on.
Yeah. All right, guys, we are going to the game.
I'll be updating the screen.
Did we sell out the event? I don't think it fully sold out. And there's still a lot of spots for the 2K tomorrow, but a lot of those spots are going to be filled as people don't make top 8 of Pool 2 today. I know it was over 100 players for Pool 1. I'm not sure what the final count is on Pool 2. I just logged into Melee so we can get some better stats on that on the Pool 2 event once we're done setting up the overlay for this round. But yeah, we actually have Obi-Wan again. I assume it's the same Obi-Wan player.
It is.
It is. Okay, yeah, I was going to say, I think that was the playmat. I'm really bad at little things like that. Versus Rio with a Galactic Gonks playmat. They were another team that I think made some waves in the 3v3 team event.
Okay, it's all set, I think. The round is correct, the pool is correct, the names are correct, the match score is correct.
Nailed it.
I think we're good.
Woo! We're so professional.
Woo!
All right, so we see Rio here with the Zygerian Stopper. So Rio, you can spend a resource to attack with a unit, a space unit, I believe, and give it +1, or it might just be vehicle.
Yeah,
and you can give vehicle. It +1, +0, and Saboteur for the attack. You can get around a lot of these Sentinels. I have a Rio showcase, so I am unabashedly rooting for Tom to win this match so that I can use my Rio showcase in a good event. So if you guys are looking for unbiased casting, this is not the round for it. I need this Rio to put in work. I need to make this leader.
Okay, pay 1, attack with a space unit, +1 in Saboteur.
Yeah, and look at this. There's a Space Sentinel. Who cares? We got the Saboteur. Man, this Rio is unbeatable. Why don't we see more Rio mirrors on stream instead of the Django mirrors?
Let's find out. Let's let Tom show us, because I can't answer that.
I mean, it is really good. Like, you look at what decks are trying to do, and this Obi-Wan deck says, I have Concord Dawn. You can't get past me. And then when you hit it, I'll heal it. And Rio just says, I'm just going to hit your base anyway.
It does get more interesting as he deploys more ships to space.
Yeah.
You can only do that with one ship.
That's true. But I think, like, I have a high bar for leader abilities that cost a resource to use. I think that is a very large cost in this game.
Yeah.
I think that Rey is one that can get there, where you can be okay paying the 1 to get an experience. Palpatine is one that can get there, where you can be okay paying 1 to both draw a card and ping a unit, and sometimes you want your units to die.
Right.
But to me, it's just a very high bar. So I'm curious to see how well anyone can make Rio work for these other leader abilities that cost 1.
I see the 1-cost abilities also tend to be a bit more powerful, right, than the free ones. So I see them as, I'm not necessarily going to use this every turn.
Yeah.
Maybe I will, but if I don't, it's because I'm playing powerful cards on that turn that need all my resources. And
we see the pilot come out to exhaust the Y-Wing. I think it's a Y.
I certainly like the idea of piloting in Rio, since you're investing your leader ability on this one unit. Might as well suit it up.
Oh goodness, we've got a board state fun here. So that is the 2/2. That is an X-wing token.
Do I have any in my backpack?
We're gonna check. We may want to get. We'll try to get the token for you guys. That is covering the wing, where you create an X-wing token and give a shield to another unit.
I'm gonna get tokens
we're gonna
the table.
Yeah, we're gonna go grab a token for them just to make it a little clearer for you guys what's going on. But yeah, covering the wing usually actually really nice to get shields on your units, but when Rio giving people Saboteur, that just gets rid of the shield. So it's interesting to see a lot of this anti-Django tech that just doesn't work for Rio. He gets around the stuff that is put in there to beat Django's. That's really interesting. See, a Luke pilot played to ground for the Obi-Wan. And then Surprise Strike into base. So that makes a lot of sense as to why Tom didn't utilize the Rio ability and just went into the Concord Dawn. The pilot making the stats line up a lot better for him to just kill it in one attack and then get the Surprise Strike to base. So impressive stuff for this Rio deck from this Rio deck so far. Really looks like he's kind of built to be the opposite of Django. Like, Django tries to rush base and get stopped by extra shields and extra sentinels and things, and Rio just says, I don't care about your shields or your sentinels. So it's a really interesting play in this meta. I can double check. I believe we just have tables 1 and 2. So both of these players are 3-0. We just saw the Obi-Wan last round win.
I'm back. Do they have an X-Wing?
They do.
Ooh, good. They used it. I gave it to them. I'm glad they used
Nice.
it. 8 on base. Are we using that Rio ability?
Oh, yeah. It's been solid. And then there's also been the...
Did Rio pilot?
The pilots were good as well. Rio hasn't deployed yet.
Yeah, okay. So we're not putting Rio on the ready ship here. Aren't we at 5? We're at 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, it gets +1 on a transport. Are they looking for a transport to put it on?
I think they might be.
I think opponent just read the other side of Rio. Make sure they understand what it does.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's see. Is that Miss Hunter? Is that a transport?
Yes.
Okay. So maybe they're wanting to throw it on the Mist Hunter.
Yeah. They could also wait till next turn to throw it on the Mist Hunter because Mist Hunter also has an ability where if you deploy to pilot, you get to draw a card when it attacks.
You could also use the pump one more time.
Yeah, true.
Since
You could pump the Star Hopper and then deploy onto the Mist Hunter, and then I believe you get your card draw. I'm not sure exactly how Mist Hunter is formatted. I believe it says if you deploy a pilot, which the epic action should count as. I'm not 100% on that rules interaction, but that is how I think it works. There are a lot of weird edge cases with some of the pilot cards, but that's my understanding of how it would work. Oh,
So
he
Mist
does
Hunter-
just deploy now.
Yeah, Mist Hunter's Bounty Hunter or Pilot card this phase, yeah.
But
But
does it say deployed
it says
or played?
played.
Oh, it
It
says
says
played.
played.
Okay, so then so it wouldn't work anyway.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure on the verbiage of Mist Hunter.
Yep.
So it does make sense to deploy your leader now just to get him onto the Mist Hunter to get that extra power and Saboteur.
And maybe toughness.
Mm-hmm.
Keep it protected going into this next turn.
All right, so we see another pilot there in hand for Tom.
Makes sense. I expect piloting to be a bit of a theme with that deck. Not attacking with the leader unit. I haven't seen any perilous positions. I think it's an interesting card when people are playing pilots, but we haven't seen a lot of pilots. We finally have a pilot leader.
Well, I think it's in an interesting spot in this meta. When you look at what Perilous Position did last set, it was good against Django because in a pinch, it could stop their triple dark rated unit from attacking. But really what it did was it just killed all of their units. It tapped Django leader and killed everything that they played was a 3-2. So now, when it doesn't kill many of the units that they play, and it doesn't kill any of their triple dark rated units, you're saying I'm using 3 resources to tap your triple dark raid, and that's why people are playing a lot of these 0 and 1 cost exhaust cards, where all you care about is the exhaust because all you need to do is stop for this turn the triple dark raid, and so I think that's where Perilous Position fell off a bit. Yeah.
Yep.
You see the Chewbacca just played to ground as a unit for Obi-Wan, which I like. I think especially when you're when you can't have it do a lot with the Sentinels because of what Rio does. You just try to get in your damage where you can. But Rio is already 10 damage away from ending this game.
And with only needing 10 damage, I would expect it to only take 1 or 2 of these attacks.
There is a bright hope. Rio does have Saboteur. And what is it? Give +3 and then an extra +1 when deployed? I'm trying to remember exactly.
Yeah, it gives +3/+5, an extra +1 if it is a transport.
So that Mist Hunter is 7 power right now.
Yeah,
as
so
a
surprise
transport.
strike.
Yeah, so Surprise Strike on the Mist Hunter is lethal.
Just like yesterday, if I could top deck a surprise strike,
Yeah.
I win this game.
And it is Saboteur already, so the Bright Hope does not matter for this Rio. So if Tom has a Surprise Strike, it seems like he has this game won. He's not snapping it off. So either he doesn't have it or we're bad at math. One of the two. Both are possible. We see a Luke in hand for Chris. That could be big, assuming that Tom doesn't have the win right here. But the other problem for Chris is if he gets this Rio off the board, then he's got to deal with Saboteur on every space unit for the
Every
rest of the
single
game.
one, yeah.
Because right now Rio can't activate, so there's only one Saboteur. But once you kill it, everything's a Saboteur. So he kind of has to kill everything this turn.
The pump plus Saboteur, it actually is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
In this deck.
Yeah, but I mean, it all
like
starts...
it's worth paying 1.
Yeah, it all starts with killing Rio. You can kill the other space units later if you can. You can try to. Or you can just say, I'm going to kill you this turn, which is what he's trying to do.
For sure.
He's at 22.
Yeah, I don't think Tom gets another turn.
Yeah, Tom definitely doesn't get another turn.
This must be a triple dark raid.
Yeah, triple dark
residing
raid.
In the glare. Yeah. Ooh,
did not see what unit he got. Yeah. He got a vehicle. It might be the Shadowed Hover Tank.
Yeah, it might be.
So the 5/3 Ground Sentinel.
Which I believe we can trade into.
Yeah, so Obi-Wan trades that, but it saves 5 damage on the base because Tom is 8 points away from dying. And Chris is 4 points away. So this does not have Saboteur, has to go into the Bright Hope, but still it saves another 2 damage. So Chris has to kill Tom this turn. Or no, actually, yeah.
Does he not have enough? Is 8, right? Is that a Chewbacca? For
That's
5?
a Chewbacca for 5.
6, 7, 8, 9. But so he needs.
But there's another unit that
he
swing
can trade
in.
into one of those ships.
But I think he had it. Well, I guess that's all the same thing.
Okay.
But he could have attacked into. He could have attacked for 3 to base first.
It looks like he's gonna get it.
Looks like he's got there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah, so Chris gets a really tight game 1. I was impressed with the Rio deck. But Obi-Wan, the nice thing about this Obi-Wan deck, and I think it's a little bit different from how this deck played last set, is you can't just ignore the ground arena. You get to the point where you get these Obis and Chewies, and next thing you know, you're just taking 10 damage, 10 damage a turn. And that's a really cool aspect to this. You see a lot of space from Obi-Wan, but the fact that he and just one pilot can kind of take over the ground is really cool. And I mean, we did see Tom was a surprise strike away there, so it wasn't a blowout either way for sure.
No. These decks playing a lot of Sentinels keep making me think about breaking in again as well. Like, is that going to come back in some form? I've seen a couple in some sideboards here and there.
Yeah. And it's interesting too in something like Rio. Like we saw there, if he had another Saboteur, then he could have gotten there.
Yeah.
But at the same point, if your leader is based around making things Saboteur, do you want to spend deck slots on that, or do you want to spend deck slots just on more things, more spaceships and ground units and other disruption?
Right. I know.
Which is a really interesting deck building conundrum.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Clay. That was a really good game 1 to watch.
I think it's interesting that Clay's first and last name is Clay.
Yeah, he's a guy so great they named him twice.
So what do we got? Wait, we have another table, right?
We do have another table. We
Whoa,
have
we have
Guy.
another table.
So our backup feature match, we have Guy on Cad Colossus against a Django Tarkentown. I'm not sure who is piloting the Django.
It's Daniel.
From
Bothan Network.
Daniel. Oh, okay, so we have a Bothan Network team friendly fire here. I see Snoke on the board, and it makes me think that Guy is winning. There is a Devastator, so but I don't see a lot of damage on Guy's base. And it looks like it seems like Guy is doing well here. We're gonna see There's a Shadowed Hover Tank, a No Good to Me Dead on the Devastator. This seems like actually a very interesting board state. Daniel's got a lot more damage to do, and not a lot of time to do it in. He's got the Shadowed Hover Tank kind of protecting the ground units. And reminder that Snoke doesn't work on leaders, so the Django still attacks for 3, even though the Hovered Tank is now a 3-1, and the War Jug is a 3-5, based on the current amount of, or a 4-5 based on the current amount of damaged units.
All right.
Looks like we see a triple Dark Raid in Mephisto's hand. Daring Raid to kill CAD Leader. So that's solid. Oh, the CAD was capturing a War Jug.
Ooh.
Notably, when a captured card gets rescued, you do not get its win plate abilities again, so he does not get to deal damage to things.
Still 3/7 that gains power for other damage units.
Yeah. It's at 3-5 right now, but yeah.
Is it a 3/5?
There's a Snoke out.
Oh, yes.
The Guerrilla Soldier, much worse as a 0-1. Gi claiming initiative. And then here, 3 to base.
Key Space Arena took 7 damage.
Yeah. It's sitting there, it's waiting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so 17 on base for the Colossus, so almost halfway there for Daniel. Devastator is now just regular tapped because it was No Good to Me deaded last turn.
This is quite the wide board.
Yeah, very wide board.
Dangerous.
Usually with a Snoke out, you're kind of okay with that. Especially now that Daniel's 1 point away from dead.
Where do you find that 1 point? Is he going to die? Well, the Devastator can't attack.
Devastator can't attack.
4x6, 7, 8, 9.
So if he doesn't have anything, he has to claim.
Oh, yeah, he's on Colossus, too.
Yeah.
Whew, so much health.
So Daniel has to decide now if he can afford to attack or if he has to claim. Looks like he's just going to throw a lot of damage into the Snoke.
And the Juggernaut's
dead.
dead.
Juggernaut is dead because Snoke exists. The Juggernaut is 7 health. Maybe it was balanced around Snoke always being out.
Yes.
Maybe that's what that's how Juggernaut is balanced, folks. If you play War Juggernaut, let your opponent have a Snoke. Then it's fair and balanced gaming.
So he could trade another Juggernaut.
Well, now the Juggernaut only attacks for 2, so it would be enough to kill the Snoke, but it would kill back. Oh,
Wait.
The CAD ping. Well, the CAD ping on the Juggernaut doesn't matter in terms of hitting CAD. The Ruthless Raider to kill. That is huge. So the Ruthless Raider means that now this Juggernaut is unleashed. So Gi could be in a lot of trouble now. He only needs to deal 1 more point of damage, but he has no board. He's staring down a Devastator, War Jug, and Ruthless Raider.
Oh,
Second Snoke.
How about another one?
We're back.
Oh, man. That was a lot of investment for
Yeah.
another Snoke to just show up.
We've had 1 Snoke, yes. What about second Snoke?
It's a clone.
So now Daniel has claimed because he has to tap down the Snoke, which notably he cannot do with Guerrilla Soldier. Guerrilla Soldier has 0 power and does not tap anything. Obviously, that only leaves 38 ways for Django to tap Snoke, and but the 39th is off limits.
Might not be enough.
We will have to see.
I think I saw a triple Dark Raid. He wants to spin the wheel.
Yes, and it looks like our feature match is in game 2. I want to see how this game plays out because it looks so close. I want to see if Gi can get there. So we're going to stay on this game for a little bit longer, and we'll jump back in once we get a conclusion to this game, which I believe is game 1. I'm not 100% sure. See, IG 2000 to tap the Snoke. So that was huge because Daniel took a big risk there. If he doesn't hit anything, then he just loses. He has to hit something there to tap the Snoke.
Okay, so War Juggernaut currently does 3 damage.
Yes.
5 minus 2 equals 3.
Yep.
And we've got 7 from the Devastator.
Yeah, 7 from
19.
the Devastator, 2 from the Raider, 1 from the IG.
We need to find 16 damage. 7, 8, 9.
So he has 13 on
10.
board right now.
11, 12, 13.
13 on board plus 19 does not equal 35.
Does not. We're gonna let Daniel keep those cards.
And the Bothan is actually really big here because that's just a second lethal threat at this point. So it's another thing that Daniel has to deal with. I don't know if he can get out of this. His Django has been defeated, so he can't multi-tap anything. He can't one-shot both units. He could play a Shadowed Hover Tank, but Bothan could he would have to play a Shadowed Hover Tank, then tap Snoke after the Bothan kills the Shadowed Hover Tank. That would have to be the line that has him not dead, but then he still has to deal with the Snoke next turn, if that happens. He does claim.
Yep.
And now Guy also gets to potentially put out more lethal threats, which would be even harder for Daniel to deal with.
Yeah. Maybe a Sentinel or something.
Lom Pike from Resources, maybe?
It's looking that way. It's looking more that way.
Yeah, that's a good point from Tyler in chat that the Warjug could have pinged more, or the IG could have pinged his own units to make the Warjug larger. That could have potentially. He only pinged one thing, I think. Yeah, he only pinged one thing, so he could have given 2 more power to the Warjug, which would have taken it up to 5. But either way, we have Guy taking down what we assume is game 1 here. We're gonna switch back to our feature match game 2 now that we saw the thrilling conclusion to that. So now here we are in game 2. Rio has died. Obi has deployed. We are deep into this game 2.
Yeah, you're right. I think you're right, Tyler.
Yeah, so it could have taken out Snoke with the Warjug, and then you could have taken out. So that's an interesting line. I'm definitely going to bring that up to Daniel after this round when we're between rounds and a break. It's a line that a lot of people don't think about of IG 2000 pinging your own unit. It's also been a long and tiring day. It's only 2:30 p.m., but a lot of people playing here haven't eaten yet today.
And we got more rounds.
Yeah. TDR into a Shadowed Hover Tank. It feels like we're watching Django, but we're not. This is Rio. So Rio does only work on space units, so the Shadowed Hover Tank cannot get past Obi-Wan. And he does get to kill the tank for free here because he heals the Obi-Wan on attack before it takes the damage. So Obi does survive this attack. Yeah, Obi showing his power. Every time I play, our teammate Phil has an Obi-Wan deck. Every time I play against it, I am shocked at how annoying the one heal is. Every time. I think I have something lined up, or the one ping, everything. It just makes so many things line up so well for Obi and so poorly for me when I'm playing against it. And I think Tom just saw that as well. The Obi ping just putting in a lot of work there.
I mean, this position looks good for the Obi-Wan deck.
It seems like Rio's in a lot of trouble. There's not much damage on base, but when you look at how much power is out for Obi, that is going to change really fast.
Yeah. It's not where Rio wants to be.
Yeah, it's 8 damage to 6 on base, but it's 11 power to 0 on board. Or a lot of how big is Obi? I don't know how big Obi is. He's big enough. We see a Devastator in hand. Whenever Django needs to make a comeback, that is usually step 1. You can Devastator, you can kill the Obi, tap the Chewbacca, and leave the Bright Hope around, and then just keep saboteuring in future turns. Make Obi have to have an answer now. Or, well, they don't have to have an answer, but you basically swing the board state back a bit for sure. Plays the Ruthless Raider. I'm fairly
said they had a
confident I
Devastator
saw
in
a
hand?
Devastator in hand. Maybe I didn't. I could have sworn I saw a Devastator in hand.
Huh.
If I did, I'm kind of intrigued why that wasn't the play. It's possible I didn't see that correctly. Maybe it was a Ruthless Raider.
Yeah, maybe.
And either way, you still get to kill the Obi-Wan, but you do take the 5 from Luke. Oh, wow. We see defeat a non-leader vehicle unit coming into play. That is the first time I've seen that card, but it is a solid play right here. I believe it's called Direct Hit.
Oh, the defeat a vehicle?
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen that in some deck lists lately.
It's
And there's a
possible.
lot of vehicles running around.
It's possible that Tom knew that that card was in hand from something. It's possible that Tom saw that in hand from a previous action and so wanted to bait it out with the Ruthless Raider.
Oh, sure.
Oh, you're right. They obviously it doesn't tap the Chewie either way. Django on the brain. It's mostly what I've been seeing. So it wouldn't have tapped either way.
Wait, Rio doesn't tap?
No, Rio has Saboteur, so Rio would still get you, or Rio would get the Devastator past the Bright Hope.
Wait, Rio taps your own unit.
Yeah, when it attacks.
Yes.
Yeah. So now we've got the Devastator. He could just kill the Bright Hope. That doesn't sound terrible to me. And then you could still get the +1 from Rio, but it unlocks your other space units. 5 to base here. So 18 damage on base for Tom. And then now up to 20 and down to 11 on base for Chris.
Yeah.
Devastator does add damage in a hurry, but is it fast enough?
Another one.
Another one.
Or is
I
that
believe
Fel the
that's Fel the Dragon.
Yeah,
It's
that's
still
right.
another 4-cost blue removal spell
Yeah.
that seems to be stopping Rio in its tracks.
Yeah. And... Wait, is that a Chewbacca?
That is a Chewbacca on the
So
on the
5,
ground.
6,
So we
7,
see a
8,
waylay
9.
in Tom's hand, but it cannot bounce the Chewbacca.
And it's not quite lethal yet. It's so close.
Yeah. I think close enough. Tom has to do something big this turn, and I think he's deciding on his resource, deciding what he could do. Both of these decks are really cool. It's sad that one of them has to lose and they can't both just beat a Django. But that is what the pairings give us sometimes. Tom has to do something. Yeah, and Rio scoops it up. I like Tom's deck. It seemed to be able to do some really cool things. But yeah, Obi-Wan just getting it done. Chris, I really like these kinds of decks that Chris has, where you can see the kind of potential to stop your opponent from doing what they want to do. You see the Sentinels and the damage and the healing and the Lukes, but you also have your own game plan that you can execute. And you see it there where he just gets the Chewbacca on the ground, gets Obi-Wan on the ground, and says, okay, this is what you're doing, this is how I beat that, and turn the corner and get in the damage. So really cool decks to see. Congrats to Chris on taking that one 2-0 over Tom. Now we are going to go back to our backup feature match, which is Cad Colossus against Django Tarkentown. So this is Guy versus Mephisto, and Guy is up 1 game right now.
I don't know, Kenobi guy, but it did seem useful to have that extra health in some of those games.
I think that's a question a lot of players are asking now if they're green base, is do I want ECL or do I want 30-point base? The consensus that I've seen and heard from players is that ECL is not as good right now unless you can specifically ECL units to kill Django Leader. Because if you are playing 6-drop units that can deal 7 damage, like Quinlan ECL playing Ayla, then it can be worth it. But otherwise, you just want the 5 health, because all the units that Django plays are triple dark rated or sneak attacked in. So ECLing to kill them isn't usually worth the 5 health to your base. At least that seems to be the sentiment right now.
Some of the reach is so strong right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of need that health a lot of times.
Yeah, so many times you're sitting here, we see a 25 health base, and we say, okay, they're dead to a Devastator Interest Trigger, or they're dead to another Ruthless Raider.
Right.
So that's kind of been the general consensus amongst competitive players, but we'll have to see how the meta evolves. ECL could always make a comeback. That's just how the players that I've been talking to have been feeling recently.
I mean, 13 damage from a Sneak Attack Devastator is just so much.
It is. If you're on a 25 health base, it's more than half your health.
That's a lot.
Yeah. And coming back into this game, I think we see Guy exactly where he wants to be with this CAD Colossus deck, where he has some damage on his base, but has a ton of space and a ton of time. So we have a special guest that may or may not know a little something about this CAD Colossus deck that we are watching. We have George the Hulk, the guy who top-8'd with a very similar list to this.
This same list, one card different. We decided Relentless Pursuit was so good because it's very funny stealing Django's Resistance Raiders for free. And giving our cat a shield. Then you won a third of them.
We saw a lot of that in your games on stream as well, George. And also, I knew that was the change, but when the stream was asking, I didn't give away your deck list. So you can give away your secrets.
I'm not afraid.
You're allowed.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, well, how are you feeling, George? How you doing?
Feeling great. Let's see. Great run yesterday.
Huge congrats on the top 16.
Thank you.
That is huge. Doing it on your own deck, your own baby. I have played against and talked to you about this list before. This is an insane list, and I love it.
Thank you. It's my specialty.
I love this. And to me, we're seeing Guy exactly where he wants to be. How do you think he's feeling in this game right now?
Oh, amazing. Yeah. You just Long Pike. It's cool to see Daniel respect the Long Pike.
Yeah.
Because the Long Pike gets out of hand in so many board states. So cool to see that. But yeah, this is exactly what Guy wants. At this point in the game, he just has to play patient. He's got probably 3 answers in his hand. He took advantage of the smaller Starfighter getting a little bit card advantage, as he's got a nice, healthy 4-card hand. It looks like. Was that 5 cards?
I think it is, yeah.
He's got a lot of cards.
Oh, yeah, he's chilling. He's every way Django... okay, so this is a fun one. This is probably going to be followed up by a Cloud Rider, if I had to guess. I can't see his hand, but this is a classic. So
you get a
you deal 4 left. You do 4 damage, then you follow up with the
and then you can flip after that, super safe, and just ready to do whatever you want.
You can do the flip. Cloud Rider, and it punishes any 2-drop play, and you still have the resources for Relentless Pursuit.
Yeah, super heads up to flip first, because Cloud Rider's already going to kill, and now you're saying whatever he plays next, I can have 2 more. And you don't care about this. This isn't a punish.
This is a show.
This is fine, because now you get to deal 2 to the Ruthless Raider, which you care more about than dealing 4 to base with a cat attack anyway.
Depending on 3 resources looking like Relentless Pursuit.
Well, but if it was a Cloud Rider, I'm saying either way, it looks like it might be a punish for flipping.
Okay.
Oh,
nice.
Also fun.
Yeah.
Now he can kill Django with any Underworld card.
Yep. Which he's not bringing Greedos in for this matchup, so it's just going to be either a second McClunky.
It might be a pass.
Not this turn.
But also,
okay.
Taking 3 extra damage also not the end of the world.
Not
you have a lot of health is a resource, and with Colossus you got a lot of resource.
You do. Yep. So, exactly. Yep. And that also lets you play super conservatively with your actual resources from turn over turn, right? Like you can take a little bit extra damage, force the actions out of them, and then counter them however you want. Ruthless Raider is normally a threat. He just swatted it away.
Yeah. You know? And for those of you watching this saying that we are being biased commentators, you are correct. Everyone here, we've seen all weekend how Django works. We know what Django is doing. So the point of bringing George in and the point of talking to him here is to talk about this CAD deck and about how it works and how it's countering this Django. So yes, we are very much talking more about what CAD is doing than what Django's doing. Yeah. We'll have the rest of the weekend to see what Django does. We've already been seeing that. So yeah. I mean, they're
both teammates. Both teammates.
It's not like it's against one person or the other. I'm just pointing out to the audience that we're talking about CAD because that's the point here, and that's the point of having George here is to talk about what this CAD is doing and what it can do. So yeah.
This is the pattern you'll see a lot. Looking through your Smello row, lots of Smello cards. It's personally my favorite mechanic in the game. So I'm seeing probably 3 different options just from the Smello row. Looking at Covert, looking at Smuggler Starfighter. So
what are your thoughts, George, on how do you because this deck it's not like it's not your fatigue control deck. It's not that style of deck. But in general, when you have decks like this, or even Mono Han, where you have so many options to play, how do you keep your pace of play consistent?
Moo, don't read that card. You know better than that. You don't get to do that, Moo.
He has to make sure. He has to make sure.
I love that card, but I saw
so good,
you dominate with that card. I'm sure the 2/2, if you have an Underworld unit, give a unit -3, -0 for the phase. It's so good against your TDR units, against your sneak attack units.
Yep.
But how do you try to keep your pace of play consistent and not miss and forget about the cards in your smoke world? How do you keep that in your head of what options you have available?
I mean, at this point, it's just muscle. At this point, it's muscle memory. I've played smuggle decks for literally since set 2.
Yeah.
Like, you know, whether it's Hondo, whether it was Mono Han, whether it's, you know, this or, you know, a lot of my other brews. Like, I basically started a deck list. And I'm like, what are the 15 smuggle cards I can put in this deck?
Yeah.
You know, because I see it as largely kind of like, you know, Magic has lands, but like, you know, we have the resource. You basically have the resource in the beginning of the game, and the way I look at it is it's effectively card draw that you don't have to pay for until whatever the card does is above rate.
Yeah.
You know, you can look at smuggle as like, oh, I'm playing inefficiently because I'm paying all these resources to do this, but really, when you want that jetpack, when you want that hotshot blaster, you're feeling great.
Yeah, and what I would say to the people at home is practice it. If you're on unnamed digital platforms that do the triggers for you, try to not do that part, because the whole thing is you have to try to remember what's under there. You have to remember what cards are in your deck and what cards you resource. You can look at them a lot, but you can't afford to every action look at them. You've got to at least have a base muscle memory, like you were saying, of like, okay, what cards are in my deck, what options do I have, and how do they interact. We see the Devastator come out. So, I mean, it feels to me like Daniel's putting up a really good fight. 2 turns ago, it seemed like Guy had a really good handle on this game. Does Devastator change that? Or is I
think you're seeing the ramifications of the flip turn right now.
Yeah.
So what you're seeing was with Ruthless Raider, like no glory, it's fine, but that's not the flip turn you want.
Yeah.
Like, this deck has a lot of really powerful flip turns. He didn't get any pings off, so he still has.
Just sitting
And
there
we thought that he was going to be able to kill the Django easily, and then he didn't.
Yeah.
So maybe he didn't have the Cloud Rider. Maybe he thought he would draw into it. But yeah, so it seems like there's a bit of a punish here from not having the exact right answer. You see the two. So the damage is stacking up, at least.
I mean, 18 damage on base, 21 damage on 21 damage on base. So you still got 14 life left.
Yeah, yeah. He's still got a lot of runway. 14 life left is could be 9 less if this Devastator gets to attack.
I mean, Jump Master is perfect in these situations, but I don't know if we got a Jump Master.
He seems to have options. So Cloud Rider clearing the War Jug, Cad Ping going to the Raider. Seemed like Guy might have thought that the Cad Ping had to go to the Django.
That did look like a little. Okay, so this is the Jump Master. Yep.
Okay, so there's the Jump Master and the Sedan. So now the Devastator trades into the Jump Master, which is huge.
Yeah.
That's that. Now Daniel has to make a choice. What can I do to keep this Devastator around?
Yeah.
I think smuggling gave him the opportunity to have that many plays.
Yes, that was 3 cards in 1 turn. Yep, exactly.
Because he's been smuggling.
And so now Daniel has a free.
And keep in mind, this is a deck that starts the game with 1 less card.
Right.
Yeah. Or does it start the game with 2 more cards because you have 2 resources?
Oh, I like I like the way you talk.
This +1 then, huh?
Yeah.
This Django is still around. Whew.
I know.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Daniel's really putting up a fight. Like, this is impressive to me. Like,
yeah. It comes down to that flip turn. Like that was a subpar flip turn. Like, I mean, I see the no glory feels really good on the Ruthless Raider, but like when you have the opportunity to line up those really good flip turns, like.
I'm really curious. I kind of want to talk to Guy after this game. I'm really curious what his options were for that flip turn, because maybe he didn't have the Cloud Rider like we thought. Maybe he didn't have the clean answer. So we said, okay, well, the only card I can play, usually the point of this deck for Cad Colossus, and I said the same thing when you were on stream or when Guy was on stream earlier, the point of this deck is you have options. You constantly have options. Everything is options, and you get to try to pick the right one. It looks like we have a swoop down into Boba unit.
Is it right? No, it's not overwhelmed. He just
No, it's not overwhelmed. Yeah. But it only takes 1 damage. It should take 1 damage back from the Boba. Because swoop down gives -2.
Yeah, I think it has 2 from.
That's super interesting.
From
yeah.
Raider.
So now the Cloud Rider comes out.
Not ruthless.
Ooh, the McClunk, because McClunky kills Devastator.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, it has 2 from a cat trigger, right?
Yeah, it's gonna kill both.
Devastator has 1 health left, so either way,
Yeah.
it just kills
Yeah, it
both
doesn't
things.
matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter what you target.
Fascinating. Okay.
Yeah.
And now we still have.
Now we keep the Jump Master, which is nice for. So basically, that means that the next Devastator, which is right now, has to kill the Jump Master. Right?
Yeah.
You can't afford to put any damage on base here.
The real win con for Guy here is Cad Bane, as far as like actually winning the game. But we are walking right into a Cad Bane unit. Snoke. Okay, that is not.
Swoop down gives Saboteur, so yeah, you can attack their Sentinels.
Okay.
Yeah, so there are wonky rules interactions with attacking ground units from space, whatever. But those confirmed. Those are limited to the unit from set 1 that allows you to attack ground. Swoop down just gives Saboteur, so it ignores all those rules. So you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry about all that with Saboteur. And then so we saw Snoke come out in game 1 and put in a lot of work for Guy. It is not the auto win that it was against last set Django, where all of their units were 2 health.
That's dangerous. Oh, Moon. No. Okay. You're opening yourself so much right here. EMP, like there's like half of his deck answers this.
Yeah.
But we're smuggling, so that means it's covert strength probably. Oh no.
Oh, just
Okay.
reduce the attack.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
you messed. There you go. He figured it out.
Yeah.
Because you played the smuggle card and then you replace it. So, yeah.
So I see the Waylay there as a risky play, but I think Daniel rightly sees that with that Snoke out, he's so far behind, he has to make the risky play.
Fair.
That's what I see it as.
Oh,
Vader.
no.
Oh.
I mean, I think Moon's right. Like,
I like it.
I think if he didn't,
He's all in.
if he didn't take the
Probably doesn't have it.
removal for the
Yeah.
Devastator by himself, like I don't think.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you give it -4, I'll give it +3, and we're gonna have ourselves a party here.
Because now we're in check if we hit, even with a second smugglers, because we're dealing.
That's not a smuggle card.
Okay.
Blast him.
6 in, and so the Devastator does still have the -3,
Yeah.
so it is back to 9 power.
He needs to exhaust his resources for his blaster.
Yep.
Is he doing it?
Yeah, I think they're getting there. Yeah, they
you're
get
right,
there.
Yeah.
2 and then smuggle. Yep, they got there.
You have lots of triggers in a smuggle deck, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, and that's another one where it helps with whenever you're playing online to try to remember those triggers manually or to just practice these decks in paper. I've seen a lot of Han players forget to replace the smuggle. You see that all the time. It's just a lot of it comes down to muscle memory.
Oh,
The tank is. Oh my goodness! Is this going to be a comeback from Moo? Are we going to a game 3
This
here?
is game 3. Yeah.
Wow,
I gotta tell you. Yeah.
It all boils down to that flip turn too. It looked like Guy had everything set
the
up.
out here is CAD unit, and I think Vader pilot.
Vader
screws
gives
that
+3,
up.
so Vader pilot
No.
lets you.
Okay, no, CAD unit is still an out.
So you can capture
still
exactly
Yeah, my
Devastator.
buddy.
He's still
Yeah.
out of the tank, right?
He's at
No,
30.
he has to trigger CAD leader first to deal 2 damage, taking the total health on board down to.
Your
8.
Devastator's at 7 health left
Yes.
now. Yeah, so you trigger CAD first, then you can capture both units.
Yep.
6, 7, 8, 9, 7, 9, 10, 8. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Trigger CAD first.
So let's see. He might not see it.
But
It looks like he sees it.
yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we got there.
Yep.
We
So
got
what
the
happened
mover.
there is when CAD plays, or when you play an Underworld card, you get to choose. It basically CAD Bane Leader gives you a win played ability added to that unit, and so Guy gets to choose the order that he plays those in. So he says, I'm going to trigger Cad Bane Leader first, make you deal 2 damage to a unit. At that point, Cad Bane unit says, I see less than 8 total health, so I can capture both units.
George Trump, please up.
All right, that was George the Hulk. He has to go. He is playing in a side draft event right now because he's already in the top 8, and their round 3 just got announced.
It's mostly the top cut of the first pool all doing a draft together.
That's
It's
awesome.
pretty funny.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, huge shout out to George. Like I've tried to stumble through telling you guys, this CAD deck is really cool. It's been George's brainchild for a while now. I've played against it many times internally in team testing and stuff. And yeah, George loves this deck, and he loves these kinds of decks, these kinds of constant answers, playing against the meta and whatever. So the CAD unit did get answered by Waylay. And that is a huge answer because it means that you can't just replay the cat and capture both. The damage on the units was important, and now he has this extra damage sponge here. So Daniel really putting up a big fight in this game. It looked like Guy had good, solid control of it, and Daniel just not going down without a fight. I still think we may be going to a game 3 here.
It sure looks that way. Here's a sneak attack. Yeah. The CAD leader is going to die. We're going to put 3 on the base.
Yeah, so sneak attack. Yeah, so I believe Guy claimed, and then Daniel had sneak attack droid missile platform. So attack for 4, take him to 1 health left, and then it dies at the end of phase, and when it dies, you take 3 indirect. And there was only a couple of places to put that indirect that weren't the base. So the sneak attack droid won at that turn, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's the droid missile platform.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, so good job to Daniel for getting that game 2 win. That looked like a very bad position that he was able to claw himself back from.
So game 3.
Are they running on the same?
Yeah, so it sounds like they're trying to figure out if these guys are going to time now, which if they are, it would be... well, sorry, this isn't... the team tournament needed a win. This is just Swiss. So if it is, then it would just be a draw. Because they're starting game 3 now.
There's about 6 minutes left in the round.
Okay, they've got about 6 minutes left, so okay. And this is where I am very excited that the double loss rule doesn't exist anymore. Because people can like or dislike intentional draws all you want. It always feels bad to try to get a double loss if both players are just playing well and playing through their abilities. So this might end up in a draw. We'll have to see. They've got 6 minutes to try and see if there's going to be a decisive winner. So we see the Boba unit come out. We've got a couple of damage on the space unit. Guy moving, not putting the damage on his base here, which I like, especially when you can spread it around like that. The Boba still can't be Tarkin Town. You don't care if they Tarkin Town the Bazine.
Just going through these opening motions.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, that IG is really good here, because now you get to decide if Daniel wants to Tarkin Town the Boba, or if he has a lot of extra pingers in his hand. Maybe he has another IG, or a triple dark raid, or like a P-38 even. He can just use that to kill the Boba.
So now if these guys don't finish, it's just a draw now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what I would expect from both of these guys is if we get to a point where it looks like there would be a clear winner soon, one of them would concede. But it wouldn't surprise me if we don't get to that point. Like, as we saw last game, Daniel was behind and made a good comeback.
Yeah.
This Colossus deck is full of answers and ways to claw back into games as well. So we'll have to see how close they can get, but it wouldn't surprise me to see a draw here, just because both of these decks, it's not going to be clear until much later who is actually winning. And you can see them both trying to play very fast. Yeah. Nobody wants a draw here. They're both trying as best as they can to get to an actual conclusion before...
That Cad Bane trigger clearing out the IG-2000, very nice.
Yeah. And so it wouldn't surprise me here if we start to see like a little bit of sloppy play, not from intent, but just from trying to play fast to avoid the draw.
They are trucking.
Yeah, and J Freak, both of these guys are teammates and friends, so there's not going to be any intentional slow play here. I agree that can be a risk, but also I think both of these players are confident in their abilities, and even if they weren't teammates and knew each other, they would be trying to play quickly to win this game. See Lompike going into the Django, which does let Django kill Lompike back, but it's the same thing that we saw before, where now a Cloud Rider is, and there's the Cloud Rider. So that's what we saw before. So we see kill the Django and then one to the Raider.
All right.
It feels like we're watching the match on fast forward right now.
I know. Even their hands, like...
Yeah, their hands are moving quickly as well. The Contracted Jumpmaster, this has been a really impressive card to me, and you get the other CAD ping as well. Ooh, McClunky to kill the Raider. So that's huge. That's huge. Because now you still have the Jumpmaster for later, and Daniel's sitting here knowing that the Jumpmaster is there. So that kind of turns off any of these TDR or Sneak Devastator plays that we'd like to see Django's make. Guy does have 20 damage on his base, but he's dealt with Django and the board's clear, and we know he's a Space Sentinel, so I think he's in an okay spot. But basically he's in a spot where Daniel's going to need multiple things. Like a single thing isn't going to cut it.
Minutes left in the round, so...
Yeah. Obviously we've seen Django have multiple things multiple times. Like that is a thing this deck does. They have a lot of Devastators. They have a lot of War Jugs. But Guy's in the point where he's saying, you need more than one thing. You can't just top deck a single thing. You have to have stuff in your hand and draw well after that. And I'm going to start putting the pressure on. So unless Daniel can get something, it's looking like Guy might be able to close this out in time. But we'll have to see. I mean, Django is resilient. And it's hard to tell. Sometimes you just don't have the answers, even when you're playing these CAD Blue control decks.
23. So Sneak Devastator would do it if Guy didn't have an answer.
But we know he's holding the Jumpmaster.
Yep. Yep.
And I would imagine he's just waiting because he doesn't want the Jumpmaster to die to the Devastator ETB. Oh, Snoke. That's huge.
Yeah. When I saw the CAD capture just a 3-drop, I thought maybe he has an 8 to follow up with.
Yeah, so ping tap CAD, and then the IG or the P38 immediately dies from the Snoke. Go tell them they're P30. Okay, they got there.
It's going.
Yeah,
it's going.
So P38 enters and dies at the same time and just gets 2 triggers from the Snoke. So he does still get to tap the unit. It's just in the second death trigger there. All right, they got there.
Yeah.
So in other words, we really don't want to interrupt them now if we don't have to, because they're trying really hard to finish this before as time is called.
8, 7.
So 23 to 11
13,
damage
14.
on base. So 12 damage needed for Daniel to close this out.
Well, Guy has exactly lethal if Daniel doesn't put a stop to his units. I mean, presumably he finds a ping.
I think they've called time, and Guy is saying, "This is what I've got. I think I've got you."
Yeah. Well, he's gonna get a tap. Then power the dark side.
Yeah, he gets to tap Snoke, kill CAD, but yeah, it looks like Guy had a lot of answers there. I'm not sure what they're deciding at the end. It looks like, I'm guessing since they didn't play out the next turn, I think Daniel, we're gonna go double check what the result was. I think they've decided that Guy won, but we're gonna go verify it. Yeah, I agree with J Freak. I understand what they were going for with the double loss, and I get that. I understand that FFG doesn't like intentional draws. A lot of people don't like that. But there were so many cases where the double loss felt so bad. I personally am happy with the new ruling that they made. There are a lot of players that have to figure out the details of intentional draws. I'm not a huge fan of intentional draws personally, but I like better when... Well, Jake, we're double checking who won. I think that Guy won, but we're not 100% sure. Jonathan's going to ask there.
So Mephisto lost game 1, didn't have a first turn play.
Yeah.
Lost by 3. And then we saw that game 3 just there. But Mephisto conceded to Guy.
Okay, so Guy did win. And this goes back to even though draws aren't terrible for everyone, basically Guy said, "This is what I have in my hand," and it's kind of a you can't ask players to concede, and that's not what Guy did. Just to be clear, but basically Guy said, "This is what I have in my hand," and Daniel, who is teammates with Guy, said, "Yeah, that beats anything that I could have drawn, and you would beat me in a turn or two at worst. So I'm going to concede." And that is fair. And to be clear, if you're playing against an unknown opponent, it is you need to be very clear about what you can and can't do. You cannot ask your opponents to concede. You can't say, "I'm going to kill you. You need to concede," or this or that. All you can do is you can say, "This is what I have. This is what we have. I am not conceding." And if your opponent concedes, they can. If your opponent doesn't concede, they can't. It is very important for you to not get upset. Even if you think you've won, don't. That's just the rules of the game.
I mean, generally, if you don't know the other person, just take the draw.
Yeah, taking the draw is totally fine.
That's the purpose of it.
Yeah.
That's to take that stuff away.
Yeah, and that's why I'm being clear about exactly what happened here with Guy said, "These are my cards."
Yeah.
Daniel is his teammate. They know each other, so you can show your hand, which is totally legal.
Yeah, they know each other.
Yeah, they know each other, which is the key point there.
Yep.
And now we have a very special guest.
This is Reagan Myers.
All right, let me come on into the...
Want to get in there, Frank?
Let me... All right, we have with us Reagan Myers.
Hey guys, thank you guys for supporting our house and being out here. I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit about what we do. We work in Auburn, Alabama, in Auburn's largest housing authority community, and we provide a safe space for children in the neighborhood to come after school. And we have academic support, help keep our kids at grade level, and we also tackle food insecurity in the neighborhood. We work closely with the food bank to provide after-school meals, and also when the school is out, providing meals on the weekends, breakfast club, and we have a summer camp that we run in June and July where we're working on those academic skills, but then we're also having other enrichment activities and providing just new fun experiences for our families.
Yeah, that's awesome. And for those who don't know, Reagan is from our house, who is the, we'll call it, title sponsor charity of BIATL.
Yeah, they're the charity. The charity we're raising money for.
Yeah, so we have a charity auction, and we're raising money specifically for our house, which Reagan works for. So how would people go online and find out more about our house?
So our website is ourhouseauburn.org. We're on Instagram and Facebook, Our House Auburn, so you can find us there.
Excellent,
Couple more points if I could jump in.
Yeah.
So if you see the resemblance, this is my daughter, Reagan. I love you. So proud of you. And we are doing the silent auction for the playmat, and we are already up to $400
Nice,
on
that's
the
awesome.
silent
That's
auction
awesome.
for one of the serialized playmats from the event. And we have a matching donation coming in, so that means that's $800 that we've already raised for our house. We have a whole day to go.
Nice.
I wonder if we could take bids from the internet. If we have if somebody wants to bid on the playmat, anyway.
We could try. I don't know legal ramifications of that. I am not a lawyer, but that's your specialty, so I'll let you deal with that part if you want to.
So
yeah, our house isn't a house, J-Freak. It is a charity organization.
And we're raising money for it with our Battle at BIATL tournament.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, great
Well,
job.
thank you guys.
Thank you very much for coming and
it.
explaining about our house. So now they get sad. So thank you, Reagan, and good luck with the charity. I'm glad we're raising some money. Hopefully we'll get you some more by the end of the weekend.
Thanks, guys. Good luck with y'all's games.
Thank you.
Yay, that's so good.
And that does it for this round, everybody. We'll be back in a few minutes with the next round. So thanks for sticking with us.
All right, we're jumping into the next round, getting everything set up here for you. Wrong, other camera. Okay, so we have Sabine Yellow, Sabine Cunning versus Obi Green. I might try to fix the askew of those mats at some point. But just getting everything reset for you. The round, it's round 4. Okay. 0-0. That is Ryan versus Chris. I think we're good. Let's see. I'm gonna run out and adjust the play mats real quick.
Does this song come out on your
Yeah, so we've got this Sabine Yellow against Obi Green again. We've seen this Obi Green a few times now. How do you think it's going to line up versus Sabine as opposed to some of the other matchups we've seen?
I mean, it's the same idea of throw sentinels in both arenas, heal things up, have some restore units. I think generally you would expect this deck to be favored in the Sabine.
I would think so as well. And I think a lot of times we've seen old school Sabine Yellow would say, I'm gonna lane dodge you and go space. But it feels like set 4 Sabine Yellow is a lot more I'm gonna dodge you and go ground. It seems like Sabine's trying to keep their options open now.
No, Ryan is a teammate. I know he does have a lot of space.
Yeah.
So we will see. I forgot BN.
How rude.
Aw. There we go. I'm gonna try to rotate that a little bit. I think the camera's twisted or something because their mats look great on out there. I'm gonna try to
we can look at the camera after this round. It seems like something may have gotten bumped. We're gonna do our best here with what we got though.
Move things around a bit.
So we see a pretty quick start here from Obi-Wan and from Sabine. So Sabine has successfully lane dodged. You got A-Wing with the XP and the Wing Leader. And then Yularen. I'm not sure if it names Shielded or Sentinel. It probably depends on what's in Chris's hand. If he has Sentinels in his hand, it'll name Shielded. If he has other units in his hand, he probably names Sentinel. I feel like the default is probably to just name... the default is to name Shielded and hope you draw Sentinels. But we'll have to see. Wait, vehicle what he named. Oh, you're good. We see that he did name Shielded as he plays the 3/5 Ground Sentinel, which is a vehicle that I've really been impressed with. And it's really nice, especially with Yularen, when you can give it Shielded, or if you're trying to be the aggressor in a matchup and they have to attack into it, you can give it Grit. So we see it stop the Sabine here this turn, but he still needs to deal with the Space Arena.
That positioning there.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how to fix it exactly. We can see everything.
Yeah, we're sorry about the weird angle. We're gonna try to see what's going on with the camera after this round, but we can't interrupt the players while they're playing to see what's going on. Something tells me this matchup won't take the full time though.
Yep. In our other table, just a quick peek. We have Sabine ECL and Django Tarkentown. That's another
There's
one.
Tyler on Django Tarkentown. I'm not sure the player on Sabine ECL.
Oh, I can tell you. It is Will.
Ah, Will. This is another space unit for Ryan, so he's really successfully lane dodging here. One or two, like, where he's one Concord Dawn away from being kind of trapped, or Bright Hope. So I know Chris has Space Sentinel outs that he's looking for that would see, it would kind of help close the door a bit, but he hasn't seen them yet. Josh asking in chat if we've seen Boba 4 do well this tournament. We have not. I
haven't seen it.
I saw one in the 3v3.
Okay.
It did not do well against me. I don't know how they did against another event, but I played against one. But I was also playing a deck that's good against Boba 4. But yeah, in general, we haven't seen it really break out. There were none in the top 8. Haven't seen any near the top tables, but I'm not sure how well represented it was either.
Yeah. I haven't seen it on stream, I don't think.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen it on stream. There is the Concord Dawn coming out for Chris. Ryan is just continuing to pump out these space units, though. Ryan using the wrong color dice. So that is one. The red die for 2 is experience. The red die for 3 is damage. There we go. Thank you, Ryan.
We got there. These guys are zooming.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And now we need another Concord Dawn or 2. I mean, we know Chris also plays Bright Hopes. He has options. There's a Luke unit there, but that can't come out till next turn. So I think Ryan knows that Obi Flip and Luke unit is what's going to get him. And yeah, so I think Chris scoops it up. Too much space pressure from Ryan there. Really just making sure to get in fast before the Obi even flips, before the Lukes come online. Not giving Chris a chance to draw into his Bright Hopes and Concord Dawns, and just trying to slam the door shut as quick as he could.
Ryan has played this deck so much. He's a very fast player.
Oh, yeah.
On this deck. Let's go to the other match. What's going on here?
Yeah, so here we see Tyler on Django Tarkentown against tied with damage on base. I see a War Juggernaut and I see a Wrecker. So Wrecker going to base. So now there's only 5 damage left to deal for this Sabine player. Tyler counting to see if he thinks he might have lethal. He could. Also, if he triple dark raids into a Ruthless Raider. If Sabine just has it for a cause, though, if for a cause hits for 4 into Sabine ping, there's a lot going on here.
Yeah.
Goes to base for 5. Interesting.
I do think he's doing TDR math or sneak attack math.
Yeah.
I can't see his hand.
He might also just be thinking about what all cards he's seen already. How many, if he put a Devastator on the bottom with an earlier triple dark raid, we're not sure.
I have the names mixed up.
Yeah, Tyler is on Django. There's a K2. So the Sabine player, Will, is really making sure to set themselves up to win next turn regardless of what Tyler has. We see Surprise Strike. So now any sneak attack unit would be lethal even if it's not your standard sneak targets. Sabine can't ping. So I think Tyler was sitting there hoping Sabine would ping so that he could get to lethal.
Yeah, give Sabine some time.
Oh, daring raid. Wow. Yeah. Good job by Tyler finding the lethal there. I feel like that was a pretty tricky scenario where you're dead to a few things and you're trying to play around the for a cause and the ping and all kinds of things. So Tyler getting in there. I'm not sure what game that was.
So let's go.
It looks like they're getting ready to start game 2. Looks like we're seeing some shuffling and looking through the cards there. So I think we're about to get ready to get started with this game 2 with Obi versus Sabine.
Sorry.
All right, so we got confirmation that was also game 1 of the Django versus Sabine. So both matches about to go into game 2. We see Sabine Yellow up a game against Obi Green, and we see Django Tarkentown up a game against Sabine ECL. And to me, this is the real test for this Sabine Yellow deck. Winning a post sideboard game where you are not on the play. This is what we in the biz call the easy game for Obi-Wan. He has to win this game where he gets to play first after putting in his sideboard cards. Then he has to win the hard game of the game post sideboard where he doesn't get to go first. So this is test 1 for Obi-Wan and test 1 for Sabine. So this is going to be the hard game for Sabine, the easy game for Obi-Wan. Can he get there, forcing a game 3? Looks like we see Restored Arc for Obi-Wan. I feel like that's a card that they like, but there's also a lot of high drops in there. See a Redemption. A lot of things that they don't want to sit and wait for in this matchup.
It's a great card if you can get to it.
Yeah.
But you can't just sit on it. You need to keep your options open to navigate these early turns the best you can.
I think we saw a Ewing Reinforcements and a Ewing Reinforcements resourced, as well as a Redemption. And then Ryan also likes his hand. Yeah, Obi does lead on the Restored Arc. See a Black 1 in hand for Ryan, a Black 1 and a Falcon. Black 1 doesn't line up the best right now when you don't have initiative. Looks like he's going to throw it out there anyway. He might not have had any other options. The R2 Pilot changes that equation a lot, though. So now this Black 1 is a 4/4.
Choosing not to ping, right? Because Obi took initiative.
Yeah, he didn't ping. But the pinging doesn't serve a purpose when you assume that Obi's first action is going to be to attack with the Restored Arc. So, understandable why Ryan didn't ping there.
Yeah, if you ping, they will.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Now, Chris's first action might not be to attack with Restored Arc, but either way, it's unlikely for the ping to be beneficial there when the opponent plays a Restored Arc. So that's.
Well, he plays a Space Sentinel here.
We see he plays the Luke Pilot onto the Restored Arc.
Mm-hmm.
So now the Restored Arc is a 5/5, and the Black 1 is a 4/4. So, oh, how the turntables.
Not sure what's in Ryan's hand. Just gonna go for the
He
attack.
just goes for to base, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if his list is on things like Daring Raids to finish off this this Restored Arc.
It's a nice place to be for Obi-Wan.
He does have a Falcon in hand, and this is the tough part too, because this Restored Arc is gonna sit here and take a bunch of health back. But yeah, I think if Ryan just plays Falcon and slams it into the Restored Arc, that's just kind of a losing line.
He's gonna try to fill the ground arena.
Yeah. It's going to be hard to outrace this Restored Arc anyway, but I think he has a much worse chance if he spends his entire turn 2 killing it, and then Obi's sitting here on 4 resources with a clear board on both sides. So I definitely agree with Ryan's decision there, but it's a tough spot either way.
Yeah. Is that another Restored Arc? Yeah, I think it is.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, another Restored Arc here.
So, 3, 4, 5. So we have a Leia unit, Sabine Leader unit on Ryan's side of the table.
8 power on the field.
Yeah, 8 damage.
8 damage, I should say, yeah.
Yep. And then 7, but then 2 restore, so kind of 9 in the full balance.
Ooh, Page T Ghost, even more restore and more power. Wow. So this is a lot of space coming on here.
Sure is.
And then 4.
And those are the they can't be the same pilot. It's not Page T Ghost. Is one Hera?
No, one's Luke.
One's Luke.
Luke
okay,
and
Luke
Paige.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. And then I think we had a K2 played. I'm not sure what the card is. It's kind of off screen for us.
Oh yeah, this one's showing more.
It is a K2. It is a K. So there's a K2 to the left of the Sabine unit. Again, the camera seems to have been bumped a little bit, so we can't control the funky angle that it's at right now. And also, Ryan has an extra wide playmat, so that part's on him.
It is very wide.
Resupply in for Obi, so...
That's good. He wants to start blocking ground.
Yeah, so this does let him flip this turn. So this basically gives Ryan one. This is where Green Sabine would like something like a Rebel Assault. But Yellow Sabine just doesn't easily have access to that. The Wing Leader helps a lot, because Obi flips. You can deal 6 with K2. And then Obi gets to heal one more. Oh, lose Sentinel for the face. Spec Force Soldier coming in big here. So now that this is the turn where Ryan can just try to pump in damage. Obi can heal his restored arc and ping one. But the fact that Ryan doesn't have to crash into the Obi and the Obi doesn't get to heal himself, I think it's huge here.
Yes.
This Ryan is Rebel Resource. He's a Bothan Network team member. Highly recommend you check out his YouTube channel. He puts out good content. He also recently put out a video with the Buketheads of them playing some Twin Suns. Very entertaining video. Love it. Love the Bukethead guys. Love Ryan. Definitely check out all those creators.
So Chris goes to base with his Obi-Wan. We're racing. He's got those giant pilots in the space arena. Couple restores.
Yeah, I think he's just saying that we're tied on this race right now, but I have 3 restore in space, and next turn I'm gonna have a Sentinel again. So he's basically just putting the onus on Ryan to say, what are you gonna do? It wouldn't surprise me if Ryan kills Obi-Wan here. He doesn't have Sentinel, but he could still attack in with either a Leia or something, and then the K2 to kill Obi-Wan. He doesn't go for it. He is just going to base. Yeah, and Paige pilot giving 1 damage and 1 experience.
Yep.
Okay, so he is going into the Obi-Wan here.
Similar to the Courtney maneuver. You sacrifice your Sabine unit because it can start pinging after its death.
Yeah, and this is where if you think about it, a lot of people would say, "Oh, I don't want to sacrifice my leader." But if you attack in with Leia or attack in with Sabine, either way, you're giving up you're giving up 2 power on the board, but now Sabine can start pinging. So it is slightly different that Sabine leader attacks for, you get to ping the base for 1 more. It looks like they rewound an action.
Yeah, I thought that was a K2 attack, but
I think he's saving the K2 attack because he can go to base if he wants to, because the Obi doesn't have Sentinel. I think that's what's happening. I'm not 100% sure. He might be rethinking whether... Okay, no, he is going into the Obi.
Yeah, doesn't kill the K2. Still get some overwhelm.
Yeah, this K2 has been wing leadered. We can't see it on screen, but it has been wing leadered.
Yeah. Obi-Wan, when defeated, becomes a resource.
Yes, naturally.
Yeah. I think that's one. Oh, never mind.
Oh, now it's back.
Never mind. That's correct, Adam Reynolds.
Well spotted, Adam.
And we're going to let that happen.
Now they're figuring out damages. There should be a second damage and second experience on attack, as well as restore 2.
Second damage. We've had 1 damage.
What about second damage? This is a lot of damage coming in.
Well, we are missing the second damage.
Han unit to trade in, so Ryan's not dead this turn. But he seems dead next turn. See what he's got here.
just fix the damage.
So we'll see. It's looking like we might be going to a game 3 here. We'll see what Ryan's got in the tank. He still has 13 damage to deal. Actually, I guess he has 13 on board, huh? I didn't see the K2 over there. So now Obi has got to have something.
You put it back to 1 damage by using Obi-Wan.
Nice. So there's a Yularin. So assuming he names Sentinel here, any ground... I don't... What does...
He's only got
he
the
doesn't
vehicle in
have anything
space.
else. So
You
I
could
think
say Grit.
I think Ryan has this though, because Ryan has lethal on board.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
With the K2?
Yeah.
So it's
Chris
6.
is dead on board. Ryan going for style points, going into base extra with K2 as
Still
well.
gonna do 3 damage.
And unless I mathed wrong, Ryan had lethal anyway, but now he has uber lethal, extracurricular lethal activities.
And that actually finishes
There was
both
his ground
matches.
signal. So Chris doing what you should never do, which is seeing where in the deck were the cards you needed. He had a ground sentinel coming up next turn. So yeah, honestly, I really well played from Rebel Resource here. I thought that he was done in that game. He made the decision that this comes from comfort and familiarity with the deck. He made the decision that he needed to start going base. He needed to ignore the restore units. He needed to just get the damage in, and he could still win the race. So yeah, I don't think Chris did anything wrong there. I just think Ryan played that really well. Understanding when to take out Obi-Wan, even though it didn't have Sentinel, which units should go to base, to letting Chris keep 3 restore in space.
We're going to get Ryan to come in here, talk about his YouTube.
Excellent.
Talk about his match.
So as soon as they're done de-sideboarding, the other feature match has already concluded, the backup feature match. So yeah, in moments, we will have Ryan from Rebel Resource in here to speak to us.
See that sideboard holder on screen again? It's actually pretty
yeah.
cool. It's better than I thought it would be.
Exactly, Adam. Sabine doing Sabine things.
Very fast.
And I believe that Chris in this OB green deck is still alive for top 8. I believe both these players were undefeated going into this round. We have seen that OB deck win on stream multiple times. So yeah, still a cool deck. Come on in, Ryan.
Hello there.
Have a seat.
Can I have a snack?
Absolutely. Would you love a Girl Scout cookie?
Yeah.
These are only for the victors. You have to take the whole sleeve, though.
Oh, really?
No, I'm just kidding. You know.
I'll eat it.
So yeah, everyone, welcome in Ryan from Rebel Resource, fresh off his win. While he is chewing, I will tell you about him, that he has his own YouTube channel. I mentioned it during the game, but he was recently starred on an amazing episode of Open Fire with Buketheads. Highly recommend you check that out. Part 2 coming near you soon. So Ryan, once you're done with your well-earned victory snack, tell the people a bit about the kind of content that you put out, where they can find you, and what they should know about you.
Yeah, thanks for this opportunity. Thank you for casting, by the way.
No problem.
Rebel Resource on YouTube. I got a Patreon where we have like new versions of Quinlan, new versions of Yellow Sabine, Green Sabine, Kazuda, not Django because that deck is evil and vile. Ban it, FFG. Ban that deck, seriously. Please, help us.
Amen.
Please. But yeah, check me out. And I think there's actually my part 2 for the Buketheads is coming out. So huge shout out to the Buketheads, Open Fire, Twin Suns content. There's a part 2. You guys got to watch it because the finale of that episode is pretty sick.
I'm excited. I was upset at the Buketheads for making it a 2-parter. I was like, what do you mean next time?
Too long.
Come on, let me see the game.
It was too long, yeah.
Yeah, even if you don't play Twin Suns much, I highly recommend it. The combination that you can do with the leader abilities and the way that you get the politics and multiplayer aspect into Star Wars is really cool for me. And also, the production value is insane, and it's really cool just to see the Star Wars aspect of just guys sitting around, kind of shooting it, just figuring out, just hanging out with people and talking, and it's just a really cool vibe too.
I have a question. I'm off camera. You can't see me. You guys, You guys sit there and play a game, and then afterwards you record these little snippets about like, yeah, this is what was happening that turn.
No, it's happening
It's
all
like,
magically.
It's like
actually.
Survivor or like some sort of reality
Yeah, it's called a cut-in. Yeah,
Yeah,
cut-ins.
yeah.
So
Those are funny.
yeah. We play the whole game. It's all real, and then we like write our cut-ins to make it, explain what's going on. Because sometimes it's really hard to like see everything, so I have to make comments and stuff. It's super
Those are
fun.
pretty funny.
And they're really professional. They know
yeah?
what they're doing.
Nice.
Yeah.
So,
for sure.
going back to this matchup, for me personally, as also a Sabine fan, I thought that game was incredibly well played by you. So, for people who are coming in and trying to say, okay, how do I get into Sabine? How do I start looking at aggro decks and things like that? In that matchup, in game 2, whatever the last game was, brain fog. But you made a point where he had 3 restore in space. He had a lot of power, and you said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hit you in the face. I'm going to go ground, and I'm going to race you. How do you go about making the decision where you can say, I need to take out this unit, I think I have enough damage in space? What's the decision process like? What are you thinking about in-game in those kinds of moments?
Yeah, great question. So, when he played that upgrade, I was like, I need Bamboozle, or I need to pivot to ground. Mm-hmm. Because if I trade, I could have traded my Falcon, if you saw that in my hand.
I did, yeah, we did.
I could have traded it, but
Yeah.
that's not what aggro needs to do.
Yeah.
Aggro needs to develop board and press damage, and I'm losing to Obi-Wan flip, right?
Yeah.
So I wanted to pivot to the ground, and I kept Leia and Sabine so I could immediately deploy a massive ground presence, and Leia and Sabine, with Sabine leader, makes Sabine invulnerable. I just knew I had like a fleet. I drew K2, and then I drew wing leaders, and I was like, I have a plan for Obi-Wan flip. Mm-hmm. And if I drew Horek Sack, I think that K2 could have done 11 damage, and I'm like, you just can't beat that.
Yeah.
That's just stupid damage. That's Devastator damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Close. It's close.
dumb. Yeah, very close. So,
Build your own Django?
yeah, build your own Django, the ethical way. I knew immediately he was going to double down on space. I knew he probably sideboarded in more Concords and Bright Hopes. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to give up on space. I had an explosive start. He had a better one. Leave it alone. And I have a leader that deploys 3 turns before his does.
Yeah.
So I knew I was going to outrace him.
So something that I brought up before the game that I wanted to talk to you about as well. One thing that I like about it feels like to me in set 4, Sabine Yellow has kind of pivoted. If you look at earlier set Sabine, a lot of people ask me when I played Sabine Yellow, say, how do you beat XYZ matchup? And my answer would just be race them in space. If you have a bad matchup, just go space and race them. It feels like in set 4, it's kind of the opposite, where you basically say, I am balanced and I get to pick a side.
Yep.
And I'm going to race you wherever you're not and race you there. Do you think that it's kind of a well-positioned deck because of that? Like, how do you feel about that kind of transition in
the deck is actually majority ground. Most people call it a space deck. It only was in set 2, maybe end of set 3, but it's a pivot deck where you can literally respond to what they're doing, and you have some of the best units on the ground in the game and some of the best units in space, right? A-Wing is getting worse, but A-Wing still a fine start. Black 1 R2 can beat Han Yellow. Right, you have a 4/4 in space. Falcon can't kill it, and you get to kill theirs. So there's some explosive starts, and you get to pivot. So you could also just double play cards like Leia R2 on turn 1, or Sabine into a 1-drop and a 2-drop. So you can completely pivot whenever you want with this deck.
Yeah.
Usually by the first 3 turns, I've either picked a lane or pivoted from a lane and doubled down.
Mm-hmm. I have a sad question for you now, as a Sabine Yellow fan. How far has Falcon fallen now?
Falcons?
Tell me it's still one of the best units in the game.
It's not. No, it's not as good. That's okay. The game's going to evolve and adapt. It's still really, really fun, though. Against Django, it gets pinged, but there are ways to sequence around Django where they ping your, 1-drop on the ground, and then you can play the Falcon, get in for 3, and then return it to hand, and you've got the 3 damage in. Really, it's just can you chunk in 3, 4, 5 damage 5, 6 times against Django, and you can win. Well, 4, because you have 3, 4, 5 Sabine pings, and they're dead.
And for me, anyway, I'm curious on your perspective. I feel like Falcon is still very relevant because in other matchups, like in Control and things like that, it's your way to get repeatable damage from hand and to dodge things like Super Laser Blast to make them answer what's on your board plus what's in your hand. So, I mean, it feels like it still has a very solid place. It just doesn't feel to me like the best turn 2 play a lot of the time anymore.
No, it's not anymore. Sometimes you want to play really, people are just playing bombs super fast, right?
Yeah.
It's still good. It's still good when it's good. It's not... The times it's good have decreased, and that's okay. You just got to be smart with what you resource.
Absolutely. Well, anything else you want to say to the chat before we let you get back?
No, bye. See you guys later.
Thank you very much for coming and talking to us. Good luck in the next rounds. Ryan from Rebel Resource, everyone. Rebel Resource at YouTube. Watch the Buketheads playing with Ryan. Amazing stuff. I'm really excited for part 2. Don't tell me what
Thanks for the
happens. I need to
cookies.
see it live.
Bye.
No problem. See you, Ryan. So for those wondering, we have finally been able to eat today. We got some Girl Scout cookies, and we were able to allow Ryan to enjoy those as well. So that concludes the round coverage for us, and we will be back shortly with the next round. Thank you very much for hanging out. Hello, Star Wars Unlimited fans. Welcome back to round 5. We are a couple of turns in here to round 5. We've got Django Tarkentown versus Quinlan Tarkentown. Oh, sorry, Django 30. So interesting here. We've got we've seen a couple of people playing this this Django 30 list. And then against the Quinlan Tarkentown, which I'm really interested to see this matchup because I've heard a few people think that it goes a few different ways of whether Django's favored, whether Quinlan's favored, what play lines favor which person. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. We see the 3 resource triple dark raid coming in here from Colby. That is really interesting. I do think that the 3 resource triple dark raid is a little bit underutilized. Where you still have a lot of valid hits that aren't your War Juggernauts and your Ruthless Raiders. And now he also gets another play in hand for next turn where he's going to get this IG 2000 back to hand. We've got Quinlan here still with their Tarkentown up. Yeah, starting with the attack. And now Colby thinking about it. So we know he has the IG 2000, so he could just tap the Crafty Smuggler. He may have a different play that he wants to make. The X-34 land speeder, I like this a lot. So just killing the Crafty and staying around. Ooh, Ahsoka. So let's see what he discards here. I think I see a Force Throw in Colby's hand.
Yeah. So one of my friends on the team, Stan, does play Quinlan Tarkentown. He said it's been really tough in the Django. He's not too excited about that matchup.
Well, one thing about Colby's version is that since he is on Django 30, that kind of changes his removal suite. We've already seen the Force Throw in hand, or sorry, Force Choke in hand that he played here. I believe he also plays cards like Open Fire and things like that. And when you don't have Tarkentown, it kind of changes the removal suite that you want to have. So it's still kind of like your basic Django list, but it's got a slightly different removal package where you're not as worried about the 1 damage pings. Alright, so we got the Quinlan flip. Tarkentown is still up, and with all any 7 health leader, especially 5 deploy, they've got to figure out how much they can and should play around Plo Koon. So I think that's one of the things that Colby's thinking about. He does have some extra actions to Dirtle. He can also kill to keep Coordinate off for the Plo Koon. But I think it's very important to Colby that his Django is around first action of next turn. So to me, I think he's got to try to do something to either not flip or see how this goes. And the Poe's going to make that really hard.
Yeah.
Poe loves killing leaders. IG 2000 in the ground arena. Over to space now. So we do see the tap and the double ping. But it's another one where as soon as you see Quinlan take initiative, it's going to be hard for this Django to flip and still survive. I believe he didn't flip.
Yeah, it seems like maybe Colby took initiative with that Tarkentown there. Could be wrong.
Yeah, I think he did because he wants to try to flip when it's a little bit safer, or maybe take an action to. Oh, now he just claimed. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I have found Poe to be pretty good in this metagame right now. Yeah. I mean, it was already good. But just the fact that you can play the Poe and not necessarily have ECL, and it's still a great card.
It's still solid. I think it depends on the matchup. It can be a little bit worse against Tarkentown, but a lot of times Django doesn't have Tarkentown up still. This is obviously not Django Tarkentown deck. Yeah, I agree. And against other certain random decks, again, Poe can kill pilots with his on-attack discard to kill upgrades.
Right. That's part of why I got stronger.
Yeah. So you've got a lot of just kind of random advantages against certain rogue decks. The upgrade removal doesn't help as much in the Django matchup, but a lot of times it's pretty useful. See the force throw here. What does he have to discard? Colby in the tank thinking about this.
I had a lot of players that played Colby this event, and they've told me afterwards that his deck was not anything like they expected.
Yeah. He's a very deliberate and intentional deck builder, in my opinion. This is CoDameron, by the way. First name Colby, but CoDameron on content creation, you can see his CoDameron playmat. He's very intentional in his deck building decisions, which is a thing that I really like about him. So he says, he says to himself things like, okay, what if we had 5 more HP in the Django mirror? And then he follows that up with, okay, how should the deck fundamentally change if I take it away from a Tarkentown deck?
Yeah. He always challenges the norms.
Yeah.
All right, so
interesting. He still hasn't flipped
13,
Django. Now he flips Django. He could just attack Django into Poe.
Yeah.
But also this is a much better spot because Cluis hasn't spent any resources. So either Cluis spends resources, plays things, and Colby still gets initiative with his Django, which is what's happening. Or if Cluis just claims there, then Colby can still kill the Poe first action, or kill the Poe on attack with Django. So I think either way, that was a really good spot by Colby to wait until the right time to flip. And now he's gonna get at least an action where he can play something like a War Juggernaut or another IG 2000, or try to TDR into a Devastator where you could potentially tap the whole board and just let Django do Django things.
That's nice for the Django player when there's only 3 targets.
Yeah.
So then even IG can tap everything. Is that an IG that's damaged on the bottom?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we would be looking for a War Juggernaut.
Cluis does need to pay for his Falcon.
Or a Devastator.
Go down and pay for Falcon.
I think he's about to.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Cluis is a very accomplished Monohan player. I assumed he was actually considering it, and you can see also with the hand motions, I assumed they were talking, and he was deciding if he wants to pay for or bounce the Falcon.
So Colby didn't have a multi-tap.
Didn't have a multi-tap, but honestly, tapping Poe in this scenario is kind of good enough, I think, because Poe is the big threat right now.
Yeah.
Because either way, even if you tap everything, if they have a Plo Koon, you still get your Django killed. Now he's got some decisions to make. He's at 21 damage on base with his Falcon still able to come in. He could kill it with the Ruthless Raider, or he could just start doing damage to base. He has 10 damage on board, which would get Cluis to within 1.
Right.
But 1 ain't 0, as the kids say.
He just needs something in his hand.
Yeah, and he could have
We
a
don't
Daring
know.
Raid, he could have a Triple Dark Raid, which could hit him, could get him a Ruthless Raider, or literally anything.
Yeah.
But I like the attack with the Ruthless Raider first. So if Cluis doesn't have anything, I would expect him to kill the IG 2000, but it seems like he's going to play something. So he has something from hand that he likes more than the guaranteed take out of the IG 2000. And Gabriel in chat talking, that's actually a Tourette's tick. So we work around that. Apologies if it does sound, Jonathan does his best, but we work with what we've got.
$24.
24 damage here on Colby's base. He does just claim. So he's 7 damage away from lethal. So this claim makes me think that he has the Surprise Strike. Surprise Strike, Ruthless Raider would kill him. And I imagine Clueless is now thinking that Colby has Surprise Strike. Is trying to figure out how to not die.
Well,
He does have a tech, so it seems like he's still dead to the Surprise Strike.
if it's there.
Yeah, if it's there. If there is a Surprise Strike.
Sometimes you just have to play as if it's not there.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to read that that's what he's representing, but it doesn't mean there's anything you can do about it.
Yeah.
Although, I don't know. I guess if he had Surprise Strike, he could have won last turn. Yeah, having Devastator would be another one. But even with Devastator... Okay, now he's going to 8. So yeah, Devastator... Yeah, Devastator makes more sense as to what he has. So we can just tap the whole board here.
Sneak
And it
attack
is Sneak Devastator.
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of this.
Sneak Attack Devastator? I've seen it before.
Waylay, 18. So we have 4, 5, 6,
He does have the tech out, so he has a lot of extra options. I'm not sure exactly what's in this Quinlan list.
What was this? Surprise Strike? Oh. Into
Yes.
the Devastator?
So yeah, so Surprise Strike into the... Or Waylay of the Devastator. He waylaid the Devastator,
Waylay.
yeah.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I think Colby still got there. So it looks like Colby got game 1.
Yep.
Yeah, Justin asking about cool decks. There is a CAD Colossus running around. There's been the McClunky Gaming team has brought a lot of copies of CAD Green. We've seen that doing really well. We're going to see that one in the top 8 as well. Believe it or not, Django Tarkentown is a good deck with solid lines. We've seen a small amount of it today and over the weekend. Yeah, there's a player on OBECL that's put up some good results. We've seen that on stream a few times. Sabine, both yellow and ECL, we've seen around. We've got a pretty wide variety, but it is very clear that as wide as the variety is, it is heavily warped by Django and how powerful the deck is. Every deck that's not Django is here because it has a plan against it.
Right, that's what I was going to say. I think even if the deck isn't Django, it shows up with a plan, or we're not seeing it on stream. We're only on stream, we're seeing the decks that are Django, or they have a plan into Django, and it's working.
Yeah, and to be fair, we also always see those decks against Django because it's also here in the top.
Yep.
So I think from Pool 1, there were only 2 Djangos in the top 8, but you could really tell that the only reason there were only 2 Djangos in the top 8 is because the other 6 decks were decks that had a very specific Django plan and good Django matchup, and we saw them constantly beating Django in the Swiss.
And we're still seeing a lot of Django at the top tables at this pool. Yeah. All right, there's a CAD Colossus that we've seen, Justin.
Yeah. We haven't seen anything in terms of like fatigue mill style control decks, like nothing where the game plan is play vigilance and run you out of cards. We haven't seen that style of control deck. There's been some amount of Piet blue, but I don't believe any Piets made top 8 in the first pool, and we haven't seen any at the top table yet in pool 2.
The sneak attack Devastator doing 13 just
that's a big
suppresses
number.
A lot
it's
of
a big number.
You know, freedom to mess around too much.
Yeah, for sure.
So players are almost ready. I don't know. Django could definitely win the tournament.
It could win the tournament.
Yeah, it could.
It wouldn't surprise me if Django doesn't win the tournament just because everything else in the top 8 is very targeted anti-Django. Yeah, we'll have to see. We'll see tomorrow when we get the top 16, and we'll also see there may be more than 2 Django players in the top 8 of today's pools as well.
Right.
So we'll have to see.
Yeah. other matchup is
Kira Green against Django.
Oh, I mean, I'd love to take a look at this.
Oh, no, yeah, this is Kira Green, yeah. So we go from red-yellow mirror to red-yellow versus blue-green villain. In this, we see a lot of units on the Django side, but not a lot of damage on the Kira's base. Yeah, lost that. There were 2 Han yellows in the top 8 from pool 1. I know one was Philip from McClunky Gaming. I'm trying to remember who the second one was. I know it was also a prolific Han player.
Alex from KTOD.
No, he wasn't in pool 1 yesterday. He's playing in pool 2 today.
Oh, yeah, I'm thinking of the 3v3.
Yeah, he's in the 3v3 final.
Yeah.
But both of them are in the 3v3 final with Mono Han.
Yep, that's right. That's what I was thinking of that.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Oh, we see the Kira flip. So this is an interesting, very late Kira flip.
Sorry, we couldn't give you a match that doesn't have Django.
Yeah, we're only allowed to stream the top 10 tables, so there is a Django at every seat.
So it does look like
I have
the
a
other
request from
match.
chat to go. Yeah, it looks like they've
It's back
started.
in progress. It's our
Yeah,
main
so we'll
match.
go back here. So this is game 2 of CoDameron versus Cluis. And then we see the L337 with the damage and a shield, so that means it got an indirect damage dealt to it at some point. Most likely from a Zygerian Starhopper.
Yeah,
Could have
that's
been
what's
from a
under
Gorilla
the-
Soldier, but I think it was a Zygerian.
Something's under that Kylo's tie.
Yeah, 7th Fleet Defender here, getting a shield.
That's nice. To eat that 7th Fleet.
Yeah. Yeah, Django is
Force.
traditionally very bad against shields. Quinlan, traditionally very good against shields.
Yeah.
Please, shield everything you want. It's all the same to me.
Just firing off the force throw.
Yeah.
With that extra resource.
Yeah, just making them get rid of a card from hand. I think even when your opponent has more cards in hand, it still just makes their resource decisions harder. It makes them make more decisions. I really like the just kind of naked force throws a lot more than I think a lot of players do them.
It was a force throw of opportunity.
Exactly.
If the opponent hadn't taken initiative, maybe it's not the right thing to do, but
Yeah.
it was right there. You had the open resource. Got to think about it at least.
Yeah, definitely.
Throwing a tank in front of Django.
Shattered hover tank. So notably, this if Django wants to attack into this, then the L3 gets to kill it after. So
This is a 5/3 Sentinel vehicle in the ground arena.
yeah, lost. These dice were provided for the stream. We have red, blue, and green dice for shield damage and experience that we try to buy high contrast dice that are easier to see on stream.
And we have piles of them next to each
A
player.
lot of piles.
Lots of dice on the table for them.
Yeah. They're only provided specifically on the stream tables, so everywhere else the players provide their own dice or whatever damage markers they want to use.
Right.
See a lot of cards in here for Colby. A lot of options to think about. We see at least a War Jug and a Ruthless Raider on this Triple Dark Raid. He goes for the War Jug. So it's an interesting take. There wasn't anything that he could do there, I think, to kill this hover tank in one action, or without having to throw another unit into it.
Or bamboozling.
The bamboozle is huge
War
here.
Jug. I don't have a link. I don't know. Courtney and Frank got them.
I don't have the link
I don't know
on me.
exactly where they got it.
But there's basically, if you search Amazon for high contrast dice, they
Okay.
they come up there.
Yeah.
I think it's named something like that.
I actually want to get some that are a little smaller for my actual gameplay.
Yeah.
These are quite big, so you can see them on stream.
Yeah. Quinlan flip here, so getting to kill the Django, and then this War Jug is going to return to hand at the end of the turn. It'll still get to kill the L3 if that is the play that Colby makes when it comes to bring it back out next turn.
It's quite an investment to bamboozle that War Jug.
Yeah, but it forced the death of Django, because otherwise the War Jug gets to just go into the hover tank, and
Yep.
you don't get that damage on Django.
Well, it was his action. He could have hit Django, right?
Yes. Well, he
Django
he
hit
did
the
the
one.
triple dark raid
Yep,
to
yep,
get
yep.
the War Jug.
All right, 6 resources.
Yeah, I think Quinlan's in a spot they want to be in where an empty board, Django has been killed. They have a little bit of pressure, but they knew this was coming. Now Clueless has got to figure out how to deal with this War Jug. Poe comes out, so you get to ping the War Jug. Oh, sorry, you do not get to ping the War Jug. Poe's a 5-drop. But you can still threaten to kill it. And the War Jug currently only attacks for 4.
Right, so it's equal to or less than when Quinlan's deployed.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Colby coming out with initiative again. Maybe wanting to try to tap this Poe before it gets to kill the War Jug.
Most
which
likely.
is exactly what we're going to see. So 2 to base, up to 7. Now this War Jug hits for more, so the War Jug could go into the Poe and kill it. Colby's got options. We'll see what another hover tank. There's a lot of hover tanking by Clueless on this this Quinlan deck. It's been some pretty annoying speed bumps though for Colby to continually have to get through. I think Colby gesticulating probably about how many hover tanks there may be around.
I was trying to see if I could put a War Jug counter on our screen. I'll have to try that. I'll have to, if I have some time between rounds. So far we have not. Maybe for the top 16. Ooh. Update that. This is round 5. And it's round 5 of our second pool. Top 8 of the pool that ended earlier today. And the top 8 of this pool will play together on Sunday in a top 16.
Yeah.
And that's all the payout for the 6K is to only that top 16 top cut. Those are the only people that get paid. And it's pretty top heavy. First place is 2,000. Second place is 1,000.
Yeah, it's huge.
So these players are playing for a lot, at least particularly in Star Wars terms. And this is a new game. It's a young game. This is the highest paying tournament that has been so far at all anywhere. So, is it Colby's action right now?
Yes, it looks like Blaster for Poe came in with no discards.
Mm-hmm. That's a scary, a blastered Poe. Pretty scary.
It is. Gotta figure out how to deal 4 damage to it. Obviously there is a way to deal 4 damage with Devastator, if he has that. You want to try to get Quinlan off the board, but I think that this Poe is a much bigger problem right now. Oh, sorry, he discarded his hook. Yeah.
Right.
He discarded to kill the War Jug.
Makes sense.
I meant he didn't discard. I meant he didn't deal the full 10 to base. But yeah.
Okay, so P38 to get the exhaust on Quinlan. Back to Cluis. Electromagnetic pulse.
It's an interesting play here because there's a lot of... This is another one where it's a big initiative battle, right? So Cluis could have claimed instead of taking and eaten the 4 from the Ruthless Raider. But Colby, with Colby having 5 resources up, I think he's okay there. If he says, I'm going to exhaust this, and you either claim now or you lose out on spending 5 resources. Because now Colby really needs to be exhausting this Poe early and often.
Yeah. I'm still interested in that force throw earlier. He's had a force unit for a long time now. I wonder what could have come of that.
True, but he's also... I don't know, there's a lot of health on these units.
Yeah.
So there is the Devastator. So he could kill the Poe, but if he kills the Poe, he can't tap the Quinlan. He could tap the Poe and kill the Quinlan. He's got options here for sure. So yeah, it looks like he's tapping the Poe and killing the Quinlan.
Yeah.
Which I think makes sense. It means that Poe is dead to the Ruthless Raider dying. Tim asking, I've not seen any Quinlan lists that run Wrecker. I also have not seen Cluis's list, so I'm not sure exactly what he's on.
I don't know if I've seen Wrecker much outside of decks with ECL.
Yeah.
At all. So that's a P38. Okay. So
yeah, P38 still ready for Colby, and then Cassian coming in for Cluis. So now Colby's trying to decide if he wants to get in this last 3 damage or if he wants to claim. Cluis still has 4 resources up, so he could kind of get baited here if he claims, and then Cluis has something like a Waylay. But we'll see. Let's see what tricks he's got up his sleeve.
I know this Django deck is just everywhere, and it's kind of annoying, but the initiative sure is interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
When Django's on the table.
Right, Quinlan died this turn, so it is exhausted.
Okay.
Sabine and then nothing. So no answer for the Devastator. It is going to get to hit the base.
Wow. 1 to 20.
But if it hits the base, then this Poe ends the game. So you probably don't want... Oh, no, he's on 30. So there's still another 15 to go. He can actually take 10 and still be okay.
Yeah. He has more health remaining than Cluis does.
Yeah, so now Colby has a decision to make. Does he want... We see another Devastator in hand. So does he want to play a card that taps down Poe, or is he going to eat 10 to deal 9? If Colby attacks first, he is just going to play the second Devastator. So this lets him tap the Poe.
Maybe you just finish it off with this one.
I think you tap it and deal 3 to base. I could be wrong. Okay, so it looks like he did 1 to Cassian. So I think he's going to tap the Cassian.
Yeah.
Then we have a change of heart on the Devastator.
Wow. Colby's like...
So I think Colby is saying...
What?
I think Colby's trying to decide if he should have tapped the Cassian or not, and Cluis is saying, well, I already played Change of Heart, and you already said you tapped your Django, so we did it.
Yeah. Well, that kills it.
Yeah, so Colby's
Ugh.
killing his own Devastator,
Wow.
which feels bad when he already had to replay his own. So that was a huge swing for Clueless. The change of heart coming in, really clutch
It
there.
was. And that's where, a lot of people have been playing Commandeer to try and beat Django. But Devastator's one of the biggest closers.
Yeah, Commandeer
Can't do
does
it.
not take Devastator.
So, did he already put damage on his base? That's a Gorilla Soldiers, right?
I do not believe so. Now
Yeah.
so now he's got the 2 to put on. Yeah. So Gorilla Soldier deals 3 indirect when played. So he's putting all 3 on base, and the Quinlan ping was to the P38.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Wow.
This has been a huge turn by Clueless here with the change of heart on the Devastator. It looked like he was dead to rights, and now Colby's on the back foot. He's already been through 2 Devastators now.
I think do I see a Fire Spray in his hand?
There is a Fire Spray. He only has 2 resources up now.
So 20. So Fire Spray is lethal, but does he just die before he can leverage it? So 21. He only has 9 left, and there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
On the board, 2 to attack now. So he'll be at 7 remaining. So he can't just play the Fire Spray and win.
There's also a P38 there to tap. He can afford to play both.
Yeah. So he can try and set up this lethal. And, I mean, he still needs Clueless to kind of have nothing.
Yeah.
It's not terribly likely, but we're going to find out. He says, do you got it? Do you have it? Yes.
That's a waylay.
Yes, I have it. Now we
Still
only
5
have
resources
5,
left.
yeah. It's not enough.
He can't replay the Fire Spray, but he can play and tap the Sabine, and he doesn't die this turn.
Yep.
He didn't die this turn anyway.
Except then he
Except
does.
now he does. Made Clueless have to have the Daring Raid, and then he had it, so.
I don't know. Oh, Colby won the first one?
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, so they're going to go to a game 3. Yeah, so that was some interesting back and forth between Quinlan and Django there. Really seeing some of the intricacies in there.
We have some food that we're gonna eat, but I'm gonna put this on the stream so you guys can check it out while we grab a little food, and we'll get back to Colby shortly.
I was gonna do both at the same time without talking with my mouth full.
Yeah. But we'll get back to CoDameron and Clueless as soon as they start. We can see them on another screen.
Yeah, so here we're back to our backup feature match. We have Wu versus Tyler. This is Wu from KTOD on Kira Green versus Tyler on Django Tarkentown. We're not sure what the score is. We are seeing another triple dark raid here.
Well, the CoDameron and Cluis match is back in progress.
Well, I guess we're switching. We're switching back. Switch back. The people wanted to make sure we see CoDameron. That was requested from the chat, so we're gonna make sure to stay on here while he's playing. Would like to get a look at the Wu Kira ECL. It's a deck that he's known for and obviously pilots very well. So I am excited to see that. But if chat wants to see CoDameron, then that's who we'll stay on for now. And we've seen an intricate matchup as well from in this matchup of Quinlan versus Django.
Even not running Tarkentown is such a different take.
Yeah.
On Django, you ping so much. It seems so natural. And Colby's like, you know what? I want that 5 health.
Yeah, and we saw him use things like Force Choke, which is a really interesting card in this meta where there's so many vehicles. Now chat is saying, "Woo, please, goodness gracious, chat. We can only watch one of them at a time."
Well, these guys are playing fast.
Yeah. Now let's see here. So we have more of the chat saying woo than we're saying Colby. So now,
I mean,
we are a stream of the people.
I'm not against it. I want to see the control match myself.
Yeah. We're a stream of the people. Well, now Tyler wants to see Colby to the end. My goodness.
Right. Look,
this is where if we were on Twitch, I would create a poll and let people vote.
This is the problem with having 2 tables available.
True.
And going between them.
You don't have this when we have a worse setup.
Yeah, exactly.
So we do see here in the match that we're currently watching, we see that this is a huge sneak attack with so sneak attack getting to tap the hover tank, and then when the Ruthless Raider dies at end of turn, it'll get to kill the tank. So that's a really cool interaction. Xavier clarifying, I thought he wanted us to watch both Wu and Colby, which is a whole level of setup that we don't have. He was cheering for Colby.
We're close. We're close. We could almost do the Wu Colby.
Yeah.
We're almost
We
there.
don't have split screen capability. This is not SWU red zone.
We actually do.
Don't tell them. I don't know how to handle it. No, stop pushing buttons. I don't know how to handle it. I can't handle it. The names are backwards.
Yeah, I can fix that.
Yeah. So this is not Wu versus Tyler. This is CoDameron versus Cluis.
Wu's on Kira.
Yeah, Wu is on Kira. If this finishes in time, we will go to watching the end of Wu versus Tyler. You say show us something else. Both options are Django.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So either way, it's either Django versus Quinlan or Django versus Kira, and we're pretty invested here. So we did see what I thought play out, which is the Ruthless Raider deals 2 to the hover tank from the sneak attack, and then it dies and kills the tank as well. Cluis did get the Poe back out, which we've seen be a big threat in the other matchups. So,
wow.
So yeah, there's a lot of pressure here that Colby has to deal with.
Yeah.
So this is interesting to see what he comes up with.
We have the top 2 tables until people start drawing, and then we got to go pull from others. But that won't happen till maybe next round.
Yeah. And Slab King talking about where Cluis comes from. This is actually our teammate Cluis. There are always multiple Chris's everywhere, and his name is Chris Lewis. So that is where we get Cluis.
Not a given name.
Yeah.
Except by his friends.
Yeah. So we see the Triple Dark Raid here. Oh, he gets the Devastator. So that's always what you want to get. So he can tap the... He can't kill... He could kill the Crafty Smuggler. He can tap the Poe, tap the Kira. Interesting to see where he puts his damage. And Colby's thinking about it as well. So... it's an interesting decision point. I think I think you have to tap the Poe. So that one is a given. 1 damage to Poe, tap the Poe. After that, it's interesting because you've got a lot of damage on his base. So you could just go 3 to base and try to get there, and it looks like that's what he's doing. So he is going that 3 to base. I think the more conservative option is to kill the Crafty Smuggler and only put 1 on base. But I like what Colby went for here. You put him dead to the Devastator and make him have to... You put him dead to the Devastator and make him have to have a response. He had the response here, but I think you've got to threaten that lethal. You've got to make Cluis have the answer. So I really agree with what Colby did there, even though it didn't work out for him in that instance. That doesn't mean that it was the wrong play. I think it was the play that he had to make.
Well, Cluis is having all the answers here and maintaining his board state. I thought Tyler had the answer. Colby versus Wu next round.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not looking likely unless Wu loses.
We'll see. I mean, Colby's by no means out of this game yet. He still has the Devastator in hand. Sneak Devastator would be the exact same thing and make Cluis have to have another answer.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lot of damage on board, and Django is dead. So now Django can tap the Poe again, but now you've still got 11 damage after the Poe gets tapped. So assuming that Colby's first response is a way to tap Poe, he's still got 11 damage to face down, which would put him up to 23. So
he has
7
enough
away.
To sneak attack. Okay.
He doesn't have the sneak. He's only at 7, so he can't replay the Devastator until next turn.
There's just so much damage coming from his board.
Yeah.
The Poe and the Plo, they both hit so hard.
Polo, yeah. Polo, Crafty, all the stuff. There's a lot of damage coming in, and with the Django dead, you don't have the multi-tap ability, so the Django's really getting overwhelmed here. Yeah. Saving 2 health.
Plo Koon with Quinn on the board is just really good in this matchup.
And Cluis with options here, still no resources spent. He's getting really close on the damage. He knows that Devastator is still in hand, but also knows that it can only tap one thing. Ooh, Force Throw is nice.
So 21. We only have 9 left.
Yeah.
We're about to have 6 left. We don't have Django.
So now you're dead to both Poe and Plo Koon.
Yeah.
So we really need something like a hover tank into something else, which would really just buy you an action.
Yeah, it's too easy to clear the hover tank right now.
So I'm not sure what Colby can have here. He can. Oh, actually, sorry. Devastator kills the Plo and taps the Poe, because you can deal two to the Plo, 1 to the Poe.
So then the 6 still kills us.
But that still gets him dead to the other 2. So that buys him an action.
15, 17, 20. So sneak attack.
Yeah, so he has to have sneak. We know he has the Devastator because he triple dark rated it.
Yeah, yeah.
So he needs to also have the sneak attack. If he has sneak attack Devastator, then all of a sudden Cluis is the one that needs the answer.
Right.
He does not have the sneak. So yeah, he doesn't have the sneak, so Cluis takes it in a tight 3. Really, really well played by both players. You see a lot of the intricacies here, and a lot of the ways that both of these decks, we kept saying the board state is overwhelming, but Django needs this card or that card, or all of a sudden now Cluis needs to keep having the answer. So, yeah, really interesting, really showcasing the power of Django, but also that Quinlan can have the answers. There was a lot of overwhelming board presence there from the Quinlan, and saying after I kill Django, you have 2 things you have to tap every turn. You have to have initiative every turn.
I was really impressed with the Quinlan play.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Poe just was a problem.
Yeah.
Kept having to ping it down every turn.
Yeah.
He had so many ways to clear the Django leader, which I think is part of why it's so powerful against most decks. It's so hard to get rid of him. invest in him. But
Yeah.
they can just do it with ambush and still have something on the board and keep putting pressure.
So we saw it in Quinlan Green with ECL Ayla, and I think we see a similar thing in Quinlan Red with Poe, plus they both have the Plo Koon. So you have so many ways to deal 7 damage to a leader. With Poe, you can't do it as you play it, but it's still the threat that's constantly there. It's saying if you flip your Django, it dies first action next turn. And you don't need to kill Django the turn he flips.
Right.
You need to kill Django the first action of the turn after he flips.
The turn he flips, he's already gotten an exhaust.
Yeah.
So you're really wanting to kill him with initiative the next turn to take away at least one exhaust.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then put as much pressure on him as you can.
Yeah.
Get his base in check
Yeah.
on that turn often. And then they're stuck in that cycle of having to exhaust every single turn.
Yeah, exactly. If you give yourself an entire free turn, if you're able to kill Django the first action the turn after he flips.
Yep. All right, guys, we are going to be in a break for a bit.
Yeah, we will be back soon with the next round. Thanks for hanging out.
See you soon. So we're in a round where people intentionally draw. There were 4 undefeateds. So both of the top tables decided to draw. Stream was asking for Woo last time. We have Woo. We do not have a backup match this time because I didn't want to be more disruptive.
Who needs a backup? We've got Woo.
So we're going to be completely focused on Woo's Kira Green against Sabine ECL.
Yeah, and this is Woo from the KTOD competition team. Excited to get to see him on coverage. He's been known for a while for Kira and for this style of deck. It is 5 O's, FYI. Just okay, good job.
Oh, I know.
It was tricky for me initially to find his YouTube channel to subscribe because I didn't know how many O's, and now I know. I had to find it. I was like, okay, it's 5 O's. You got to find the right one. Woo did not win, so this I believe is a win in well, sorry, this is round 5. So Woo, or sorry, this is round 6. So Woo has to win this round and win next round to make top 8. So Woo lost to Django, but now he gets to test his chops against Sabine. If he wins here, he'll have a win in it. So we might also see him next round if he wins here because he can't draw. He has to win it in.
This is for the people, and it's for me.
Yeah, no, I'm very excited about this. Woo is a really good player and a good content creator, so I'm excited to see his Kira ECL in action and get to see it against some Sabine. This is Sabine ECL.
Yes. All right, so is that a Sabine unit? That's what we're looking at? 2 damage on it.
It is a Sabine unit.
Did it kill a Pike Sentinel?
Yes.
Okay. Sabine ECL is what we're looking at on the right for Eli. All right, so what is our follow-up? Resupply. I'm a resupply believer. Love it.
Yeah, so far I think Woo doing what he wants to do. He got the ramp out. He's mitigated damage on his base with the Pike Sentinel on turn 1. I'm going to see what Sabine's got. I can see an R2-D2 in hand. Obviously, that's not the ideal play. It looks like that is what they're going to do. So hopefully they can, for them anyway, hopefully they can follow it up with another 2-drop. I think we see the space unit, the new green 3-2. Yeah. So them deciding to go wide. It looked like they had a wing leader in hand. I think I like the decision of not going as big on the Sabine unit and going wide instead.
Yeah.
The Sabine already has 2 damage on it, so if you get even if you wing leader it, it still could be more fragile to some of the damage-based removal, overwhelming barrage, anything like that.
Right. I mean, that's the big trick here. Flip your Kira and barrage the whole board. And obviously, see if he has it.
Yeah, and obviously, if he flips first, it's not the damage currently on it doesn't matter. But I think it's still kind of prudent to spread things around a bit. This is risky spreading things around before Kira flip, because now Kira flip is going to do more damage around to the board.
Devastating
gunship. So that's a big punish for not wing leadering the Sabine unit, because then it would have been outside of that range.
Exactly outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But I would imagine Woo also had other options in his hand. So that's the nice thing about some of these control decks is you try to get multiple tools and you try to pick the right one for the right time. So Devastating Gunship really coming in clutch there. Could have also killed the 3-2 space unit if he had needed to. But I think obviously I would agree with Woo that the Sabine unit is a bigger threat there.
Part of what I don't know if this is really coming up, but part of what it does do is it makes it a lot harder to clear the Kira. Kira can now bully the ground arena up for a couple turns and get really big before it dies. And Kira Flip will power up the gunship as well.
Yeah, and it's an interesting decision here because if the gunship had taken out the 3-2 space unit, then it would be harder for the Sabine player to clear the gunship. Because right now, if Kira flips, then the 3-2 spaceship could take out the Devastating Gunship. Yeah. But I think Woo is just not worried about that. Like, if Kira flips and then Sabine is trading their units into yours, and then you have this big Kira on the ground, and you get to do what you want there, I think you're very happy with that as Woo.
We gotta see what Eli deploys. Pilot.
Piloted Luke. I believe he only spent 2 for that, but Luke is 3 to pilot.
He has 4 resources.
I think he did spend 3. I think his resources are just stacked together. It's tough for us to see. It looks like he did spend 3 on it.
Yeah, let's just
Yeah,
see what
'cause
he
he's-
spends.
He's on 4. No, I can kind of see there's another resource under there. They're just stacked up, so it's hard for us to see on stream. But he did spend 3 for the Luke.
He only has 1 ready, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
I see one ready. Yeah, because because Wu ramped to 5 and Sabine did not ramp and is on 4.
Right.
So we see the Kira flip now, taking out the R2. So now Kira is also threatening Sabine leader. Now that she's got the 5th damage on her.
I was curious when he was gonna flip. After the Luke piloting.
Yeah, I think the pilot.
decided,
Yeah, I think the pilot made it a little too enticing to get extra damage on that space unit.
Part of what's happening here is Kira clearing the R2 makes Kira exactly 5 power.
Yep.
So after he claims, he can now clear out the Sabine and the space unit.
Yeah, he could also, if he has something like an overwhelming barrage, he could just clear them both with that, and then say if you play something on the ground, Kira kills it. If you play something in space, this devastating gunship kills it.
We know that Luke's going to go to the ground.
Yeah. I think Wu is pretty happy with this spot right now. Obviously, Sabine can come out. They're not out of the game by any means, and Wu has a lot of damage on his base. But I think assuming he has some action in his hand, I think he's okay with where he's at.
When I asked the players to if they would like to stream, Eli seemed like a really nice guy.
That's good.
But I am biased. Not only am I a blue-green villain player, but I'd like to see Wu win.
Yeah.
It's an interesting match to see if he can, manage the Sabine matchup.
Yeah. We see him take out the spaceship first action with the devastating gunship. So Luke pilot has gone to ground.
Yeah, I mean that represented the most damage, so just clear it out, and Eli might attack with the Sabine, and then we have some time before we need to clear it out.
He still has the wing leader in hand, so he could wing leader his Sabine. It's a little bit risky because it still dies to an overwhelming barrage.
He also has his ECL.
True. He has an
Could do
ECL, so if
something
he has a 3-power unit, he could ECL in on the ground. I think we see Wing Leader, Rebel Assault, and I can't tell what the other card in hand is. Is that a Fleet Lieutenant? Fleet Lieutenant would be very good to ECL in right now. I don't think that's what it is, though.
Yeah.
I can't tell exactly what it is.
Maybe he's going to Cassian this turn. Because he didn't Wing Leader.
Yeah.
The Kira now does 7 damage.
Yeah.
On the brink of death.
Kira only has 1 health left. And Sabine is only at 3 damage on base, so I think Eli is more worried about how much damage he can get into Wu, and less worried right now about how much damage he's taking. That can change pretty quickly, but he has something like Cassian 3 more. That only gets Wu to. It is Cassian.
Yeah,
so,
just because of what was in his hand.
Yeah,
and being on 5 resources, I was trying to think what else he would be doing.
Power of the Dark Side defeating Luke. So now, this is where Eli's deciding if he thinks he can get there with the current tools or not. If he has to trade this Cassian into Kira, then he's kind of giving up all of the board control to Wu, and he's kind of at Wu's mercy. If he goes to base, he's saying Wu has either have a card or he has another power. So Wu does have the answer. I still like that play from Eli. I don't think it's a winning line to trade in your Cassian and say, I have nothing on board.
Now ECL record does the full 6.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
I think now we see
closing the game out.
Yeah, I think now we see a Fleet Lieutenant, and if Eli had a Fleet Lieutenant last turn, it would have been massive. He could have ECL'd the Fleet Lieutenant, killed Kira with the Fleet Lieutenant, and then done 5 to base with the Sabine all in the same action.
Right.
But he just didn't seem to have a ground unit in hand to deal with that Kira last turn. So Fleet Lieutenant coming in a turn late here for Eli.
We're on 7, so we're getting to Vader territory. We saw a Reinforcement Walker in Wu's hand. He might be saving that for the 8 resource turn.
Yeah.
I didn't see if he resourced it yet.
I feel like at this point he wouldn't resource a Reinforcement Walker. He's got a lot of cards in hand, and he's already at 7.
Right. It was when he went to 6 that I saw a glimpse of it. I don't know if we still have it. We might.
See the timely reinforcement here. So what is this going to ambush? You would imagine whatever it is has got to kill Kira because she has
K2?
1 health left. K2 would be really nice. It is a K2.
Yeah.
So that is
That's great.
6
So-
damage to
yeah.
Wu's base.
Yeah.
That is huge.
He did not have to use ECL for that.
Yeah, so he still has ECL up, and now Wu has 2 health left on his base.
There's the Vader.
So Vader for nothing, but here's a ping. So Wu is doing, this is the Vader 10. Eli was a little happy, a little trigger happy on the ping. His next action will be to ping, take Wu to 1 health left. And then Wu has got, is going to claim, and he's going to have 1 action to find some healing before the Sabine ping kills him.
And he could. I mean, he's Inferno 4.
He got the Inferno 4 to go to 2.
He didn't put anything on top, but, you know, still, he put things that wouldn't save him onto the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. So now Wu claims. Does he get anything? I don't think. I see an OB.
Does he still have the Walker?
If he still has the Walker, he could do that. And now we're back on Eli needing something like for a cause or some kind of other damage.
Like they're still. He still has a CCL.
True. Yeah, he does still have the ECL. I don't see anything relevant in Eli's hand, but I can't see every card, so I don't know what all he has.
Let's see. Is it the Walker?
It is the Walker.
Straight into the discard.
Good call to heal 3. That's why they pay Wu the big bucks. He knows to do things like to heal 3 when he only has 1 health left.
Many people would have drawn a card there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so there are a lot of ways to do this last 4.
This is a really tight game here. Is that a wrecker? If that's a wrecker,
he's just dead. If that's a wrecker,
I think the game is.
We're slow playing. If that's a wrecker. Because you can do 5 to the Vader. And
wait, did he? Chad is saying he used ECL on turn 1.
Did he?
Did he? We kind of came into the, or I came into this like on turn 2, or I didn't. There's no marker on ECL.
Oh, I saw the ECL had killed a Pike Sentinel.
The Sabine unit killed a Pike Sentinel. I thought that was first action turn 2, but I could be wrong.
That's what I thought.
My memory is going, and it's been a very long day, so I could be wrong. I assume I'm wrong because that's a wrecker in hand and he didn't slam it. I'm fairly certain that's a wrecker in hand.
Oh, so he did.
Oh, so ECL did get used on turn 1.
Oh, okay.
I was overly relying on the ECL marker,
which I do not see. Maybe it's on his device that is over the base.
He played timely most recently. Stevie is correct on that, but it sounds like it sounds like Eli ECL'd on turn 1.
Makes sense. I thought I had missed him attacking it with initiative.
Yeah,
guess not.
So Eli still got some options here. That might be. I think that's another timely in hand, which he could use next turn to timely the wrecker.
I think Wu has initiative.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification, Stowicki. It's been a long day, and we were still trying to get the display set up as the game was starting coming in here. So we missed basically a lot of what happened on turn 1. So that was a good OB. If this is a timely wrecker,
it won't matter.
Oh, that's a Rebel Assault. So a Rebel Assault still does
enough.
Still enough to get there for the 3. Woo. So wow, Eli pulls it out.
Okay.
Wu did what he could. He had a lot of the answers, but man, that the timely on the K2, that was so much damage going in.
Yeah.
That's the risk of keeping Kira on 1 health in this matchup. But also a lot of Sabine players haven't been on timely, so it might be it might be a card that Wu decided not to play around. It might be a card he didn't think about. I would assume that he thought about it and decided, I don't know if he's on timely or not. I'm not going to play around it because I haven't seen it yet. And now in future matches, he's going to play around it. So I would imagine in game 2, I would be surprised. I would be surprised if he left his cure on 1 HP again. Now that he knows that Eli plays timely, because not all Sabines are on it.
I think also Wu actually knew that ECL had already been used that game.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I know.
So since Wu, the only reason Wu left his cure on low HP, I think, is because he knew that ECL had already been used, and he didn't know. He didn't know for sure that Eli was playing timely.
He didn't choose to leave Kira on low HP. I mean, that's just how it lined up. Did he have?
Well, I mean, it lined up to take out the R2, take out the Sabine. I'm not sure if he had another line.
I don't think he did. Oh, he didn't have to power the Cassian.
Yeah, he could have attacked Kira into the Cassian.
He could have claimed and killed the Cassian with Kira.
And so we'll see. I'm curious to see how Wu makes his gameplay adjustments for game 2.
Apparently, sometimes we ECL Sabine unit into Pike Sentinel.
Well, I mean, it makes sense when you look at the
I mean, it doesn't. It clears the shield, but it doesn't kill it.
Well, no, it does kill it,
it
because
does kill
Kira
it,
shields it and takes
yeah.
2 damage. So either way,
So
the Sabine unit.
Did we really miss an ECL into Pike Sentinel? Well,
we were setting up the overlay. I
Yeah.
missed all of turn 1. Whatever happened turn 1, I missed it.
Yeah, because if you shield it, it already has 2 damage on it.
Mm-hmm.
The shield goes away immediately, and you're in the same spot.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, the chat says that
my goal is to focus more on what's happening game 2 and to not miss turn 1 on game 2.
Let's see the first. Let's see the first 2 turns.
So that was game 1, Stevie. The overlay is.
Yeah, we'll get it.
We fixed part of the overlay. Sorry about that. We're doing it live. So it is 1-0 Eli. We're going into game 2.
And there we go.
There we go. We've now.
It is round 6. We are in pool 2. This is a 6K. Wu has 1 game win. Eli has 0.
Yeah.
Eli has 1.
Yeah, no, you're right, Stevie. That was us not getting the overlay updated. That's on us. All right, we got it correct now. So we're about to go into game 2 now.
We don't need our War Juggernaut counter.
Yeah, this is the first on-stream round, I think, since round 1 that we don't need the War Juggernaut counter.
Where is the Django? There's no Django in this match.
Yeah. Well, Stevie, we're here to give you hope back. Wu did not lose game 3. He lost game 1. So for all the Wu fans out there, we've got 2 more to go.
Well, and he was playing last round as well. Oh, he means you thought he lost game 3
he
now.
thought because the overlay said 1-1. Yeah.
Yeah, he did lose last round, and
but he's still live for top 8. Yeah, if Wu wins this round and wins the next round, he's definitely in top 8. I think every X1 is going to get top 8. So Wu just has to win the last 2 rounds.
Yeah. He said, I spoke to him between rounds. He said if he wins this one, he'll at least look at his breaker, see if it's possible to draw in.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how they're doing the standings release here. I know some Magic events, they later in the Swiss they start releasing the rankings. I don't know what they're doing here. The whole intentional drawing stuff is new to everyone on the SWU scene, including the TOs. So I'm not 100% sure.
Yep.
Lists for the tournament have not been posted yet. I don't know. I don't think they're going to be posted publicly. But I know there are a very large number of content creators here that will most likely be happy to share their list and will be doing content on it, including the one on your screen right now.
And the standings are posted now.
Okay, standings are posted. So Wu has another start with a resupply here. So that this is similar to game 1, except he's getting he doesn't have the Pike Sentinel to soak up a couple of damage this time, but he does have the Onyx Squadron. So it's going to heal the Sabine ping. And then there's also a Sabine unit on the ground for Eli. So Wu is traditionally resupply on turn 2 has not been good against Sabine. But I think that's changing a little bit in the later sets with some of the new options that you have now, where it's just more important to get to these higher resource numbers where where you can play some of these more powerful new cards to catch back up. So I'm curious how this goes for Wu. That both games he's resupplied on turn 2. And here we see immediately same play as last game, Devastating Gunship. This time he is taking out the space unit. So he did take out the blue leader with the Devastating Gunship. He still has Kira Flip available. He may want to wait. He may be trying to wait until the Sabine flip, or he may just want to do it now so that he can pressure a Sabine unit. I believe he just claimed.
Yeah, Sabine hasn't spent their resources either. Like I would
Yeah.
like to hit more than just a Sabine unit. The Kira flip.
Well, I'm guessing Wu has a plan. He could have passed to try to wait for Sabine leader to flip, or wait for Sabine to spend some resources. He may read all of the resources. Oh, he did just pass. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought he claimed. He passed. Okay, that makes way more sense.
It does, yeah.
I was trying to. Wu knows this deck a lot better than I do, so if he had claimed, I would have assumed it was the right thing to do.
He's got some
yeah.
very important initiative that he wants.
Yeah, so he did get the. Looks like we are going to see the ECL K2. So Kira gets cleared immediately. Wu is in some trouble, but he does have a 5-power space unit. So if he has an overwhelming barrage, he can still clear the arena. He can still clear the ground next turn.
Yeah, he can kill both of those.
Yeah,
so.
he has a 5-power space unit, and there's a total of 5 health left. So OB will kill them both if he has it. I can't see his hand.
I saw a Walker, and I thought I saw an OB, but now I'm not sure because he put that card down. So
Yeah.
I think it was something else.
Yeah.
I don't know if he has it. This is a tough spot. The K2 ECL was a great play.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think Wu had to flip there and just know that if it is K2, then you have to eat it. But you have to get the damage on the units. You have to power up your unit. Even if he didn't have OB, he has to draw it, and so
Right.
you still have to prepare yourself to get the plays, even if he didn't have it. Vigilance here, so killing Sabine leader and healing 5.
Yeah. Yeah, so the Kira flip sets up plays like this.
Yeah.
Even if Kira immediately dies, that damage on these units was important.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, a Poe. He's glaring at us.
Yeah. Yeah, so we did not have any control over the lighting over this table. We did our best to reduce the glare, but there are some glare spots which you are seeing on the stream. And yeah, DTS asking about the top cut. Yeah, so there were 2 pools. Each pool has a top 8. They will both play in a combined top 16 tomorrow.
Yep. And everybody else will be playing in like a throwaway 2K.
Yeah, the side event,
which would
the
be
2K.
the main event at a lot of tournaments. This is our. If you want to stick around, there's a 2K.
Yeah. Yeah, so we see Wu claiming here he wants answers. He needs to find something for this Poe. He is in what I would call the standard blue-green villain versus Sabine spot of please draw OB.
Yeah, Maul would be fine just to clear the Poe. There's
the OB. So he gets to kill the Poe, 1 to the Sabine. It doesn't kill the Sabine. Honestly, at this point, you don't care. You needed to kill the Poe. All right, then. I don't think he could afford to take another 8 damage from Poe, assuming that the discard was coming as well. So this really gives him a lot more time to find something.
I mean, Sabine can, if they draw it, they can turn into this mid-range deck.
Yeah, looks like
lot.
there's
Like,
another Poe.
Yeah, they can just keep running out Poes and Wreckers,
Yeah.
even without the ECO. Because you deal with this.
Yeah, and this is another tough spot for Wu because he really wants to start getting in damage here. So he has to decide now if he wants initiative or if he wants to get in damage. And he's debating the ping shield, which to me means that he's thinking he may need to just start turning the corner.
Well, that's 9 damage from this attack.
Yeah.
That's a lot to throw away.
The problem is, especially if he pings shields, then the Poe could kill his devastating gunship with an attack, because Eli could discard 1 card to kill the shield and a 2nd card to deal 2 damage. And I'm thinking this is Wu saying, I'm gonna get some damage on your base, and if you want to kill my gunship, you're gonna have to discard 2 cards to do it.
I think he would be ecstatic for Sabine to discard 2 cards to kill one of his units.
Maybe.
He's fine with that.
It is getting him pretty close. He's already got 15 damage on his base. Poe at that point would be hitting him for 6 more, up to 21. It's a tough spot. These are the tough decisions that I don't know which one's statistically correct. It's just really interesting to me to try to find these, to try to discuss these lines. Because if Wu never attacks base, he's never going to win. He has to eventually turn the corner, especially when Sabine keeps dropping these Poes. The top target on Sabine can help a lot. he's definitely not going to die in this action, and being able to heal from a unique unit, the extra, is huge. Yeah, so anything here from Wu is nice. A Power of the Dark Side is nice, because now they have to decide, do they kill their Poe, which is all their damage, or do they kill their Sabine and heal you for a bunch? Healing for 6 is no joke.
Well, one thing about this is they're going to attack with Poe first.
Yeah.
And he has the option to destroy the top target.
Discarding that's true. He could destroy the top target, and he could do 2 to base and destroy the top target now that it's here, instead of killing the gunship.
Oh.
It looks like he is killing the gunship. I mean, Sabine is already at 12 damage, and that the gunship was attacking for 7. So it was a 2-turn clock anyway. There is the reinforcement walker. So the Poe did get to attack, but if Eli can't finish the game out this turn, which looks very unlikely, then there's some solid lines of reinforcement walker kills Sabine, heals the top target, heals with the on attack. If Eli could at least play another aspect, then the Sabine can't be attacked. Right now, he only has red and heroism, so he'd need to play a green card.
Frozen Tundra, he did 9 from the gunship attack.
Yeah, that was last turn. I was talking about how much the gunship would deal if it stayed around.
I got yeah, of course.
4, there's a third Poe. I don't think he wants it. It's just interesting. He's on. I guess Sabine ECL would be on all 3. I'm stuck in other decks that have fewer than 3 Poes. Is he keeping some of these? I would be surprised if Eli wanted any of these. They're not cards that help him win the game right now. The blue leader could potentially help kill this reinforcement walker. But even then, it's only going to ambush in for 5. So if Reinforcement Walker kills the Sabine, then it would not die to this blue leader. And then the other option is the third Poe. Poe could also get killed. Yeah, I don't think you want any of those. I do appreciate that Eli at least took the time to think about it and think through before you just randomly say that, or not randomly, but before you immediately say none of these are another for a cause, I'm going to bend them all.
So Wu has the initiative?
Yeah, Wu has initiative. He can attack the Sabine if he wants to heal. He can attack the Poe to just kill it. I think you just kill the Poe here.
And use like another ambush or an event to kill the Sabine.
Yeah. And you're saying that, that this Fleet Lieutenant can kill the Reinforcement Walker. That's fine. The Reinforcement Walker did its job. It killed Poe and it healed 6.
And
oh my
Rebel
goodness.
Assault.
Rebel Assault for the game.
Yeah.
Wow. I thought Wu was turning the corner there. He was so close. And also, interestingly enough, if he had attacked Sabine, the Rebel Assault wouldn't have worked. There wouldn't have been 2 Rebels. Andy would have healed 6 from the top target, plus 3 from the Reinforcement Walker. So, I am too tired to do the math in my head, because Poe would have done 8, but he would have healed 6 from the top target.
Well, yeah. 6, so 9, so he would gain 1 from that.
Yeah. So I think maybe he would have still died to the Sabine ping. I'm not sure. It's hard to do math in my head right now. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a long day, but man, either way, those were some really interesting lines, and you really see a lot of the ways that Sabine can still punish a lot of these decks. Both times Wu got his Kira ambushed into and took a lot of damage from that from K2.
Well, we have another match.
We do have another match. Yeah, well played by Eli. Congrats to him on getting the 2-0 over Wu. We did get a backup feature match, which we know is in Game 3. And this... What is happening here?
It's Phasma and Asajj.
Phasma green against Asajj blue.
I don't know their records. Frank went out and grabbed this Game 3 match for us.
Frank found people to play on stream, so we know nothing about what is happening except that it is not Django. I see a Cham Syndulla. Cham is a card that I've really liked this set. There are a lot of meta decks that it really easily punishes. I don't think Asajj Blue is one of those decks, but still, it's still a really cool card. I like Cham a lot in general. Yeah, no Django. All the Django's already intentionally drew into top 8, so.
They're done playing until tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what the top 8 looks like today.
Yeah.
Like we said, it only had 2 Djangos yesterday, right?
Yeah, only 2 Djangos in the top 8 yesterday. And we'll see. I haven't seen the standings yet today. So I'm not sure where we're at in terms of how likely we are to see a lot more Djangos in the last round of Swiss. After this, we'll see what we get. It also depends on who can intentionally draw to get in. Interesting trade there to trade the other unit into the. Oh, that pilot has Sentinel. That's why. So yeah, the forced trade there, and then a Childson coming out from Asajj Blue. I have no idea what this Asajj Blue is trying to do. I have not seen it before. It seems wild. Usually I've seen Asajj aggro decks where you're based around playing events and getting in, usually with things like Triple Dark Raid, Daring Raid, Surprise Strikes, and this Asajj is playing Lieutenant Childson and Sentinel Pilots.
I don't know.
Yeah, and now we see Phasma on Phasma. So Phasma buffing Phasma. Phasma squared. Plasma Phasma. Coming out. So this is a lot of damage coming in. The green unit Phasma buffs all first order units, I believe, which other Phasma is also a first order unit.
The green unit, when played and on attack, gives a buff.
Yeah, when played and on attack.
Yep.
Space Modulator, I don't have a time for the top 8 yet. We will definitely get that before Swiss is over.
It is supposed to be 8 a.m. again.
Okay, 8 a.m. Eastern tomorrow for the top 8. So same time we've been starting. We'll start
16.
top 16. We'll start tomorrow. And the 2K will also be going on at that time. I don't think we're streaming the 2K. I think it's just happening during the top 16, and we're only streaming the top 16. But yeah, this is an interesting take on Asajj. If Asajj lives, then you do something like play a takedown, and then you use Asajj to keep taking out units. That's a very interesting take on the Asajj leader that I haven't seen before. We see Phasma taking it out there. The Phasma is already at 15 damage on base. Now we see a pilot getting on the Von Reg's tie, which is exactly where that ship wants to be. It loves getting extra power from these pilots.
Does it get Overwhelm and +1?
It gets Overwhelm when it gets 1 additional power, and it gets Raid 1 when it gets 3 additional power.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which pilot that is, so I don't know if it has the Raid. The pilot was just kind of played really quickly and put under it, so I'm not sure if it has Raid or not. It has Overwhelm because any pilot would give it Overwhelm. That is the double shielded unit, so getting 2 shields in there. Yeah, just going to base. We see, 7 damage got added, I think, from that. So yeah, that is a beefy pilot on there, it looks like. Now the double shielded unit has Sentinel. So now we have a double shielded Sentinel unit and a Von Reg's TIE Interceptor with a pilot on there.
It's interesting these players decided to bring almost matching sleeves to the event.
Yeah. Well, Vader and Kylo, so, mentor-mentee relationship going on there. TIE Bomber, and then another pilot on the TIE Bomber. Then Phasma attacking base as well. So we're 19 to 15, it looks like. And this is game 3. And I believe both of these players are Atlanta locals. I'm not 100% sure on names and records. Or names are Zach and Max. We got the names. So Zach and Max.
I would have to see them to know if they're at least locals that I know. Yeah, Frank went and grabbed them.
Yeah.
So these are some of our younger players.
Yeah.
Putting them on stream, letting them show off some of their own deck creativity.
As someone who also sometimes gets play at the lower tables, it's always nice to be on stream. Speaking from experience.
Yeah. It's not the Django Bane.
Oh, Cad Bane. Cad Bane is huge here. You knock all the pilots and the upgrades off. That wasn't even a pilot. That was the twin laser turbo, I believe, that can deal damage when it attacks. So yeah, get to knock the upgrades off of the units there, and Cad captures some units. So big play coming in from Max. Zach trying to figure out what his next move should be. There's a lot going on this board.
I thought that might have been his last card, but I see some
he has
cards
at
in his
least
hands.
one. I think he has one more card in his hand.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sure which unit that is.
And are those shield tokens? Right?
Yeah, because that's
the
blue unit is the double shield. Yeah, it's that's the double shielded unit that also has the Sentinel pilot on it.
Got it.
So he has a double shielded Sentinel.
I mean, it's pretty awesome in space.
Yeah. I was definitely brewing some decks where I tried to use Admiral Yularen to make him a double shielded Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Villain gets to do it much more easily with just the pilot.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I can say who's casting Denver. I'm not sure.
What I know, Space Modulator, Loopee and Late Night Gaming are streaming all day and the top 8, and I believe SeaRaptor is also streaming the Swiss.
Yeah.
So I believe we'll have 2 streams for the Swiss and 1 for the top 8.
I didn't know if that was like announced. Is what I meant.
I got told it was public.
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know.
No, you're good. That was why I said it. As far as I know, I don't think I'm spilling any beans here.
Yep.
If I am, my bad.
And I mean, as far as I'm aware, you'll probably get a lot of the casters that you're used to seeing on Loopee stream.
I will be hopefully on stream as well, but as a player.
I think he's gonna mix it up with the casters. I believe
that's cool.
I'm gonna be doing some.
Nice.
I think maybe some of the other guys that he works with will be doing some.
I might be doing some if I O2 drop.
Yeah.
We'll see how that goes.
Do some local casting.
Yeah, we've got some pretty wide boards here.
Loopee has exclusive for the top 8.
Yeah.
But he'll also have, as far as I'm aware, he'll have tables during Swiss. A table during Swiss as well, but he'll be the only one streaming the top cut.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup we've got here with a lot of wide boards. The Space Sentinel holding it down, and Cad able to do a lot of work in Cad able to do a lot of work to clear up the ground arena. Rival's Fall coming out to kill the Phasma. Last shield is gone. It did its job. It has single-handedly been clearing this space arena. Now it's shieldless, so Von Reg's tie can overwhelm it. We see an Asteroid Sanctuary, which is hilarious right now. Because he could exhaust the Von Reg's tie and give another shield.
He's going to put him in check here, right? Like 19
Yeah, I mean,
7,
fine. If you want to just try to win the game, you can just try to win the game. But if you want to play Asteroid Sanctuary and give your Cloak Star Viper a 3rd shield, that's why you do that.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, okay. And do you want to rescue something?
Yes. So that is what they're deciding now. They may have the same judge question we've seen before, which is,
do I get to pick?
Does Zach get to pick? Yes, Zach does get to pick what gets rescued. And I believe they are reading that to probably try to determine order of operations, if you can tell, whatever.
You want to give me cards, bro?
Yeah. I mean, you're 1 action away from dead. You might as well. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay, so this will overwhelm.
So I believe that is a +3 pilot on the Von Rex tie, which gives it 7 total power and overwhelm. I could be wrong. I'm not 100% sure which pilot that is, but I believe the Von Rex tie has 6 power and raid 1.
See how much we're adding. We added 3.
We added 3, so 3 overwhelm over the Space Sentinel.
So he's 1 away from killing
Yeah.
him.
Oh, the ping! The ping gets him there. Now he attacks for 2.
And what's 6 times 5?
30!
Oh, are they? They're having to figure that out. Wait a minute.
Yeah, Zach has done it.
Zach wins on stream.
Zach wins on stream. Well
Pretty
played
exciting.
to Zach. Big shout out to Max too. That was a really cool. Really cool Asajj deck. I've never seen Asajj used that way with a lot of shields and sentinels, and basically using Asajj's ability to kind of help control the board and get some takedowns and things like that in there.
It's always fun to bring your own creation to events like this and just see how it goes. It's great. All right.
Zabo, he played a first order card. Oh, did Phasma get... I thought Phasma got defeated the last round.
Not sure.
I don't remember. I thought Phasma got defeated the round before, but it all blends together, I'm not going to lie.
So that's it for round 6.
Yeah. But yeah, he was 1 over with it. Well, because there was an indirect that got dealt, but either way, that ends our coverage for round 6. We will be back shortly with the last round of Swiss.
See you
Thanks
soon.
for hanging out.
Get us set up. Go ahead and let you see what's going on there. Let's see. All right. We got Lake. We are live.
Lake from the Bothan Network, aka Kara.
Round 7. Oh yeah, I'll put Craw. I think that's what he would want. Ba-ba-ba. Let's make that one visual. I did not mean to do that. Okay.
So the also for the people in chat talking about the Asajj matchup that we saw, those were actually two young gentlemen that were brothers, and their dad was watching the whole time. So I actually went and got him and said, "Oh, I think you have that person's cards," and he was like, "Oh, well, yeah, I do. We're related, so it's fine." They were two super nice kids. I was actually talking to them after the match. Went over and congratulated them on playing well. Yeah, it was really cool. They were so excited to be on stream. So yeah, I'm glad you guys got to watch them play too and got to watch their cool decks. And we are back here. So this is the last round of Swiss coming in hot. We have a Piet Blue, which I believe this is the first Piet Blue we've had on stream today. My mind is definitely going very quickly, so maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's the first Piet Blue we've had on stream today. And we have a Django 30, which we have seen this deck before with Kraw's Django 30. So this is a little bit of a more unique twist on Django, where instead of playing Tarkentown, he's playing cards like Force Choke and Open Fire, and has the 5 extra health for some of those aggro matchups.
So, somehow I made Kraw's name gray. I don't know. It's just,
I don't know.
Let's go with it.
We're doing our best here. We're trying.
I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what I did. I'm looking at it.
It's also on the wrong side, right? Because he's on the Django 30.
Nope.
No? Wait, I thought he was. Oh my goodness! I remember when I said my brain was going. So Craw is on Piet Blue.
Yeah.
I actually talked to him about this list and some changes between Pod 1 and 2. I played Piet Blue in the 3v3, so I'm a fan of this leader and base in general, and there's a lot of cool options that you can take with it. So this is not the Django 30 that we saw before. That was CoDameron's Django 30.
Yes, this is John Carr.
This is John Carr. So this is a different Django 30.
Yeah. And I figured it out. Somehow the opacity got reduced.
Ah.
Well, there we go.
How clear.
Yes. It's more clear now. It's less clear. It's less clear. It's less clear now.
Yeah, so this is I'm really excited to watch this game. I've talked to Craw a lot about Piet Blue. I've known for a while that it was a deck that I was leaning towards in the 3v3, so I've been practicing this deck a lot and tinkering with it, as has Craw. This is I would say this is both of ours, kind of one of our favorite decks from this new set.
Yeah. I'm interested. I don't know all his choices for this event, so I'm interested to see what comes out here.
Yeah.
What he plays.
One of the choices is multiple. So he has 12 turn 1 plays, which is just kind of the standard for a non-aggro deck, I would say. 2 of them are prepare for takeoff.
Yeah.
Looks like he has a lot of decisions for the second choice. He goes with a Relentless. I know I saw a Fleet Interdictor as an option. Interesting to take the Relentless. I think he may be assuming that this Django, since it's on 30, is going to be less aggressive. So he might not need the Space Sentinel as much as he needs the ability to cancel out the TDR for Devastators or the Sneak Attack for Devastators or things like that.
Yeah. I mean, if they can't Sneak Attack or TDR, the Devastator is still a threat, but it's not as scary. Yeah. It doesn't close the game out that same turn.
Craw is deciding that he does not want us to be able to read the amount of damage on his base.
Yeah.
Go yell at him. He's a teammate.
Let's use the dice.
Yeah. Since he is our teammate and we love him, we're going to go yell at him. If this was a rando on stream, we would live with it. But since it is our beloved friend Crawl, we're going to yell at him and make him use dice. So 7 damage on base. And just as I was saying that, at least I was assuming, and I think Kral was assuming, that this Django may not be as aggressive as some others what we've seen. He's got 7 damage on his base going into turn 3.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've got Pride and Gorilla Soldier. This is a lot of damage coming out. So he's kind of he can flip Piet.
Oh,
This one might be a resupply carrier, I would imagine.
Going big, or could it be a ship
Going
that
medium?
has restore?
Well, the ships that have restore are going to be one less.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah. So he's got the resupply carrier. So what this does is this sets him up for Turbo Laser Salvo next turn. It's one of the reasons that I like resupply carrier on 5. And now also, if Piet dies on the flip, you don't really care. If his follow-up is Turbo Laser Salvo, then you're okay. Because that would kill the whole board. So that's what he wants, right? If he doesn't have one now, it's what he's hoping to draw.
Was that a?
There was the X-34 land speeder, so the 2-3 ambush. So he ambushed into Piet and tapped him with Django.
Yep.
And now the 2 indirect from Pride is turned off, which is helpful.
So does he have the salvo?
Does he have the salvo?
Did we see it?
I didn't see it in his hand. I just know that's why I like the resupply carrier. If he has an overwhelming barrage, that's still not bad because he can still do 6 damage with that. Or honestly, it's not a bad call either to just do 4 on the overwhelming barrage with Piet, and then you get to attack for 4 as well.
And he can kill 2 units.
Yeah, you can kill 2 units with an OB even if it's on Piet.
Right.
Or you can kill 2 different units if it's on the resupply carrier. But Turbo Laser Salvo would be kill all the Relentless.
Wow.
So he's just slamming the Relentless down. So he's saying you are not going to triple dark raid this turn. So he's going to eat some more damage. Not
only that, but you're going to start taking 8 a turn.
I think John should attack with the X-34 first because that's the unit that Piet can kill.
Yeah, we're definitely getting rid of that.
He does attack with the Pride first. So he missed out on 2 damage because that was the only unit Piet could kill. But we'll see if that comes back to haunt him. 15 damage on base for Crawl, but we're also still going to see a Django flip and no resources spent. Yeah. But the big thing about this Relentless is there is no triple dark raid and no sneak attack this turn.
So he could like daring raid and then triple dark raid.
He could daring raid for 1 and triple dark raid for 3. That is not as ideal of a play. Anyway,
it's possible.
It's possible. But also now overwhelming barrage does even more because I can overwhelming barrage on the Relentless.
Yeah.
There is also a Django to kill. The Relentless is, I believe, 8 power, so Turbo Laser Salvo now also kills Django. So there are some options that he has.
Yeah. Even that's the missile pod, right? So even
yes, that's the when defeated take indirect, but he can soak up indirect.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We have a lot to soak.
So I think he was starting to tap 8 for a Devastator. I don't love that play. It kills Django and blocks the space. Maybe that's it. I do see an OB. Maybe the Devastator is best. So he's basically signing up to take 4 damage this turn is what this is. But now he's blocking space, and if Django has something like a waylay for the Devastator, then you can still kill with Relentless.
You would only have, if you killed the Django, you only have 3 left with the overall barrage. So maybe he's just saying, I just want to put a 10-10
I think that makes sense. And now I think I like his play better than what I wanted to do, honestly, which is one of the reasons that we talk about this deck a lot together. I think I do like the Devastator line more than OB the more that I think about it, because now you're saying I'm going to take 4 more damage. I'm at 18 on base, so I'll get to 22. That's still outside of Devastator range, outside of Ruthless Raider range, and you're going to end up with a Devastator in play that stops any shenanigans from space units coming in. And then you have a very fast clock when you have Devastator and Relentless and Resupply Carrier, and we know he has OB, so we can also just kill whatever gets played next turn. We saw it in his hand.
Right.
So
just blocking the space arena takes away a bit more that daring raid into TDR line or daring raid into sneak attack.
Yeah, no, these
players are winning in potentially.
Yeah.
I think it's winning in with breakers.
Yeah, we're none of the undefeated players played out the last round. So these are all X1s trying to make it into top 8.
This may be a new thing for Star Wars streams.
Yeah.
The last 2 rounds, you're scrambling to find someone from the top tables.
It's happened before. It just wasn't with intentional draws. We'd see a lot of players that they went in 7 rounds of Swiss. If they went 6-0, they would just concede the last match and not care. They would say, well, I'm in even if I lose.
Yeah.
So we've seen that before. It's just a little bit more widespread now. I believe we had 2 matches intentionally draw instead of 1 auto concede.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so we went to the top tables and got this matchup, and the one that we have was our backup.
Yeah, but I believe this is a win and in for top 8, so I'm fairly certain that whoever wins this is in top 8. Whoever loses it is not. I am not 100% sure.
Crow told me this is a win and in maybe.
Yeah, gotcha.
For him.
There's a lot of question marks around breakers and how they go for the next rounds.
This gives him a shot at it.
And Carlos in chat talking about IDs taking the content away, I kind of disagree. I would say it's because a lot of times if we only get table 1, even if they play it out, watching 2 6-0 players play who are both locked for top 8, they don't care about the game.
Yeah,
they're
just not playing that hard.
Yeah. They're just trying to decide if they should concede and take a nap before top 8 constantly, basically. So I like the fact that we get these matches that matter more, where both of these players have to win this match.
What could come up is the struggle to just get someone onto the table, especially if you're remote casting and someone just has a setup. So some of these more homegrown streams that we've been doing a lot in Star Wars community.
But we have the best host in SWU. We have Jonathan R. Fisher, and he finds the matches.
We did it this time. We did it today. All right. So we have an OB.
We have the OB here now. So now the OB gets to go on the Devastator. He may be. Oh, I see a Malevolence as well. He may be thinking about just playing the Malevolence to stop a unit from attacking and then getting restore on the board. Because he's at 24. So if he OB,
can't he kill him this turn? He can just kill him. So he just needs to survive.
Well, Django can tap something.
Yeah.
So he attacks with the Devastator, and then Django taps the Ruthless Raider. If he OBs and kills the Raider first, then Django taps the Devastator.
If he attacks with the Devastator, and then Django taps, then you still can Overwhelming Barrage.
So interesting decision here, and I like the kind of take back where your first response is, I'm going to snap off this OB because that's what we do on a 10-10. But I like the thought here. His opponent has 16 damage on base. He also has 24 on his. So Crawl is thinking now, what if he... we're at 7, so he can't play a Devastator this turn. And note, he cannot sneak attack or TDR into a Devastator because of the Relentless.
I would also be thinking about if I really need the 12 on this barrage, and just make sure I really need that, because otherwise I could leave that 10 to, because now that's you definitely want to exhaust that.
Yeah, he could have barraged onto the Relentless, and then he has 2 10-power units, and Django can only tap one of them.
Yeah, unless he really wanted to kill all, because this kills the whole board, right? It wasn't at 3-3-6.
He didn't kill the Ruthless Raider.
He can. Let's see if
but he didn't.
Yeah, I know. So he didn't want to give a 0 action trigger on this, or he did.
No, the Ruthless Raider attacked in by John.
No, this had 4 damage on it, and now it has 6. So it looks like he did kill the Raider. And if he did, then John Carr will take an action. He claimed.
It had 0 damage on it. He attacked into it for 4 and then hit it for 2 with the Raider.
It had 4. It had 4.
From what?
Right now I can't remember, but it had 4.
I don't think it did.
I promise it did.
I don't know. As you can tell, we're both quite delirious. It has been a very long day. We're trying our best here.
We'll ask him. But
so both are at 20. So Django has to find a way to stop both of these units. Devastator does not work because even if he plays Devastator, he'd have to deal all 4 to the green Devastator to kill it.
Or just kill Craw.
That works too. Yeah, Devastator 4 to base.
Just win the game. Win the game.
Yeah. You don't have to stop the units when you stop the player.
Yeah.
Good call.
Yeah.
So that's what John is looking for.
He has it.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
We saw a lot of deliberation by Craw. A lot of A lot of time taken, and yeah, that's what Django does. They just have the reach sometimes. And we saw like the Malevolence in hand as an example to try to get Restore on the board, but he never had a great opportunity to play it.
Yeah.
I think that the main turning point of that game, and I'm curious what John had in his hand, came down to when he played the Relentless. If he had a Malevolence to play then, where he could have gotten Restore on the board earlier and gotten the 7/7 body out, did the Relentless stop John from playing? Oh, that's right. Blake coming in. It had 4 from the missile thing, so it was a 4/2.
There we go.
Yeah.
I thought I had 4.
That's what it was. You're right. But yeah, so I'm curious if Craw could have played Malevolence the turn that he played the Relentless. He was at 7 resources. They're both 9. He could have played both without an exploit. So
I am curious, Psycho. I kind of want to go back later.
No, because he didn't attack with.
No, I mean what he's about barraging on the Relentless.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay,
I believe Psycho is right because the attack with Piet would have taken him to 2 health remaining on base, and the Relentless only attacked for 8. So if he had barraged the Relentless, he would have had two 10 power units, and Django can only tap one of them.
I was thinking, don't. Just kill the ground.
But also, if he, so the Devastator had 4 damage. Yeah, so
force him to use an action to trigger his exhaust.
Ruthless attacked the Devastator, but Django was dead, so he could only exhaust 1 unit.
I do not think Ruthless attacked Devastator. He killed the Ruthless with the barrage on thing. That's why I had 6. 4 from the droid, 2 from the Devastator.
So he did kill. So I think he killed the Ruthless with that bro. But it would have been the same thing because if Ruthless attacks in, then Devastator goes to 8, and either you kill Devastator with the ping, which means you don't tap the Ruthless, or you do 2 to the Ruthless and tap it, and Devastator still hits you for 10. So either way, I think because I also think he didn't attack with Piet for 2 more damage that turn, which would have taken John to 28. And if John had been within 2, then that means that Barrage on Relentless would have won in the game. So I think he wins with.
Right.
I think he wins with Barrage on Relentless.
Yeah.
Because you don't need to kill the Raider there. The Raider has to attack Devastator anyway.
Make him use the action to kill the Raider, and then it either kills the Devastator, which is the source of pinging.
Yeah.
Which is the exhaust, or not. Attack with your 10/10, and then he has to have a way to tap Piet, which maybe he didn't. I don't know.
Well, even if he didn't, he would have had to tap the Relentless. You can only tap one thing.
Right. I mean, the Relentless would attack after that, and then he would have an action to tap the Piet.
He would need like a No Good to Me Dead or something, which I wouldn't expect him to play main. But this is also Django 30. He might have had something like that.
That'll be an interesting one to watch again and think about.
Yeah. It seemed like there were some interesting lines there, but I think that the OB at the end and the turn to play Relentless. I do like Relentless in this matchup for that reason. He just knew whenever you're playing against Django, you're like, okay, what if they have Sneak Raider? What if they have Devastator? What if they have TDR? And if you play Relentless, you minimize the number of things that you have to think about. They don't have any of these things.
Yeah.
So I do like the Relentless play.
It was so close.
Yeah.
So close. I'm biased. Sorry, John Carr. It's the Bothan Invitational. Yeah, the math showed us, Gerard, that he did kill it.
What I would imagine happened is he pointed at them and was probably verbalizing, "I'm definitely killing these, and I'm deciding if I'm killing Raider." Those are the kind of things that I do when I'm on non-stream games. Is I'll point while verbalizing things. So I would imagine they were communicating with themselves, with each other, and we just didn't have access to that.
Yeah. Thank you, Christopher Patrick. I've updated the match score.
Yeah.
0-1.
We are going into game 2 here. So the team tournament final is going to happen after this round. A lot of the players in the team tournament final are playing in this round. So we're just basically the team tournament final will happen after this round of Swiss with all parties involved.
Hopefully immediately.
It should be immediately, yeah.
Yeah. But yes, coverage will continue, and it will be on the 3v3.
Yes.
We've
got the Crafty Smuggler here. Yeah, Pershing, I like it a lot, especially into Django. Like it's really good into options like the Gorilla Soldier, because you just have the option to put all 3 damage on Pershing. Sometimes you need the card draw, but it gives you options, which I really like.
So, still resource indecision for Django. Crafty Smuggler versus Pershing.
Yeah.
We saw resupply last game, right?
Yeah.
In turn 2, let's see what we get this time.
Yeah, Zelda, I think that we were confused by the gestures, and I believe he didn't attack it, and we just thought he did. That was a little bit of our mistake too. Our goal is to try to communicate here, and it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah, he barraged it.
Yeah, shield into the Crafty Smuggler, or shield into the Crafty Smuggler into the Pike Sentinel. And then we've got draw a card with Pershing. The X-34 Land Speeder, solid option here, getting rid of the Sentinel.
Do we have anything for the 1 resource? No, we do not.
No. Piet is not about 1 drops, unless there's a 0 after the 1.
That's right. I don't know what kind of spicy things Crow brought. I don't know. I don't know.
It's looking like he's at least got a resupply carrier, maybe an actual resupply as well. Trying to decide what he's resourcing here.
Interesting. One thing I think is a little bit interesting about this board is Piet will get to beat up these little guys a little bit if he needs to.
This is a solid board for Piet to flip on. I like drawing first, and especially if he has a resupply, he could just resupply, flip, and start taking people out.
Right, that's what made me think about it. Like, if he has resupply, he could still do it here. It's part of why Pershing's so exciting. You can find these things.
The Corvus, I like this a lot. This is the main play that you do whenever you miss ramp. Whenever I play this card, everyone reads it.
Yeah.
So it has a win played ability that is completely and totally irrelevant. The win played ability says that you can move a pilot from the ground arena onto this unit.
Which is excellent with Iden.
It is excellent with Iden. So nominally, the way FFG intended is you play Iden on 4, you play Corvus on 5, and then you can move your Iden to the Corvus. But Piet says, why would I play Iden on 4? I'm going to play Corvus on 4, and I'm not going to play Iden in the deck at all. So the deck has no pilots, and Corvus is here because if you miss your ramp, you still have a 4-drop, 4/5 restore capital ship.
Restore 2, right?
Restore 2, yeah.
Yeah, that's nice.
And it's really nice after flip as well. You can do things like play it. You can flip Piet, play a 2-drop, and then play Corvus for 3 when Piet's deployed. Corvus is really good as just the cheapest capital ship that you actually want to play. Yeah. Outlaw Corona as a capital ship, you do not want to play that. That is not what this deck wants to do. You don't want to give your opponent
people play
resources.
that against me. It does not end well.
Yeah.
Often.
Yeah.
Sometimes when people play that against me, I'm like, what am I missing? I have to be missing something. This does not seem good.
Yeah, it's also really important for Piet to get restore and to have the ability to play curve filling capital ships. And here he's got because of that he's got this 6 damage overwhelming barrage, which is very helpful.
Yeah, I was assuming he did not put it on the Pershing despite slamming it directly on the Pershing.
Yeah. This goes back to we can't hear the words they're saying. Obviously, he's saying something like OB for 6, deal damage here, and just pointing with the card. So it makes it kind of hard for us to tell exactly what's going on, but we can pretty easily infer in that instance.
I wonder if he'll consider exhausting Pershing with his crafty. Nope.
I think you just flip here.
Would have been interesting.
Because you know that Piet can flip, and I think you just get your options open. And now also the flip is kind of a semi-pass where you can say, okay, now I have my 5 resources open and my Django out. I can either kill the Pershing, which I would recommend, and John Carr agrees. You can play your triple Dark Raid or something to exhaust the Piet. I think I see a hover tank in hand, so that might be what we see coming out here. Yeah, we see the hover tank. I would imagine Craw might just claim here. I don't think you want to bother slamming the Piet into the hover tank.
For sure.
It is something that needs to answer. He does slam it in.
Oh.
So what this could signify to me is he might have a second overwhelming barrage and wants to get that extra damage in. It also it means that his Piet is going to die, but that still saves him 2 damage on base. If he had just claimed the craft, he would have gone to base.
Interesting. If it's a barrage, he kills one of these units.
Yeah, he can kill the tank and put damage on Django, but not kill him. The other option is if he has any sentinel. If he just has a pike sentinel, then the Django can kill it. I think I see an entrenched in his hand, so we may see something like an entrenched on the Django and something to deal damage to the hover tank. We could see an entrenched on the tank to prevent more damage. Yeah, I think
Perilous.
Perilous
nice.
position. Oh, okay, that's what it was. I thought it was an entrenched. It was a perilous position. So that makes the Piet attack make a lot more sense.
Yeah.
Because now he gets to finish off the tank. Tap down the Corvus, which isn't great, but you're not too upset about as Piet. You'll probably get the restore next turn, depending on what you play here. And you still got the hover tank out of the way, which is nice.
So now do you have something to do with 3 resources? I was wondering about power.
Power, yeah.
Yeah, nice.
And this is good here too, because another 2 damage to the Corvus really doesn't matter here. And let Django either attacks your base for 3 and you get initiative, or they take initiative and you didn't take 3. So
yeah. That Piet should be readied. Come on, ready it.
it died this turn.
Did it die this turn?
Mm-hmm.
Was it this turn?
I don't know.
That was last turn. That was
No, I think it died last turn.
That was last turn.
Either way, he wasn't using it, so it's
He
fine.
did, yeah. He's like, I don't
No, I think
I don't
it was
even
the turn
need
before.
this.
Yeah.
I'm still gonna win. I don't even need this. Let's see. I mean, he's got a million ways to finish off this Corvus.
Yeah,
just attack
but you attack first just to
Yeah.
get the restore 2 in.
Yeah.
100%.
It is going down somehow. Then we have 7, or we don't play any 8-drops capital ship.
There aren't any ones that I like in Piet.
There's the ambush one.
There's the ambush Architans, which I'm personally not a fan of. I think it is incredibly unnecessary.
Yeah.
The main breakpoints are at 7, 9, and 10. At 9, you get your Malevolence. If you're playing Avenger, you get your Avenger. 10, you get your Devastator. 7, you get your Fleet Interdictor. 7, you can also play on your flip turn.
Yeah.
So the Corvus does die. He gets the Inferno 4 out, which the filtering to find the cards you need is not insignificant, especially in here where all he needs, if he gets a Devastator, he's feeling much better about this game. Because
Right.
the Devastator can kill Django and block the Ruthless Raider.
I mean, you're at a stage where you just want to draw giant ships.
Yeah.
There's plenty of things you're happy to move to the bottom. here.
Guessing, yeah. I was gonna say, I assume he has a second 2-drop because I don't think you give up initiative just to play a single Pike Sentinel, but I kind of like it to play a second one because it still blocks, even after Django kills one, it still blocks something like a sneak attack or TDR into War Juggernaut.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
So now we could play an Avenger or a Relentless.
Yeah, I would imagine John is going to start with Ruthless attacking the base. You want to try to get that in before your Devastator comes in and blocks up the lane, or even just a Fleet Interdictor. And yeah, John agrees. So getting in the Forta base.
Yeah. What do we got? Oh, we're searching for ships.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have 1, 2, 3. We're gonna have 6 left. So we
Prepare
can still
for-
play a Fleet Interdictor.
We still play a Fleet Interdictor, so ideally here he would get something like Fleet Interdictor into Devastator.
Right.
Because Devastator
turn
can play
and
next
next
turn.
turn.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that might be all we found.
No, he
Nope,
found
okay,
more.
okay, I didn't
It's
see.
Devastator and then Decision. So the questions here...
Get over here.
Yeah, the questions here for John are going to be, okay, now that I know what he has, do I attack with Django into one of these Pike Sentinels, or do I claim? Interesting thing here also is Lake has enough fodder where he can play this Malevolence this turn still.
I think I would.
Yeah.
Especially,
Absolutely.
Like, the Inferno 4 can do some more filtering.
Yeah, he only has to exploit one unit to play
Right,
it. So you
exactly.
can if John claims here, then you can just attack with everything, exploit an Inferno 4 to play the Malevolence.
John also knows if he TDRs or sneak attacks, Malevolence is ready to go.
Ooh, there's the Devastator. So this is a really good play by John, because now I don't think Lake can afford to play the Malevolence.
No.
The win play doesn't help. You don't care about Django attacking this turn, and you can't afford to have the Devastator attack.
Oh,
he does have the Fleet Interdictor.
There we go.
So that was something that we thought he was looking for off Prepare for Takeoff. Turns out he just already had it. So Fleet Interdictor, 6/6 Sentinel in space. So blocking both the Ruthless Raider and the Devastator. And we know that that Crawl, well, everyone knows that Crawl also has a Devastator and a Malevolence in hand. So it's going to be pretty hard for John's red Devastator to hit the base next turn.
One of the questions for Crawl here is, do I attack the Inferno 4 into something to dig for a card?
I don't think so, because you already have Malevolence and Devastator in hand. I think you keep your fodder.
It.
Yeah, no, I agree. I
It.
agree. I just say I think especially in this case, you keep your fodder out because you want to play Malevolence cheap.
Yeah.
You might get to a point where you play Malevolence plus second Fleet Interdictor or something of that. You don't want to sack your Pike Sentinels unless you have to.
Yeah.
But if Django plays something and you basically have the emergency button of, okay, I have more Malevolence fodder that I can sack.
And it was 2 more damage. So 16.
Yeah.
So another 14.
So he's going to 9 resources here. So he could, if he wanted to, play the Malevolence for 2 and play a Turbo Laser Salvo for 6, something like that. Like, I don't think that's an ideal play line, but I'm saying he's got options.
Yeah.
And keeping the Inferno 4 and the Pike Sentinels out leaves those options up. Could be Overwhelming Barrage. And if there's a TDR into Planetary Bombardment with the Devastator.
No.
Wow, what an ending there. So with Red Devastator out, John gets to choose where all indirect damage goes. Planetary Bombardment says deal a heap of indirect damage. And so Crawl was trying to turn the corner, doing his best to doing his best to turn the corner and clean up both arenas. He had Sentinels everywhere, and then really well played by John. I think a lot of Django lists aren't running Planetary Bombardment, and John there showing the strength of it. I don't think he wins the game without that card. I think that Crawl was very close to being able to turn the corner. We know he had a lot of Restore in hand. So it was really, really well played by John to have the right card at the right time. Huge congrats to him on a win.
Nope. I thought we had another match.
We don't have another match. Everybody's drawing.
All right. Well, that's it for round 7 then.
Yeah.
We are going to have the 3v3. This pool 2 does need to wrap up.
Yep.
Everyone, all the top cut from this, the top 8 will go into a top 16 tomorrow, where they'll play with the top 8 from pool 1 as well. So
yes.
Tune in for that. If you're not sticking around for the 3v3, come back
Which
tomorrow.
you should do. If you're not sticking around for the 3v3, you're crazy.
Yeah.
The first round of that 3v3 was wild.
It's between
McClunky Gaming and KTOD. So what we got coming up next is we're going to take a short break. We're going to come back with a quick audio announcement when they announce the top 8, and we'll tell you guys which players and decks got in the top 8. And then after that, we will be right back with the team final, the 3v3 team final of the first ever Star Wars Unlimited 3v3 team tournament. McClunky Gaming versus KTOD, and that is coming up next.
So stick around, and also come back tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll be back.
And we're back. It's time. The event everyone's waiting for. The talk of the Star Wars world is not Milan. It's not a sector. It's the 3v3 Team Championship Finals tonight. Winner takes all against KTOD and McClunky. Jonathan, you excited?
I am. How much do they get?
It's first place is over $1,000.
Okay.
3 of the serialized playmats.
Yep.
These serialized playmats are actually proving valuable. As you know, we've been doing a silent auction for
What's
the
it
one. The silent auction is at $550 for the one serialized playmat. In this event, we're about to give out 6 of them.
Yeah, that's a bit. I mean, $1,000, $500 playmat.
Yeah. And second place still gets $750. So there's a lot of money on the line tonight.
Yeah.
But who cares about the money? These guys want the bragging rights of the best team in Star Wars, and that's going to get decided over the next hour and a half tonight.
I know they do. We already watched one match, and they played hard.
Oh, that was brutal.
Yeah,
because they were playing hard. Like the KDOD team that came back from the dead, everyone wrote them off after their bad loss to Secret, who they came back and got revenge on. They went through the entire 9 rounds without a break in the team competition, and still had enough gas in the tank to finish off their Secret rematch. So this is going to be exciting tonight.
We got the captains here.
Let's get the captains in here.
Let's
start with the underdog. Are y'all the under? It's probably not. Let's start with
Who's the underdog?
Let's start with John Tata
We're
himself.
the underdogs.
Yeah.
We're the
John
underdogs,
Tata.
so.
Let's go.
Yeah, how have you enjoyed the 3v3? I
So-
saw you say this is the most fun you've had at a Star Wars tournament.
Yeah, I have to be honest. I think the 3v3 is definitely the most fun that I've personally had playing Star Wars.
Yeah.
You know, the whole event, there's so much hype with the event. You always want to do well, when it's a team event, because you don't want to let down your teammates. It's great.
It's a little nerve-wracking, but that also just adds to the excitement, right?
It is nerve-wracking. It's like I have felt more pressure in the team event than I did playing in the 6K event that I didn't do very well in. But it's just like, the team event's just great.
I find, for me, one of the most exciting moments was when it's down to one table and you guys are, huddled around each other trying to figure out how to win that last match.
3 players against 3 players on one deck.
Yeah, like I think the first time we played them, in the first finals, it went to 3 games, right? Yeah, so it's just like all the players, like you said, are around that one last match trying to.
You guys were huddled around Monohan. Alex was like, "Come on, boys, bring it in."
Yeah,
he was like, "Come on, guys."
We were trying to help the best Monohan player in the world
play
the Monohan, matchup.
Yeah.
Like, he knows better than anyone. So
yeah. Well, do you have like any one memory you want to share from what you've played so far in those 3v3s? Like, did anything stand out?
It's all kind of a blur. Like, we played 9 rounds because we lost in round 4, so we got into the losers bracket and had to play 9 rounds. So 10 maybe after the finals, but it's all kind of a blur. It is nice that I played 4 Django mirrors and won all 4 of them. So like that's pretty hype, because that matchup's kind of tough.
A lot of mirrors in this format.
Yeah.
It ends up being people don't want to play each other. And so how about the mirror?
Right. Yeah. But I played 4 mirrors. I played against Monohan a couple times and a few Quinlans. So
yeah,
it's been great.
Awesome.
Yeah.
It's been great having you guys. Very exciting to meet you, and looking forward to watching this finals.
Yeah. So I'll let Zach tag in here for our opponents and go talk strategy with my teams. So.
We're about to play it. It's happening
John.
soon. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah.
All right, Zach, are you going to get in here?
Come on in.
Team McClunky.
Yeah, now you guys did not fall into the losers bracket.
Now we are.
Now you are. Yeah, you took one loss. You're now in the losers bracket.
Yeah.
You guys each have 1 loss, so we made them beat you twice, right?
Yes, they do have to beat us one more time.
So they won 1. How do you feel? How do you feel about your chances here?
I think we're feeling better than we were the first time.
Did you guys talk it through last night? Like, what are we gonna do?
Talked about it a lot.
So no one else in this room. Are you gonna use the same drafting strategy?
No.
Okay. Don't tell me what you're doing. We're gonna find out when we see it on here. But last time we had Monohan versus Monohan. What were the other matchups? It was
Cad Tarkentown versus Cad Green and Django versus Django.
Okay. So Django mirror, Cad mirror, Han mirror.
The Cad was Cad Tarkentown versus Green. They are very different, and
they are very different.
It is very favorable.
I got to play against you guys' Cad Green in one of my 3v3 matches. Yes. It was close. I played against Brandon. He beat me. I almost got it.
Nice.
Almost
Good job,
got
Brandon.
it. Yeah,
Sorry for
he
you.
did it. Yeah. But it's coming. Question about streaming the draft live. I'll think about it. I'll try to figure out how we could do that.
That's the thought that went through my head.
It's a little challenging to do. The teams usually step away from the table. I mean, you can. What's your experience been like during the drafting process at this tournament? How have you guys approached that?
Originally, the plan was to just always seat Django. Like, if we win the die roll, always seat Django first, and that quickly became it could be any of us. It really depended on what we saw.
And what I saw, most teams would kind of like, both teams would show their leaders, and then you kind of turn your backs to each other.
Yep.
Like huddle up a little away from the table and kind of talk about it.
We were just talking openly, actually, in front of the opponents the first few rounds, and then we saw Frank's team step back and huddle, and we're like, why aren't we doing that?
We should do that.
We should do that.
Yeah. For us, it was always, who should we put down first? Because we lost a bunch of die rolls. We lost all our die rolls. But yeah. Any memories for you about the 3v3? Any big moments that you thought was really cool?
The two that stood out to me the most were when I lost a match and it went to the third game and we were just all watching our teammate and be like, oh, it all rides on this. That happened twice. One time where I lost and one time where Philip lost.
Yeah.
And I think those were the most memorable moments where it actually goes to that game 3 and you're just everyone's around the table just being like, ooh, can we do this or not?
Those are the moments. Mid-game when my teammate would ask me for advice, I'm like, man, I am focused. I don't know. That's tough. But when you're all huddled around for that final match, that's exciting.
Yeah, those were the most exciting moments for sure.
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Yes, thank you.
Exactly.
Looking forward to watching you battle.
Good luck tonight.
All right.
Good luck, man.
All right, so now we get to see the finals of the 3v3 that you and Jeff Creasy are going to be casting. Are you excited?
I am excited. How are we going to handle the drafting process? People want to see it on the stream.
Well, we won't have the seat draft, but I can explain. The idea was what's unique. One thing unique about Star Wars Unlimited is that we can see the leaders and bases. They're public. It's public knowledge before the match starts. When you sit down, you see what you're playing against. You're already thinking through play lines. But. So to take advantage of that, we did a seat draft where the team that wins initiative places one seat down, and everybody knows what base and leader that is. Then the other team puts all 3 of theirs down, and the first team then picks the 2 matchups they want. For the seat draft. So we will. What
if each team puts their leaders and bases on one camera? Okay. Where we've got one of these matches. Yeah. We can at least see the leaders.
Okay.
And then they'll move it forward to say, I'm committing this to my first slot.
Yes.
And then we'll see them move there.
Let me go make that happen.
Let's do that. Let's
All right,
do that on camera.
I'll go make the seat draft happen, and I'll go get Jeff Creasy to come be your co-caster.
So when they'll put these out before they deliberate.
Yep.
So we can start talking about it on the stream.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
No, I'm not casting. We've got Jonathan Fisher and Jeff Creasy for that. But I will definitely be here helping.
All right, we're gonna do that. So who is that? Is that Mike or Maddie? Who's asking us to do that? We're gonna do it for you. We're gonna do it for you. I mean, that seems like a reasonable thing to do, right? Everyone puts their leaders down in that camera spot. We can talk about it in chat, on stream. You can see them push their first commitment forward. Yeah, I think this is good. Hello, Mike. Let's go. Mike Gem, Bobby Sapphire. It's my first time meeting Wu, Tata. I've met Alex before. It was a pleasure meeting everybody. These guys have been killing it today. Yeah, I don't blame you for being excited about the draft process, and nobody's done this. And even in other games, you didn't have a seat draft like this with leaders, and a lot of time went into figuring out the best way to draft.
Okay, I figured out a way to visualize the seat draft. So you want to go to the camera of the. Which camera is that? God, so many cameras. Got 5 cameras, dude. That's sick. Who's doing this production? There it is. It's on camera 2. Let's go live on camera 2.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
I sound like a producer. There it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the seat draft. So what we're gonna do: the dice with 1 is seat 1. The dice with 2 is seat 2. The dice with a 3 is seat 3.
All right.
We're missing
get the other
Alex.
leader set
I
up.
don't know where Alex ran off to. He's coming back with his base and leader.
Well, he's Mono Han.
Yeah, Mono Han. So these are the base and leaders combination. As the teams choose their seats, you will see them move their base and leader combination up to the dice. And so you can then discuss what the other, as the picks are being done, you'll be able to see, because there'll be some gaps, because the teams get to discuss each seat as they sit them down.
They're going to think about it.
Yeah.
So they'll put their first person forward, first pairing forward. The other team will decide all 3 of their pairings.
Yes.
And then the last team will then match up against the 2 remaining. Yep.
Yeah, and the way we did
it's kind of a 3-step process.
It is, and the reason we did it that way is that it was supposed to be a snake draft. So I pick first, you put 2 down, I put 2 down, I put 1 down. But as we practiced it, we quickly realized that third seat's always that third seat. There's no reason to wait to put it down.
It's locked in.
So once you put the first 2 down, you might as well put the third one down.
Yeah. Now these are not the pairings right now. These are just the leaders that are open to each team. These are the leaders.
This has not been paired. This is just showing you what the options are. They're about to roll for initiative, and the team that wins initiative gets to decide if they want to put the first seat down on seat 1, or they want to be the team reacting to that. And so we'll go get that started.
Who won the roll? I think they just rolled.
Let me ask. Did y'all roll yet?
Yeah, KTOD won the roll.
KTOD won the roll. So they're discussing whether they want to be the first team to put a seat down.
Come on, Frank. Come on, Frank. Frank.
Well, I can relay it from the door.
Well, what's Jeff doing? Can you come do this with me?
But I can't hear. What are they doing? Wait, they're making a choice.
Okay.
KTOD is placing Django Tarkentown first in seat 1.
So we just had the captain and McClunky say they were not going to do the same pairings.
Right. They actually let me sit down.
We're not on camera.
Yeah, we're not on camera. So they actually told me as I was kind of getting some chatting about their loss yesterday. They felt like they did not want to match Mono Hans again. They did not. So I was really
trying to make it clear. KTOD won the initiative, placed Django first, and now McClunky is discussing how they want to respond.
Yes. Yep. We're on top of it. Exactly right.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Good right now. Thanks, Claire.
Okay. So they do not want to do the Mono Han mirror. They lost that yesterday, and they felt like it's not a winnable matchup for them.
It was a grind.
I want to say unwinnable.
It was just a grind.
They don't want to do it again.
Yeah.
And so now that Django went down first, that puts them in a really tough spot. They don't want to sit Mono Han across from Django, do they?
Well, if they don't want the Mono Han matchup, the only way to avoid it now is to play Django.
Right.
Otherwise, it's on KTOD whether they get a Mono Han.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's kind of the high stakes of this draft process.
So last time they did a Django mirror, if they must have a different plan for that matchup too. Then
they don't want a.
Or they wanted to win initiative.
They want to force. I think they want to force the Mono Han mirror. I think
KTOD
wants to force.
They
think that they have a big advantage. Alex playing against Phil.
Right.
In that mirror. I'm not saying that's true or not.
Yeah, I don't know if they do, but
I don't know, but it did. It looked pretty convincing though yesterday that Alex Blendon, who's arguably the best Mono Han player in the world, it's not who you want to play a mirror against if you're a Mono Han player. And Phil's fantastic himself with great results. Consistent great results. He made top cut in our 6K.
Yeah.
You guys will see him tomorrow morning in our top 16 $6,000 prize, a single elimination. That's going to be so exciting starting at 8 Eastern tomorrow.
These are not easy tournaments.
No, you won't find a concentration of players this good until day 2 of Galactics.
Over 100 players too.
Yeah, we're right at 126, 24, something in that name. But it's not just that. We had 24 day 2 buys, 20 planetary qualifiers playing in the 6K today, and then in the 3v3 tournament. That concentration, about 1 in every 4 players being that accomplished, you won't see that when you go to sectors.
Look what they did.
Okay.
So they did.
I told you they did not want the Mono Han mirror. They didn't want it so bad.
Yeah.
They chose a bad matchup for Mono Han.
Now,
Django.
I was practicing Mono Han, getting ready for the 3v3. I was not just losing to Djangos. It wasn't just auto loss.
Yeah, okay.
But there's also, another thing that can come up in this 3v3 is you throw someone to the wolves and you say, we're going to lose this match. Yeah. We're winning the other two.
What's difficult, though, for them having lost the initiative role is they're not going to get to choose, though, the other 2 matchups.
But they might think that both of these decks can beat Alex.
Well,
and that both of these decks have a chance.
We're going to find out tonight in the next hour and a half.
I know.
I think it's an hour and 25. We may go untimed tonight. We may just let them play till it's over.
We have Korean barbecue at 9.
I know, but I think I want to see this more than I want to eat.
Yeah.
So is that it? I think they did the match. There it is. The matchups are set for today. So which one of these matches should we start with on camera? I think now we do the Django. Ooh. The Django Mono Han. You want to do that first?
I mean, we can.
The Django. Which matchup do you want to see first? We kind of think table 1 would be the most exciting one. Because they chose that. They chose to put Phil against Django Tarkentown, which is generally a bad matchup.
And so that was the reason that when So I'm here with the insider info. So I was there beside the draft so that I could see anything exciting happening. So KTOD expected it to be the Django mirror. They expected that to be what McClunky was going to do.
Yeah.
And so they were really surprised that they put Phil here with the Django.
I think they're throwing him to the Wolves, and they want to win the other 2 matches, is what I was thinking.
I think they wanted to avoid the Monohan mirror. I really do think that they said that quite a few times to me today, discussing yesterday.
Yeah, and I think I assume that I assume that that's Bobby Sapphire on the KTOD account. He's exactly right. They basically said that the Tada's expertise. He didn't verbalize this. What I could sense was he said he's thinking this Cad Green's going to be good wherever it goes. So we're going to try to win the other 2, and if they throw that against Django, we're fine. We're fine losing that and winning the other ones. We saw Alex win the Monohan mirror yesterday, and so when McClunky set their lineup out, KTOD had to have a little bit of a regroup.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, and so I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see this Cad versus Django. And if there's any matchups that the stream wants to see specifically, we can try to fit those in too. We want to try to get a little bit of everybody. I know it's a little bit more confusing that way, but in this team format, we really want to make sure that everybody on the team gets a chance to kind of show what they're doing.
Yeah, I'd say that's what we're gonna do. We can't just listen. This stream's gonna give us a bunch of nonsense. They're gonna ask for every match.
No, they'll ask.
Everyone will ask.
Yeah, but we don't have to do what they say. I'm just asking for engagement.
Like, show me this one. Show me this one. Show me this one. Okay. Who's piloting Django for McClunky?
Django for McClunky is Tyler.
Okay.
So it's Wu versus Tyler, aka Dark.
That's that matchup.
And then we've got Tada versus Philip.
Yep.
And Zach versus Alex.
All right, so this is the Django Monohan here. Set up those names. This is.
So
I know that's
is Tada versus
Philip on the right.
Yeah.
Oh, Tada and Philip. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, Tada and Philip.
Tada. I'm trying to say it right.
It's T's, not D's.
Oh, okay. That's
not. It's not Tada. It's Tata.
Ta-da.
Exactly.
KDOD. And Philip with
an
F.
Yes.
Yes. Asked him earlier.
Yeah.
Okay, let me set that.
Yeah, so they're reviewing lists right now. These are the same lists from yesterday. So the review process probably won't take long. It is different pairings today than we saw in the first best of 3 yesterday.
Yeah, so each player probably does need to study the list a good bit.
I feel like they've talked about it already. Like these are 2 very competent teams that both want to win this.
If it was me, I would still sit down and study.
Oh, absolutely. You still sit down. What I would do is I just kind of look through it while looking. So yeah, like we have 6K and.
Yep. All kinds of things to update.
Working on the overlays.
All kinds of things to update.
Finals.
Let's see if that fits.
Yeah.
Fit well enough.
We got that.
Yeah, that fits. And then we got all kinds of other fun. Let's go. Which one is this? We'll just hide you, little buddy.
It was a 2K or 2.1K. We should put that.
It's an image.
Dang it.
Oh, I might find something to put there, but yeah, it's not that. All right. So they're shuffling up.
Honestly, I'm really excited that this got moved to this afternoon instead of trying to fit everything in yesterday and kind of delaying the 6K. It's pretty hype. We've had a long day of SWU, and people are excited that they made the top 8. People are upset that they didn't make the top 8. The full range of emotions that you get, and since we don't get any top 8 play today, that's all tomorrow. Now we get this emotion-filled final of some really high-quality SWU, so that's really exciting.
Yeah. All-Star was so tired after that day.
True.
I feel a lot better today.
Yeah.
I was exhausted. This won't be nearly as bad as if we had tried to play that out right then.
Yeah. Yeah, Gandork talking about the tunings of the different lists, and I think that's especially true in the 6K, or sorry, in the 3v3 team event.
Yeah.
Because a lot of players specifically tune their list and they said, hey, I'm going to play this deck, but I can make sure that I always dodge a certain matchup. Or I can say, I'm tuning this deck to always go into Django and to dodge certain other matchups. So you do see a lot more unique cards and kind of almost pre-sideboarding here than you would in the 6K main event, for example, or at your PQs or sectors.
I expected a lot of Han mirrors, so I had some Plo Koons in my main deck just to knock out the Han leader, and it definitely came up. There's a lot of Han leaders in this format, or Han mirrors in this format. But you wouldn't do that normally, right? So there's a lot of that kind of stuff in these decks. All right. Is this one mine?
Looks like we're getting started here, yes.
Shuffling up.
They're flippy-floppied on the sides. I don't know if it matters.
Yeah, that matters. Oops. That is not Philip on the left.
Believe it or not, the KTOD Matt is the KTOD player. So yeah, that one is Philip. Working on the overlays. We're doing it live.
It keeps getting me because they're in the wrong order.
Yeah.
On the in OBS. Think.
So we see here, we see the Liberated Slaves from Philip and Crafty Smuggler from Tata. The Crafty Smuggler is really one of the best openings here because the reason Han likes to play these 3/5s is because they can't be pinged Tarkentown, but Crafty Smuggler can still just pop the shield in Tarkentown. And you get to, since you have initiative from Han using the Han action on turn 1, you still get to do that and exhaust it before you take any damage. So Tata has that option if he wants to take it. He obviously doesn't have to do that. He could do other options, but that's an obvious play that's available to him. We'll see if he has something in his hand that he likes more. Maybe he wants to just tap it and try to get in damage.
We'll see how Philip plays this, but from my experience, I wanted to be the aggressor.
Yeah.
I wanted to go to base as much as I could.
I like this a lot. So starting with the Gorilla Soldier before Philip plays anything. So if he puts any damage on his base, the Gorilla Soldier gets to ready. If he puts any damage on his Liberated Slaves, then the Slaves gets tapped. And so now he's basically forcing Philip to say, hey, if you want to take out my unit, you're still going to get Tarkentown, and you're going to take 5 to base this turn. So I think this is a really solid development from Tata. He also gets to keep the shield on his Crafty Smuggler. Gorilla Soldier, it's one of the Django cards that I'm highest on that's not named War Juggernaut from this set. And I think that it's War Juggernaut or Devastator, I should say. It's just... whenever I play Django, it's always the card I want to see on turn 2.
I'm not even sure if it's a Django card. I think we might start seeing it.
It's
in
not
other
Django
places.
only for sure. It's definitely not an only Django. I think it's just a solid 2-drop. It's like if you get Surprise Strike on a stick with the unit.
It's good.
Yeah, it's really solid.
So Philip decided to take the control role here.
Yeah, so it plays an Ahsoka. So Tata is going to have to discard a card. Sorry about the glare. We did the best we could. We couldn't control the lighting. But that is a new Ahsoka unit. So John's going to discard an ISB agent. And of note, it is not irrelevant that Philip has had to Han action both turns. He is down to 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
So very low on resources. And the Tarkentown could put him down to just 1 unit. Of course, that makes the Ahsoka a little bit stickier. And Tata might want initiative more than he wants to Tarkentown the Liberated Slaves, which is what he does go for. I think he knows that this Tarkentown's probably going to stay available. He might want to keep it in case he gets DJ'd, even though that may be a couple of turns away. He may just be thinking ahead. And with 0 damage on his base as well, I definitely don't hate saving the Tarkentown here from Tata. I think he just likes to have all his options available. He could have Tarkentown there, and maybe it would save him 3 health, but down the road, it could be much more important and save him more.
But it's certainly not the juiciest target, and it sets this up where the slaves can still, or the Crafty can still take out the slaves.
Exactly. So now he can just trade the Crafty for the slaves. He can't kill the Ahsoka this turn, but he still saves his Tarkentown, and he gets one of the units off the board at the cost of what I assume is going to be 3 damage, unless Philip has some other tricks up his sleeve. Like, honestly, if I was Philip, I wouldn't hate a Waylay on the Crafty Smuggler. It feels really tempo negative, but it goes back to forcing Tada to either use his Thorkk in town or eat damage.
I think I would like to just do the 3 and then drop like a Kira or something. Just replace that those slaves with another 3/5. That's fresh.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'd prefer to do. And we don't know the cards in hand. And I agree. I think this is the best play, honestly, for both players.
You also want to play from hand. Oh,
another Han action.
Wow.
So I think he's going to go down to 0 cards in hand here.
In order to flip
unless
his
he plays
Han
a
next
smuggle
turn.
card.
Yeah,
he doesn't. Cantina Bouncer for the IG. So he does play another 3/5.
So then next turn to flip his leader, he's going to Han resource after normal resourcing and be down to 0. Get up to 7 if he attacks, but he might have a Zori down there in that resource pile is what I'm thinking.
But the other thing is I think Philip might not try to flip his Han this turn because against Django, that you're not going to easily get to 7. If Tada doesn't want him to get to 7, he won't, basically. Because
that's
we know
why
he has
I think
the
he
IG.
might be going for Zori.
Yeah.
I think he's going to resource flip and play a Zori. But let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see.
I think he either goes for that or he just doesn't even Han action this turn and is just doesn't go up to 6. I think it's one of those two things.
So the reason I'm not thinking that is because he went down to 0 cards, and we don't have 5 smuggles that we're excited about.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Yeah, no, that's a really good read. I agree with your read.
So he has the option of what to do with his crafty. He could also, be first to pull the trigger, spending his resources.
Yeah.
He could immediately flip his leader. One thing that comes up is being the first to flip your leader so that you can surprise strike, take out the Han.
I don't know Philip's exact list. I don't think there's a punish for immediately flipping. Tada has reviewed the list, so he will know if there's a punish for immediately. I don't think Philip is on Plo Koon's, but Plo Koon can't kill Django in one shot in this list anyway. So I don't think there's any way that Philip could, in one action, kill Django if he flips.
Yeah, I don't think so. This is what I would have done. Just go ahead and flip. In the Han mirrors, you're doing the same thing. You want to be the first to deploy your leader so you can threaten theirs.
Yeah. It's also interesting now. He's kind of it's a really interesting cat and mouse game right now because Tada can play a multi-tapper now with Django deployed. But if he plays a multi-tapper now, he saves. It's obviously Philip's action. But if Philip does something to Dirtle, like if he Han activates, if he does something, then he's putting it back on Tada and saying, are you going to play your multi-tapper now, or are you going to let me start attacking with units? Are you going to try to wait until I flip Han?
If I'm Philip, I'm getting an attack in.
I think so as well. I think you just attack for 3 here. Oh, it goes into the Django. Interesting.
Well, one thing interesting about that is if he wants to threaten Han, he threatens himself too.
Yeah, and so now
we both die.
So now he could kill Django in one action because he could put a hotshot blaster on his Ahsoka to kill Django. So now Tada has to worry about it, and yeah, he does play his tapper now.
So he's got to tap it down.
Yeah, and he can still tap Han. He could just save the Crafty Smuggler to tap Han.
Absolutely, yeah, he could.
So Philip still has to act first here. I still like Tada's position a lot based on this current board state. I don't think Philip got in enough damage in the first few turns to feel kind of comfortable in this scenario. Philip is a very good Han player. He could very well prove me wrong, but if I get to pick either seat right now, I would rather be where Tada is, I think.
So we are going for the flip. I'm still expecting a Zori out of this.
I would agree with that.
We'll see.
And
just,
maybe
just
he
given
has
that he committed to this so early
absolutely.
on.
And he might have both. He might have Zori and a DJ and just assumes that he's not going to get to play the DJ. He might also only have Zori and just say, there's no way I get there. Anyway, who cares?
That's one of my experiences in this matchup. You just don't get to 7.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you want to have that 6.
I agree with your read that he definitely has a Zori. Or something that he wants. It could be a Big Falcon. I'm not sure if he's on Big Falcon, but a 6-cost smuggle card that doesn't need his leader to play.
And like we said, he wants to use the Crafty to exhaust the Han. So he's just going to get in with his leader, probably.
Yeah, and so... And
see a Ruthless? Do we see what else is in Tada's hand?
I didn't see...
Oh, okay. So now here's the little
He spends an action with the Tarkin Town. I like this. It lets him get more damage on Han if he wants to. Philip can't really pass here because Tada can just claim and say, well, you wasted your last card from hand and have spent no resources this turn.
Oh, 100%.
You have to
cannot
do
claim.
something.
Yeah, or he can't pass, absolutely.
He could also just play the Zori and not flip his Han. I think he knows that playing the game of trying to get to 7 doesn't really matter this turn.
Yeah. I mean, he's not even thinking about getting to 7, really. He's
Yeah,
about, okay,
exactly.
How do I navigate?
And I actually kind of like playing the Zori now because the other thing that does is now he could if he plays the Zori or whatever he's gonna play.
Blaster?
Oh, interesting. So he's going Blaster on the Cantina Bouncer.
Huh.
Because so this is nice because if Tada, the natural play that you would want to do, not thinking about this board state, is Crafty Smuggler kills the Cantina Bouncer. But Crafty Smuggler is the thing that you've been saving to tap Han. And Django into Han kills Han. So right now, Django can't attack either of these units, either Han Leader or the Cantina Bouncer without dying, and Crafty Smuggler can only attack one of them.
And the Bouncer is going to be able to kill Django if he gets initiative.
The other nice thing from Tada's perspective here is it doesn't feel as bad for him to just kill the Cantina Bouncer because Han can't flip, go to 7, and get DJ'd. But what can happen is Philip can flip, and either Django dies to Han, Philip gets initiative and gets to attack with Han next turn,